descent was like nightfall. Homer, the Iliad. Chapter 1. A Game of Retribution. Hades manifested in the shadow of the grandstand of the Hellene racetrack. Soon, the divinely bred steeds of the gods would compete in the first of 3 races, which would ultimately place the fastest competitor on a path to becoming one of Poseidon's prized hippocamps, the fishtail horses that pulled his ocean chariot. But it was not this so-called honor that drew Hades' presence, or even the usual thrill he got from the promise of a risky bet. He had come to test the validity of a supposed oracle who went by the name Acacius. He was familiar with the name and his businesses, a well-known relic dealer whose front was a mechanic shop. Hades and his team had kept an eye on his affairs for several months. They were familiar with his routine, instruction, and correspondences, which was why, when he began to offer mortals a look into the future, Hades became suspicious. It was not just the future Acacius offered. He'd obtained a kind of omniscience that came only with divine blessing or the possession of relics, and since Hades knew it was not the former, it had to be the latter. He had sent Ilius ahead to bet in his place, and now the satyr stood near the track, his disorderly hair slicked back and tied at the nape of his neck, making his horns look larger and more pronounced. Hades crossed the green, where 20 steeds would soon compete, toward him. At his approach, mortals gave him a wide berth. Despite their fear of his presence, they stared, curious too, more so now that he had openly shown affection to a person they believed to also be mortal. Affection for Persephone, who was not mortal but insisted on acting as if she were, something that worried him far more than he was willing to admit. He had few vices, among them racing, whiskey, and Persephone, his goddess of spring. 2 of the 3 had never interfered with his routine, had never provided enough of an escape to be called a distraction. But Persephone was more than that. She was an addiction, a craving he could not sate. Even now, he fought the visceral urge to return to her, despite having spent most of the weekend with her, exploring her, buried inside her. She was why he was late. He had not wanted to leave her side, in part because he worried over whether she would remain, despite her promise that she would await his return to the Underworld. A hot wave of frustration twisted through him at his doubt. He had never doubted himself, but he doubted everything when it came to Persephone. "You're late," Ilius said, not looking at him, but at the starting gate, where the horses and their jockeys marched into place. "And you're a satyr," Hades replied, following his gaze. Ilius glanced at him, brow raised in question at the comment. "I thought we were stating the obvious," Hades said. He did not like to be reminded of his mistakes, though those closest to him, in particular Hecate, reveled in reminding him that he was very much fallible. Or, as she liked to say, an idiot. "How are they looking?" Hades inquired, eyeing each powerful animal as they filled into their respective numbered stalls. "I put money on Titan," Ilius said, "just as you advised." Hades nodded, his attention shifting to a large board where the odds glared back. Titan was favored for second place. "I'm surprised you did not choose Cosmos," Ilius said. Hades heard what the satyr did not say. If you wanted to win, why go with Titan? He was familiar with Cosmos and his trainer. He knew that he was a favorite of Poseidon's. Given that, it was likely no other horse in the running had a chance. Then again, this was a race of divinity, and that meant anything was possible. "The bet is a test," Hades replied. Ilius looked at Hades questioningly, but he offered no other explanation. The horses and their riders were in place behind the gate, and the race would begin in minutes. There was a tightening in the bottom of his stomach, an anticipation for the race that was reflected in the enraptured and colorful crowd. Horse racing, like so many things in New Greece, wasn't even about the race for most. It was about the fashion and status, and while the outfits were not as extreme as those at the Olympian Gala, The hats and headdresses were. "Lord Hades!" A voice drew his attention, and he turned to find Cal Stavros standing a few paces behind him. Cal was the CEO of Epic Communications, the media conglomerate. He owned television, radio, news outlets, even theme parks, among them New Athens News. Hades hated the media for many reasons, but Cal Stavros ranked near the top, not only for how he encouraged the spread of misinformation, but because he was a magi, a mortal who practiced dark magic and already had 2 strikes against him for misuse. A third, and he would be banned, possibly punished. Like many, the mortal kept his distance, though his pose was casual. His hands were stuffed into the pockets of his pressed navy slacks. His bright blue eyes seemed to glitter, and Hades knew it wasn't from admiration. When Cal looked at the god of the dead, he saw power, potential, neither of which he possessed. Cal took his hands out of his pockets to bow, and Hades glared, not only at Cal, but those who stood near, warning off any approach they may have been considering after watching this exchange. "A pleasure," Cal said, grinning as he straightened. "Cal," Hades said, "to what do I owe the interruption?" The words fell from his tongue, heavy with disgust. If the mortal caught on, he ignored it. "Forgive me," Cal said, though he did not sound all that sorry. "I would have approached you elsewhere, but I have been requesting a meeting for weeks and have heard nothing." Hades' irritation increased, a subtle heat that burned the back of his throat. "Silence is usually taken to mean no, Cal," he replied, focusing on the gate again. If it had been anyone else, they would have understood this to be a dismissal. But Cal had always made the mistake of flying too close to the sun, and it seemed that all but him understood the implications. Cal continued, daring to step closer. Hades' spine went rigid, and he clenched his fist, noting Ilias's warning glance. "I hope to discuss a possible partnership," the man said. "One of mutual benefit." "The fact that you believe you could possibly benefit me, Cal, illustrates a significant amount of arrogance and ignorance." "Considering your recent experience with a certain journalist, I think not." There was a note of irritation in Cal's voice, but it was his words that drew Hades' attention, and made that small scratch of irritation a full-on inferno. "Careful with what you say, Cal," Hades warned, uncertain of where this conversation was heading, but disliking the possibility that Persephone's name would soon pass this mortal's lips. Cal smirked, oblivious to the danger, or perhaps he wished to antagonize him, force him to act out in public merely for the benefit of his reporters. "I could ensure your name never appears in the media again." Those words hit like hot oil, though Hades did not outwardly react. Despite the fact that he was not the least bit intrigued by Cal's offer, he asked, "What exactly are you suggesting?" "Your public relationship with one of my journalists." "She is not your journalist, Cal," Hades snarled. The mortal stared for a moment, but continued. "Regardless, you allowed her to write about you, which will encourage others to do the same, with an emphasis on your relationship. Is that what you want?" It wasn't what he wanted at all, mostly because it placed Persephone in more danger. "Your words ring eerily threatening, Cal," Hades said. "Not at all," the man said. "I'm merely pointing out the consequences of your actions." Hades was not certain what the mortal meant by actions. Was it that he had let Persephone write the articles? Or was he referring to their public reunion outside the coffee house, when she had run and jumped into his arms, both heedless to onlookers who had photographed and filmed the entire thing? "I can help ensure your privacy." "For a price, you mean?" "A small one," Cal said. "Only a share in the ownership of iniquity." Cal's voice was drowned out by a loud bell, followed by the clang of the gates opening and the thundering of hooves, as all 20 steeds sped down the track. The announcer's voice rose over the roaring crowd, narrating with a lyrical inflection. Cosmos has an early lead, as expected. Then it's Titan. He rattled off more names. Leyland has the rail, Maximus on the outside. Throughout, Cosmos maintained the lead, with Titan only a length behind. The continued reporting from the announcer made Hades' chest tighten and his teeth grind together, exacerbated by the crowd's cheering. But then there was a shift in the race. Titan seemed to gain a better foothold and practically sailed past Cosmos across the finish line. The announcer's voice rose with excitement as he announced the winner. Titan, the dark horse and divine superstar, wins the Hellene Cup. Cosmos is second. In a matter of minutes, the race was over, and Hades turned from the rail to make his escape when a hand landed on his arm. Our bargain, Hades? Cal said. The god turned quickly, catching Cal's wrist within his grip and shoving him away. Fuck off, Cal. He offered nothing else before he vanished. Hades manifested at the Nevernight bar. The club was pristine, the floor empty, though he knew his employees lurked, navigating within the shadows of the club to prepare for opening tonight, an event that never saw peace. Inevitably, someone always assumed their status would grant them access, and, depending on their sense of entitlement, always led to a very public tantrum that Makonnen, or in very serious cases, Ilias, would have to handle. Mortals and immortals alike never ceased to illustrate the faults of humanity. There were moments when Hades wondered if he had done right to create such a paradise in the Underworld. Perhaps it was best when they feared the afterlife, feared him even. Then people like Cal would never dare approach with such imperious requests. Another wave of frustration ricocheted through him at the man's audacity. Worse, Cal's offer brought up another concern, Persephone's safety. Hades had an unlimited number of enemies. He hated to regret anything about their reunion, but he should have been more careful. He could have draped them in glamour, teleported, anything to prevent the public from having access to their lives and leave her exposed. But the damage had already been done, and the world was watching. Was Persephone prepared? It was one thing to be favored, another to be the chosen lover of a god. She did not wish to be known for her divinity. Would she tire of being known as his lover? He took a bottle of whiskey from the backlit wall and drank it straight. As he did, he sensed he was not alone, and turned to find Hera, goddess of marriage, and his begrudging sister-in-law. She stood at the center of the floor, impeccably dressed in white, her face angled, proud. Only slightly less severe than Demeter's, he thought. "A little early for a drink," she said, her voice tinged with disgust, though he knew she had come to make requests. She never bothered to approach him otherwise. "A little early for your judgment," Hades replied, returning his attention to the bottle, effectively dismissing Hera, who stood quiet for a moment before taking a breath and moving a step closer to the bar. Hades braced himself for whatever came next. He knew he would not like it. "Before I begin, I hope my visit to you remains anonymous." Hades raised a brow. "That depends on what you have come to say." He took another drink, just to drive the point home. Hera's features turned stony. Hades did not dislike the goddess, but he also did not like her. For him, she was neutral territory. Her vengeful nature was often spurred by Zeus, his infidelity the crux of many of her outbursts. In most instances, Hades had a hard time blaming her for her outrage. After all, Zeus and Hera's marriage was built on deceit, but her cruelness was misplaced, always directed toward those who were often victims of Zeus themselves. Hera lifted her chin, glaring. "You are well aware of Zeus's exploits," she said, "the havoc he wreaks upon the human race." She was not wrong, and though no god was particularly innocent, Zeus was probably the hardest on humanity. "I'm well aware of yours as well," Hades replied. Hera's mouth hardened, and her voice shook as she spoke. "I have reason,"
You know I do."
Call it what it is, Hera. Revenge.
Her fist clenched at her side. "As if you haven't sought revenge."
"I was not passing judgment," he said, and, after a moment, prompted, "Why have you come?" She stared at him, and Hades remembered that he did not like Hera's eyes. It was easy to forget, as she was often with Zeus, and when he was by her side, she presented herself as being uninterested and almost aloof. But being the center of her attention meant feeling the stab of her gaze.
"I have come to obtain your allegiance," she said. "I wish to overthrow Zeus."
He was not surprised by her statement. This was not the first time Hera had attempted to dethrone Zeus. In fact, she had tried it twice and had managed to enlist the help of other gods, Apollo, Poseidon, and even Athena. And of the three, only one had managed to escape Zeus's wrath once he was free. No. His answer was automatic, but he did not have to think long about this decision. Hades disliked Zeus's tyranny just as much as the next god, but he knew Hera's intentions, and he'd rather his erratic brother have the throne than her.
"You would decline, knowing his crimes?"
"Hera!"
"Don't!" she snapped. "Defend him!"
He had not intended to defend Zeus, but the reality was, Zeus was only king because they had drawn lots. He had no greater power than either Hades or Poseidon. "You've tried this before, and failed. What makes you think this time will be any different?" Hades asked because he was truly curious. Had Hera come into possession of some kind of weapon or alliance she believed would change the course of fate? Instead of answering, she said,
"So you are afraid?"
Hades gritted his teeth. Zeus was the last person in the cosmos Hades feared. He was merely cautious. There was a difference. "You want my help?" Hades asked. "Then answer the question." A bitter smile spread across her face.
"You seem to think you have a choice, and yet I hold your future in my hands."
Hades narrowed his eyes. He did not need to ask what she meant. Hera also had the ability to bless and curse marriages. If she wanted to, she could ensure that he never married Persephone.
"Perhaps I will find reason to side with Demeter. I am the goddess of women, you know."
While many had known that Demeter had a daughter, she had kept her identity a secret, which meant that few gods knew of Persephone's divinity. The most recent exception was Zeus, and by default Hera, when Demeter had gone to him to demand the return of her daughter. Zeus, however, was not interested in opposing the fates and had refused. "If you wish to embody that role, then you'd do well to listen to Persephone herself and not her conniving mother. Do not fuck with me, Hera. It will not end well." She offered a bark of laughter, her chin dipping so that she glared back at him.
"Is that your answer?"
"I will not help you overthrow Zeus," Hades repeated. He would not do anything on anyone else's terms. Overthrowing Zeus was far more complicated than gaining alliances. The god of thunder was always looking for hints of rebellion, consulting prophecies and moving pieces to prevent the conception of someone far more powerful than himself. It was perhaps the plight of being a conqueror, a fear of the cycle repeating, as it had with the Titans and the Primordials. Zeus feared ending up like their father, Kronos, and their grandfather, Uranus. Hades had no doubt that eventually the tides would turn, and the fates would weave new rulers, a fact that would make the Olympians a target. He'd already suspected Theseus, his demigod nephew, of making such plans, though he did not know the extent. Theseus led Triad, an organization that rejected the influence and interference of the gods. Ironic, considering Hades was certain Theseus hoped to obtain full divinity, or at least equivalent power.
"Then this will not end well for either of us," Hera replied.
They stared at each other, a quiet tension building.
"If you will not help me overthrow Zeus, then you shall have to earn your right to marry Persephone."
Hades' fingers curled into his palms. "This is not about Persephone," he said, the words slipping between his teeth.
"This is the game, Hades, and all gods play it. I asked for your aid, and you declined, so I shall seek retribution all the same."
She spoke as if this were mere business, but Hades knew Hera, and her threats were not idle. The goddess would do just about anything to ensure she got her way, which meant she was not above hurting Persephone. "If you touch her—"
"I will not approach her if you do as I say," she said, and then tapped her chin, eyeing Hades from head to toe. "Now, how best to earn the right to marry your beloved Persephone?"
Her musing made Hades cringe. Clearly her intention was to wound. She knew Hades wished to marry Persephone just as much as she knew he felt unworthy of such a gift. This was as much a punishment as it was entertainment for the goddess.
"Ah, I have it," she said at last. "I shall assign you to 12 labors. Your completion of each one will show me just how devoted you are to Persephone."
"Pity Zeus never had to do this for you," Hades replied tightly. It was the wrong thing to say, and hateful, he had to admit. Hades despised how Hera had come to be wed to his brother. It had been through deception and shame, and Hades' words had only brought those memories to the surface, causing Hera to go pale with rage.
"Kill Briareus," she sneered. "That is your first task."
Hades could barely breathe hearing her words. Briareus was one of 3 hecatoncheires, unique in his appearance, as he had 100 arms and 50 heads. The last time Hera had tried to overthrow Zeus, it was Briareus who freed him, earning Hera's wrath. So while it was no surprise that she would seek her revenge, to execute him through Hades' hands was another thing entirely. Hades liked Briareus and his brothers. They had been allies during the Titanomachy, and ultimately were the reason the Olympian gods had been able to overthrow the Titans. They deserved the gods' reverence, not their blades. "I cannot take a life the fates have not cut," Hades countered.
"Then bargain,"
she replied, as if it were that simple. "You do not know what you ask," Hades said. A soul for a soul was the exchange the fates would make, a give or take, depending on the havoc they wished to create. The fates did not like the gods meddling in their threads. This would have dire consequences. Hades could feel it moving beneath his skin as the phantom threads of the lives he'd bargained away tightened.
"You have 1 week,"
Hera replied, heedless of his words. Hades shook his head, and while he knew she did not care, he said it anyway. "You will come to regret this."
"If I do, then you will too."
He had no doubt. When she vanished, Hades stood in the quiet of Nevernight, recalling their exchange. The goddess of marriage had been right. This was a game that all gods played, but she'd used the wrong pawns. Hades would get his way eventually, and the goddess would come to rue the day she decided to test him. He took another swig of whiskey before hurling the bottle across the room, where it shattered in an explosion of glass. Fucking fates. Chapter 2. An Element of Dread. Kill Briareus. The 2 words felt thick and heavy in his chest, a binding that made it hard to breathe or think as he made his way to the Underworld. He had imagined his return very differently. He had intended to occupy himself with erotic thoughts of how he would conclude this weekend with Persephone, and see them through to the early morning, when they would both face the harsh reality of their choice to go public with their relationship, a decision Hades was not certain either of them were prepared for. Given Cal's earlier attempt at some kind of blackmail, the sharks were already circling. Now he was distracted by Hera's singular order, and devising plans to avoid her labors. Hera was not the only god with the power to bless marriages. though her power to curse marriages was far more dreaded. Ultimately, though, the decision was up to Zeus, and Hades did not think his brother would be so approving if Hades was responsible for Briareus's death. Gods, he hated his family. Hades appeared in his office, intending to go in search of Persephone, but found he was not alone. Thanatos was already waiting. The god of death often kept Hades informed on the daily activities of the souls, especially when things went awry, and it was that thought that gave Hades pause. "Is something wrong, Thanatos?" Hades asked, as the god swept into a deep bow, his long white hair veiling his face. "No, my lord," Thanatos replied as he straightened, his feathered wings rustling. He looked like a slender shadow, his head crowned with a pair of black Gyal horns. "I merely wish to make you aware of an occurrence." "An occurrence?" "At the Styx," he said. "Lady Persephone greeted the souls." There was nothing inherently wrong with Persephone greeting the souls, though the way Thanatos was presenting the information made Hades' heart race. "Get to the point, Thanatos," Hades snapped. "Is she okay?" The god of death blinked. "Why, yes, of course," he said quickly. "I did not mean to imply otherwise. I thought you would want to know and, perhaps, caution her. You know new souls can be very unpredictable." Hades' relief was instantaneous, though his irritation with Thanatos spiked. "Are you tattling, Thanatos?" he asked, raising a brow. The god's eyes widened. No, that was not my intention. I only thought you should know." The corner of Hades' mouth lifted. "I will speak with Persephone," he said, "though the next time you intend to inform me of her exploits, I suggest you begin with how it ended." Thanatos's pale face turned red. "Yes, my lord." Without another word, Hades left his office to find Persephone. It was not difficult to locate her. He could sense her within his realm, her presence a steady pulse that beat in tandem with his heart. He followed it, drawn to it, and found her in the library, coiled upon one of the overstuffed chairs near the fireplace. Even if he had not been able to sense her, he would have guessed she took solace here. His library was one of her favorite places in the palace, and he found it comforting that even after their time apart, though he hated to be reminded, she found it so easy to return to her previous routine. From his place at the door, he could see the very top of her golden head, and as he approached, he found her reading. A chaotic mix of emotions erupted inside, a warm relief and a cold dread. She was here now. She was present now. But the last month had taught him that it could end in an instant, and Hera's labors did not ease his turmoil, though he managed to suppress the feelings as he entered the library. "I thought I would find you here," he said, and reached for her, seeking her mouth. He curled his fingers beneath her chin, tilted her head, and pressed his lips to hers. She arched to reach him, her hand clamping behind his neck as they fused together. Hades liked this. It grounded him, reminded him that she was real, that they were real. He pulled away and brushed her jaw with his thumb, studying her face, lingering longest on her lips, which he wanted to taste once more. Her eyes were brighter today, like the vibrant green of her meadow, and he liked to think it had something to do with him. "How was your day, darling?" he murmured. "Good," she answered, and her breathlessness made him smile. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. You appear quite entranced by your book." He glanced at it before straightening. No. I mean, it's just something Hecate assigned." "May I?" he asked. She handed it over, and he noted the title, Witchcraft and Mayhem. He refrained from rolling his eyes at Hecate's choice of assigned reading, though it was no surprise the goddess of magic would choose to teach his lover the art of chaos.
It was a type of magic that could be both harmless and destructive, and Hades had no doubt that Hecate had intended to teach Persephone the whole spectrum. He would have to speak with her later. "When do you begin training with Hecate?" he asked. "This week," she said. "She gave me homework." He acknowledged and leafed through a few more pages before closing the book. "I heard you greeted new souls today." He spoke casually, and yet, as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, she had straightened, ready to defend her choice. "I was walking with Yuri when I saw them waiting on the bank of the Styx." "You took a soul outside Asphodel?" That was far more concerning to him than the fact that she had greeted souls. "It's Yuri, Hades. Besides, I do not know why you keep them isolated." "So they do not cause trouble." He admired Persephone for her trust, and of all the souls, Yuri was probably the least likely to break protocol. But offering them free reign of the underworld would only prove difficult. Even Persephone could not manage to stay out of trouble. The last time she had wandered into the wild of his realm, she'd found herself face to face with Tantalus. She must have forgotten that encounter, because she laughed, her eyes bright with amusement, an amusement that died with his stare. His eyes fell to her lips, which were now parted, as she studied him, and his thoughts took a drastic turn. He drew in a breath and tried to swallow, but his throat was dry. Suddenly, all he wanted to do was close the distance between them. Perhaps he could still have the evening he'd imagined with Persephone before Hera had ruined it all. But then Persephone dropped her gaze. "The souls in Asphodel never cause trouble," she said. "You think I am wrong?" He wasn't at all surprised. "I think you do not give yourself credit for having changed, and therefore do not give the souls enough credit for recognizing it." Her words surprised him and stirred something warm within him. "Why did you greet the souls?" he asked, curious about what had motivated her to approach. "Because they were afraid, and I didn't like it." He wanted to laugh, but he managed to suppress it. "Some of them should be afraid, Persephone." "Those who should will be, no matter the greeting they have from me. The underworld is beautiful, and you care about your people's existence, Hades. Why should the good fear such a place? Why should they fear you?" Once more, he would have laughed at her assessment if she weren't so serious. If anyone had been listening, they would never suspect she was talking about him, the god of the underworld. And though there was perhaps a grain of truth to what she said, it was only that, and he feared the day she discovered otherwise. "As it were, they still fear me. You were the only one who greeted them." "You could greet them with me." She spoke as if she feared he might reject her suggestion as quickly as she had made it. "As much as you find disfavor with the title of queen, you are quick to act as one," he observed. The smile her words initially brought to his face vanished as he noted how she hesitated, asking, "Does that displease you?" "Why would it displease me?" "Because I am not queen." Hades did not like those words. It was as if she were distancing herself from the idea, and as she stood and took the book from his hands, he spoke. "You will be my queen. The fates have declared it." He noted how she straightened, her chin jutting in defiance. She had not liked what he said, and instead of confronting him, she turned and headed into the stacks, book in hand. Hades followed, appearing before her as she made her way down one of the aisles. "Does that displease you?" he asked. "No," she said, brushing past him, and while he followed, she continued to speak. "Although I would rather you want me as queen because you love me, not because the fates have decreed it," she said, as she returned the book to its place. He waited until she faced him to speak, frowning. "You doubt my love?" Her eyes widened, and her lips parted. "No, but I suppose we cannot avoid what others may perceive about our relationship." Hades raised a brow and drew a step closer. "And what will others say exactly?"
Again she averted her eyes and shrugged as she answered,
"That we are only together because of the fates. That you have only chosen me because I am a goddess."
Now his brows slammed down over his eyes. Those sounded oddly like things her mother would say. "Have I given you reason to think such things?" He hadn't. He already knew the answer. "Who has given you doubts?"
"I have only just started to consider—"
"My motives?"
"No."
He narrowed his eyes. "It seems that way." She took a step away, though she had little room to put distance between them as her back hit the bookcase, which did nothing to dispel the tension between them.
"I am sorry I said anything,"
she snapped, her arms crossing over her chest, as if to put a barrier between them. "It is too late for that."
"Will you punish me for speaking my mind?"
Her eyes flashed, full of defiance, but those words interested him. "Punish?" he asked, closing the space between them. He guided her hands away from her chest, his cock growing thick and heavy as he rested against her hips. "I am interested to hear how you think I might punish you." She inhaled, her chest rising, and Hades could see the want in her eyes, yet she fought it, unwilling to give in to temptation.
"I am interested in having my questions answered."
He'd forgotten everything that had come before her suggestion of punishment. "Remind me again of your question." She looked at him shyly and took a moment to speak. All the while, he grew harder, still pressed between her thighs.
"If there were no fates, would you still want me?"
An unsettling shock rippled through him as he considered her words. "If there were no fates, would you still want me?" He took a moment to comprehend them, to let them cycle through his mind. But there was a part of him that could not quite grasp why she felt inclined to ask such a question. In the end, did it matter? The fates were, and so they were. That was all. Those were not the words she wanted to hear, though. And in truth, they were not enough, because Hades knew that what was between them had gone beyond fate. And even if their future were to unravel, he would fight for it, desperately. She began to lower her eyes and shift from between him and the shelf, seeking an exit, but he clasped her jaw, forcing her to look at him once more. When he had captured her attention, his fingers brushed along her cheek as he spoke, low and rough. "Do you know how I knew the fates made you for me?" She shook her head, and he leaned in, allowing his parted mouth to touch her skin. "I could taste it on your skin," he said, and his lips followed the trail of his fingers, along her jaw, over her cheek. "And the only thing I regret is that I have lived so long without you." His teeth grazed along the shell of her ear and down her neck, a light caress that had her breath seizing. Then he pulled away. She wavered a moment, and a look of confusion crossed her face before her brows slammed down over her eyes.
"What was that?"
she demanded. He smirked, chuckling at her anger, and answered, "Foreplay." And then he swept her over his shoulder and left the library.
"What are you doing?"
she demanded, her hands pressed into his back as she tried to hold herself up. "Proving that I want you," he said, since his obviously erect cock wasn't enough.
"Put me down, Hades!"
He grinned at her breathlessness, and his hand slipped up the back of her thigh and into her heated flesh. Her moan ignited him, and he suddenly did not care to find a private place for what he intended to do to her. He shifted, bracing her against the wall, just as her hands tangled into his hair and their mouths collided. He clasped her jaw, plying her mouth with his tongue, while his other hand gripped her ass, grinding his hard and throbbing length into the soft cradle of her hips. This was a need, he thought, a tonic that cured his frenzied mind. "I will punish you until you scream," he promised, feeling the truth of the words swell within his chest. "Until you come so hard around my cock, you are left in no doubt of my affection." He didn't think it was possible to grow any harder,
But then her magic surfaced, smelling warm and sweet. He could feel it on the tips of her fingers like lightning, calling to his, to the shadows and threads that moved beneath his skin. And it only added to his excitement, to the heady anticipation of feeling her around him, hot and pulsing and coming. He drew back to meet her gaze, to gauge her readiness, and then she spoke. "Make good on your promises, Lord Hades." His lower stomach tightened, the head of his cock throbbed, and he was suddenly so fucking desperate for her flesh, he could wait no longer. He worked his hand between them, intent on freeing himself and taking her against the wall, until it collapsed, and he stumbled forward with Persephone in his arms, catching himself before they tumbled to the floor. As he straightened, he lowered her to the ground, but kept her pressed to him because they had an audience. A large one, in fact, made up of mostly his palace staff, in addition to Thanatos, Hecate, and Charon. Thanatos looked in their direction and away, a slight tint to his pale cheeks. Charon's dark eyes widened before he too averted his gaze, breaking into a wide smile. Hecate was the only one who stared openly, a brow raised, a tilt to her lips. There was a part of him that acknowledged he should have been more mindful of where he chose to take Persephone. And yet, at the end of the day, the palace was his in its entirety. He could fuck where he wanted. Hades cleared his throat, and Persephone cast a glance behind her before pressing her forehead into his chest, and for a moment he imagined he could feel the heat of her embarrassment through his shirt. "Good evening," he said. "The Lady Persephone and I are famished, and we wish to be alone." Her hands rested on his sides beneath his jacket until he spoke, and she jabbed him in the ribs. He grunted, tightening his hold as his staff scrambled to clean up. They filed out of the hall, carrying platters of food, addressing them as they went, and with each, "Good evening, my lord, my lady," Persephone burrowed farther into his chest. Hecate was the last to leave, and as she passed, she popped a grape into her mouth before closing the door behind her. "Now," he said, guiding her back until she came into contact with the table. "Where were we?" "You cannot be serious." "As the dead," he answered. "The dining room?" He did not understand her hesitancy now, not when they had done this before, but perhaps she had envisioned something far different when he had promised punishment. "I'm quite hungry, aren't you?" He lifted her onto the table and took her mouth, tongue sliding out to caress her lips and then dipping to collide with her own. His hands slipped up her waist to her breasts. He wanted to touch her smooth skin, but settled for teasing her nipples before taking each into his mouth through her dress. Her legs tightened around him, heels digging into his ass, urging his hips forward. He indulged for a moment, surging forward to kiss her as he guided her to her back. Once she was settled, he straightened and took her in. A literal goddess, a queen in her own right, spread before him, golden hair spilling off the edges of the table. Her chest rose and fell, her eyes gleaming with a hunger he could feel in the pit of his stomach. She was a dream, one he never wished to wake from. He drew each of her legs up, so her heels rested on the table, and kissed the inside of each of her knees. The skirt of her dress was pooled at her hips, and he pressed her legs apart, exposing her hot flesh as his mouth closed over her clit. She arched, her legs coming up to cradle his body, and while he liked the feel of her thighs against his face, the position did little for her pleasure and his access, so he pushed them down once more and continued to caress her with his tongue. She tasted warm and wet, and he was consumed by her as she writhed and moaned and whispered encouragement. Then she stretched her leg, her foot rubbing his engorged flesh, and as much as he would have liked to free his sex and slide inside her, what he wanted most was to make her come, and she was close. Her body was a bowstring pulled taut, and Hades was desperate to feast,
but his chase was hindered by a knock at the door. Persephone tensed, and a wave of frustration roared through him. "Ignore it," he snapped, glancing up at her from where he still knelt, unceasing as he continued his work. His face grew hot, ears ringing, as he pushed Persephone toward the edge, preparing to wring every bit of pleasure from her body, and in the aftermath he would pour his own into her. It was just as much a cycle of life and death, a give and take, one he would never bargain away. The knocking sounded again. "Lord Hades, go away!" Another word from the other side of the door, and he would send whoever it was to Tartarus. "It's important, Hades." Fuck. He recognized the voice now. Ilias. He straightened completely, and Persephone followed. "A moment, my darling." He tried to keep his frustration at bay, but it was difficult, given the nature of this interruption, made worse by Persephone's roving eyes, which lifted from his hard cock to meet his gaze. "You won't hurt him, will you?" Her voice was low and silky, urging him to return. "Not too terribly," he said, though he was already weighing options. He stepped away, gaze lingering on her flushed skin, the evidence of how hard he'd chased her orgasm, and slipped outside to find Ilias waiting. "This," Hades hissed, "better be important, or I will send you to Tartarus. A year for every word you speak. Choose carefully." Ilias did not seem fazed by Hades' threat, as he replied, "It's urgent." Hades stared at the satyr for a moment, recognizing that he never summoned Hades unless absolutely necessary, which meant whatever had occurred was not good. He wondered if it had anything to do with Cal or Hera, and he stiffened at the thought. "I will be along soon," he said. Ilias nodded. "I'll be in security." That made Hades curious and slightly concerned, but he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind as he returned to the dining room before he could watch the satyr leave. Persephone had moved from her perch on the dining table and now stood, staring up at the ceiling. Hades wondered what she found so appealing, but he did not ask, remaining silent as she turned to face him. "Is everything okay?" she asked, keeping her arms crossed tight over her breasts, as if she wished to put up some kind of wall between them. A wall he refused to allow, so he drew closer, and her hands went to his waist. "Yes," he said, "and no. Ilias has made me aware of a problem better dealt with sooner than later." "When will you be back?" "An hour, maybe 2," he guessed, depending on what Ilias wanted, but he did not wish to worry Persephone. Disappointment darkened her eyes, and he placed a finger beneath her chin to hold her gaze. "Trust, my darling, leaving you is the hardest decision I make each day." "Then don't," she said, and her arms wound around his waist, sealing their bodies together. "I'll go with you." Her suggestion made him stiffen. Though he did not know what Ilias had to show him, he could not imagine anything good coming from Persephone's presence in his work, at least above ground. "That is not wise." "Why not?" "Persephone." "It's a simple question." "It isn't," he snapped, and regretted the loss of his temper as her eyes widened and her mouth hardened. He sighed. All he wanted to do was get this over with so he could return to her. Could she not see that? "Fine," she said, and took a step away. Her distance felt like more than the loss of physical touch. "I'll be here when you return." Was she only saying that to appease him? "I will make it up to you," he promised. She arched a brow and, like a queen, commanded, "Swear it." She offered the slightest smile, his still heavy cock spurring his mischief. "Oh, darling, you don't need to extract an oath. Nothing will keep me from fucking you." Though it felt like sacrilege to leave her without having made her come. Chapter 3. Return of the Nymph. Hades met Ilias on the top floor of Nevernight, which was dedicated to security. It was a large room, but the walls and ceiling sloped inward to a shadowed point, just like the exterior of the building. The room was awash in the pallid light of computer screens, illuminating the stern faces of Hades' security team, though this was only a fraction. The others roamed the floors below and the dark alleys of the exterior, eyes peeled for anything untoward. Ilias was positioned before a set of screens on the far wall, one for every holding room. Of the 6, 4 were occupied. They were reserved for anyone who broke Nevernight rules, which occurred nightly and ranged from taking photos to card counting and, on rare occasions, spying. It was the latter Hades expected to hear about from Ilias, considering his most recent visitors. But as he scanned the screens above the satyr's head, he caught sight of a familiar face, one that shocked his system. Is that Luce? Though he asked the question, he knew the answer. There was no denying the ocean nymph's white hair and pale skin. It had been a long time since he had loved her, since she had betrayed him, since he had turned her into a poplar tree and forgotten her. And yet here she was, returned from her prison. How? He certainly had not freed her. It is, Ilias said. She made a scene when she arrived. Hades wondered how many people glimpsed her outburst before it was contained. As if Ilias knew what he was thinking, he added, We have begun damage control. Has she been questioned at all? Ilias shook his head. I figured you would want the opportunity. He would, though she had already had plenty of time to herself. Time to think up lies and believe them enough to avoid detection. It was a tactic she knew well and would not have forgotten, given she had spent her years as a tree unconscious. She would have woken up today believing he had only just confronted her about her infidelity. What a shock to learn that over 2 millennia had passed. He wondered now if he had done her a cruelty or a kindness. He watched her on the screen once more. She had pushed her chair against the wall, away from the table. Her knees were drawn to her chest, and her thin arms were wrapped around them. She looked small, innocent, though that was not how Hades remembered her. What will you do with her? Ilias asked. Hades knew the satyr wasn't asking out of concern. He was asking because he wanted to know what he would be tasked with next, which was likely handling the nymph. Hades looked at Ilias. He had not thought beyond this moment, save that he did not see any reason for Persephone to ever find out about Luce. He could just imagine how she might react to not only discovering that his lover from the ancient world had returned, but how he had handled her treachery, and it wasn't good. Luce was a complication. I do not know, Hades said. Just be on standby. Ilias nodded, and Hades left. He could teleport into the room, and he often did when he confronted those who had committed wrongs against him. But he wanted time to think, to prepare to face the lover he had forgotten. So he moved from floor to floor, invisible to the crowd, growing more and more frustrated. Of course Luce would return only a day after he had managed to reunite with Persephone, he thought bitterly, and then halted. That thought gave him pause. Perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. Perhaps it had been more purposeful. Perhaps it had been Demeter. Suddenly, he was more than eager to confront her, and he did not hesitate. A cloud of thick, heated air hit him as he opened the door. Luce pinned him with a chill gaze, her blue eyes narrowed in contempt. You! It was all she said, but she spoke with venom in her voice and then launched herself at him. She was lithe and willowy, and she moved as if she had wings, cresting the table between them like it wasn't there at all. While her anger was justified, he was not interested in allowing her near, so he flung out his hand, and his magic became shadows that restrained her mid-air. You have every right to be angry, he said. But if you have come here to ask for my aid, as I suspect you have, then you will do well to keep your hands to yourself." She spit in his face, and he released her quickly. She collapsed to the ground, a pile of bony white limbs. She glared up at him.
"Haven't you hurt me enough?"
He hadn't heard her voice in so long, he had forgotten the sound. Despite her anger, she spoke softly, and yet each word was deliberate. Another stone stacked, a greater guilt to bear. He wanted to flinch at her words, but kept his cold composure. He did not want Luce to think she was welcome to return to his side. In fact, he'd prefer she kept her distance. Then he noticed the tears.
"What is this place?"
she whispered, once again resuming the position she had taken in the chair and drawing her knees to her chest. Hades was confused and taken aback, both by her tears and her question, but he recognized suddenly that he had given no consideration to how much of a shock all this had been. He had merely assumed ill intent, and he still did, but that did not take away the trauma of returning to a world that looked nothing like the one you remembered. He crouched low before her. "What do you wish to know?" he asked. She froze a little, probably caught off guard by the change in his demeanor. After a moment, she spoke.
"How long has it been?"
Dread crept up the back of his throat. He did not want to answer. Somehow, he felt that if he said it aloud, it would make him crueler. "Over 2,000 years. She blinked, and for a moment there was nothing behind her eyes.
2,000,
she repeated, as if saying it would help her comprehend just how much might have changed over all those years. Then her eyes focused on him, and he thought that she was recalling what he had looked like the moment he had turned her into a tree. Perhaps he'd been wrong to think he could question her. She was clearly in shock.
"Why?"
Hades was not prepared for the way her voice broke. Guilt twisted his stomach, and because he had no explanation, he remained quiet.
"Why?"
she said again, more demanding. He gritted his teeth. Her watery eyes, rimmed with red, made her anger all the more apparent. "At first, because of your infidelity." She shook her head a little, as if she didn't understand.
"It took you 2,000 years to get over my treachery?"
Hades' jaw tightened. He wanted to deny her statement, did not want her to think he had pined after her all these years, but he also did not want to admit the truth. He had forgotten.
"And Apollo? What was his punishment?"
Once again, Hades did not reply, because the truth was shameful. He had not punished Apollo as he had Luce. Indeed, he had done nothing to the god of music, and at the time that had seemed more than fitting, given that Apollo had seduced Luce in retaliation for Hades' refusal to allow him to reunite with his lover Hyacinth. So he'd left the god alone with his misery. She scoffed and looked away, more tears sliding down her cheeks.
"You're all the same,"
she whispered. Hades frowned, brows knitting together. He wanted to say something about how he had changed, like the new world she found herself in. But what good did that serve? She was a victim of his wrath, and no matter how he had moved forward, nothing changed that. He rose to his feet. He had been wrong to think he could question her now, but that only meant he would have to keep a close eye on her longer. "You have much to learn if you are going to return to this world," Hades said.
"That's all you have to say?"
He stared back at her, uncertain of what she wanted from him, and feeling like there really were no words great enough for this moment. When he said nothing more, she spoke, her words bitter.
"I see you haven't changed."
"If that were true, I'd have told you I owe you nothing beyond the life I have granted you, and turned you away." He recognized the irony of his words. As much as he had granted her life, he'd also taken the majority of it away.
"I don't need your charity."
"Don't you?" he asked. "Or is the one who returned you to your physical form offering a hand?"
Her brow creased at his comment.
Was it not you?
He was concerned by the genuine confusion in her expression and asked, "Exactly how did you come to be here tonight?"
I woke up, she said. I screamed your name until someone brought me here.
He stared at her for a long moment. He did not sense a lie, and though she may have omitted parts of the truth, he supposed it wasn't impossible that she had not seen the person who had restored her to her natural form. Still, Hades did not trust her. Ilias would have to keep an eye on her activity once she was settled. He turned to the door. "I will have my people help you make the transition into this world," he said. "But beyond that, never contact me again." With that, he left. Someone was fucking with him, and he did not like it. First Cal, then Hera, now Luce. He had wanted his confrontation with her to be short, concise, and final, but he knew he'd have to talk to her again. He needed more information on her sudden transformation. He had a hard time believing she didn't know who was responsible, and her connection to him was too great for someone not to use it against him. Hades instructed Ilias to find Luce a place to stay and assign surveillance before returning to the Underworld. And while he'd have liked to return to Persephone, he had one other unpleasant task ahead: visiting the Fates. Dread pooled low in his stomach, a weight as heavy as the guilt he carried for Luce. Hades never enjoyed visiting the Fates, but he liked it less when it was personal. They were deities who understood their power and used it to mock, tease, tantalize, and provoke, and he knew that he would not escape their ridicule tonight, which would make the horror of his labor worse. He manifested outside the Fates' mirrored palace, the size of which was impossible to detect, given that the structure was almost consumed by evergreens and ivy. When Hades had created their isolated realm, the sisters had insisted on many things. Among them, the palace was to be made of mirror and glass.
To reflect the truth,
Clotho had said.
To show what it is,
Lachesis explained.
To illustrate reality,
Atropos added. Hades had no doubt the Fates used the mirrors for more than just truth. They represented possibility, and while possibility could be grand, it could also be devastating. The Fates were supposed to be neutral deities, but truthfully, they had a tendency to favor tragedy.
The king of the Underworld is troubled.
Lachesis's voice was the first to reach him, and yet the fate had not yet materialized.
The rich one is in despair,
Atropos said.
The receiver of many is bothered.
Clotho materialized as she spoke. All the Fates looked the same, even in age, though Clotho was the youngest. They had long, dark hair and wore white. They did not have horns, but wore crowns that resembled a nest of gold twigs.
What is it, king?
Atropos inquired, appearing next.
Tell us why you have come, your majesty,
said Lachesis, incarnating last. They stood in an arc before Hades, and he gritted his teeth. They knew why he had come. He needed to know if they had woven Briareus's fate, and if he could fight it. I need the thread of Briareus, Hades said.
Demanding, aren't we?
Atropos said.
Gruff,
Clotho replied.
Brutish,
Lachesis agreed.
Ask nicely,
they said in unison. His jaw hurt as he glared back at the three so hard his eyes burned. Please, he gritted out. The three broke into wicked smiles.
Well, since you asked so politely,
Lachesis sniffed.
Pleasantly,
Clotho added.
Kindly,
Atropos said.
What do you wish to know?
I must know Briareus's fate, Hades said, hating the way the Fate's eyes gleamed.
Briareus, you say?
Said Lachesis.
One of the Hecatoncheires,
observed Clotho.
The storm giants,
Atropos affirmed.
Why?
They asked in unison. As if you do not already know, he gritted out. They were all quiet, and Hades recognized his own behavior in them. They would not continue until he gave them the answer they wanted. What will it cost me when I kill Briareus? He hated asking the question before he'd even tried seeking a loophole, but he knew how this worked. He had seen the cycle repeated over centuries. There would likely be no other way to appease Hera, and the one thing he was not willing to sacrifice was Persephone and their future together.
You wish to end a life I have spun?
Clotho said.
A life I have measured?
Lachesis continued.
A life I haven't cut?
Atropos asked, affronted. As they spoke, a gold thread shimmered in the dark, twisting and looping around each of the fates. He watched it, a thin line of energy that made up the fabric of the world. I do not wish to, Hades said, but the alternative was a price he would not pay, so he had to know this one. As you are aware, this is Hera's vendetta.
And you she has chosen for the deed,
said Clotho. The thread morphed into a silhouette of Hera, Persephone, and himself. The goddess of marriage stood between them and used her spear to sever the thread that connected them. That was not the end of Hera's rage, however. The threads continued to depict her pursuit of Persephone until she descended into madness. Hades closed his eyes at the scene, and when he focused on the fates again, the threads were gone. Atropos spoke.
And the consequences of refusing her are so great, you are willing to face our wrath.
It was not a question, and Hades did not speak.
A life like Briareus will cost you dearly, king, said Lachesis. The consequences are the same, a soul for a soul,
said Clotho. He did not bother asking which soul would replace the one he was about to take, though he knew a life like Briareus would come at a great cost. He was an immortal being, a monster, and whatever took his place would have to be powerful. Where does this path leave Persephone? Hades asked, focusing on what was important. If one path led toward madness, he did not trust that the other would not lead to hardship.
Oh, dear king,
said Clotho.
There is no path,
said Atropos.
That will leave her unbroken,
said Lachesis. There is no path that will leave her unbroken. Those words crowded his thoughts, pressing hard against his skull as he watched Persephone sleep from his position near the fireplace. She lay on her side, draped in black silk, her hands curled under her head, her breathing even and undisturbed. She was safe. If he were true to his nature, he would never let her leave his realm. It was the life above that would damage her. Or would it be him? He frowned at the thought, and then downed what remained of the whiskey in his glass before shedding his clothes and climbing into bed. He hovered at the end and pulled the sheets from her body. As the silk slid over her skin, exposing her nakedness, she opened her eyes and turned her sleepy gaze to him.
You're back,
she said groggily. She rested on her elbows, and her breasts filled his vision. They swelled as she breathed, her nipples peaked and rosy, contrasting beautifully with her creamy skin. Hades leaned forward and took each into his hand, lavishing her with kisses. As his tongue teased, she let out a moan, fingers tangling into his hair and tightening as she pulled, urging his lips to hers, and he obliged, crashing down on her mouth. He let his body mold to hers for only a moment before his knee parted her thighs to tease her, feeling the wetness of her arousal. Another wave of sheer pleasure rocketed through him, straight to his already hard cock, and as much as he wanted to be inside her, he wanted to prolong this more. He left her lips, trailing kisses down her body until he reached the apex of her thighs, and as he went down on her, he held her gaze. She had returned to her original position, leaning back on her elbows, watching with lust-clouded eyes. She inhaled deep, and Hades focused on the sound of her quickening breaths as he continued. He loved the taste of her, the feel of her heated flesh against his tongue. All the while his cock throbbed, and the anticipation of plunging into her warmth made his balls tight. "Fuck," Persephone breathed, and Hades glanced up to see her head had fallen back, her fingers crushing the sheet beneath her. Then she began to move against his mouth, chasing the friction that would make her come. That was when Hades pulled back. Persephone watched him, and then her eyes fell to his length, heavy with arousal. "Let me pleasure you," she said. He did not argue as she moved to her knees before him and took him into her mouth. He intended to release his breath in a slow stream, but it came out as a gruff exhale. In their time together, she had gained a rhythm, and she used it now, her hand cupping his balls, her mouth working the crown of his cock. "Yes," he hissed, as her mouth moved down his shaft while she continued to stroke him. The pressure made his ears ring, and all he could focus on was her touch, her smell, her presence. She filled all his senses, and as her mouth popped off his cock, he guided her onto her back. Her legs fell open, and he jerked her close, stroking himself, before guiding his cock to her entrance. She slid on with a practiced ease, and they moved together. Hades kept himself upright, one hand on Persephone's shoulder as they slammed together. Her breaths turned to cries as he moved, alternating between long, slow strokes and rapid thrusts. He wanted to kiss her, but he also wanted to watch her expression continue to morph as he fucked her into oblivion. "It feels so good," she whispered. Her head hung back, her throat exposed. Hades bent and kissed her there. "I thought about this all day," he said, "how I would make you come." At his words, she met his gaze, and he pulled back, bringing Persephone with him, lifting her into his lap. Her legs framed his body, giving her the leverage she needed to move with him. He liked this position. He could feel her breasts and her swollen clit rubbing against him, and when she grew too tired to move, he rolled with her, moving to their sides. He pulled her thigh up and behind his knee, continuing to thrust. The pressure at the base of his cock was building, moving upward, and he wanted to go faster, but also make all this last forever. Persephone's cries became keen, and he could feel her muscles contract around him. "Fuck," she breathed, her hand sliding down her stomach to her clit, rubbing vigorously. "Come," he commanded, and as her orgasm tore through her, he followed, body stiffening as his release spilled inside her. Hades drew his arm around Persephone's waist and pulled her close, their breathing evening as their bodies relaxed. "Was everything okay?" Persephone asked, her voice heavy with sleep. "Fine," he replied, even though it was a lie. Chapter 4. The False Oracle. "Are you sure you do not wish for me to take you to work?" Hades asked, standing outside Nevernight. He gripped Persephone's ass, his cock growing harder the longer he held her close, but he found that he did not want to let her go, even with Antony waiting to take her to work. "I am sure you have more important things to do than take me to work," she said. "Nothing is as important as you," he said. She arched a brow. "My life will never be the same now that all of New Greece knows about us," she said. "I'd like to keep parts of my routine, even if they seem impractical." He had anticipated this, and did not argue, though he glanced at Antony, who had instructions to see her safely to work and report on anything amiss. "Will you come to me tonight?" he asked. "I think I should stay at the apartment tonight," she said. "Lexa misses me." Disappointment made his body heavy, though he tried to mask it by pressing a kiss to her forehead. He knew this was what she wanted, a balance between the life she shared with him in the Underworld and the one she had here with her friends and roommate. "Of course," he said. "You aren't
Mad, are you?
Though she peered up at him, she almost seemed to shrink, as if she were either embarrassed by her question or expected him to express his anger. Instead, he frowned, brows lowering over his eyes. Why would I be mad?
I just didn't want to disappoint you.
Her words confused him, but he thought he could guess where this was coming from, and it had everything to do with her mother. He lifted her chin. Will I miss you? He asked. Yes, but I am not disappointed. Persephone stared at him for a moment, then lifted onto her toes and kissed him on the mouth. She took a step away before he could hold her any tighter or deepen the kiss. It was time for her to go. A new sense of dread filled him at the thought of what she would face today. Given their public reunion, it was likely she would endure not only questions from her curious coworkers, but an onslaught of other media. As Persephone slid into the back seat of his black Lexus, Hades' gaze shifted to Antony. The Cyclops nodded and then shut the door, rounding the car to enter the driver's side. Hades watched as the car slipped into traffic and disappeared down the street. He took a deep breath. It was an attempt to loosen the knots in his stomach, the strange dread that still consumed him at letting Persephone out of his sight. It was ridiculous. He knew she needed freedom, and he had no desire to be like her mother, to keep her sequestered and sheltered from the world at large. Those actions would only make her wilt, but he did want her to recognize that the world was a different place when people knew her name, and he feared that she would come to understand that too late. Hades returned to the Underworld, teleporting to his office. He approached the bar to pour a glass of whiskey, when he found his cabinet was empty. Strange, he thought, and surveyed the room, noticing that the door to the balcony was slightly ajar. He approached and stepped out, looking down to find an explosion of broken glass on the cobblestoned courtyard below. What the fuck? He said under his breath, and teleported to the ground. The glass crunched beneath his feet as he appeared, once again looking around in confusion. It appeared that every bottle of alcohol he owned had found its way over the edge of his balcony. In all the time he had existed, this had never happened. The air changed suddenly, filling with a smoky, earthy smell. Hades turned to see Hecate appear, cloaked in black velvet. The goddess of magic often wandered the world at night, wrapped up in various missions of her own making. Hades never questioned her whereabouts, trusting that whatever she was up to was warranted. Except that today, he suspected she had something to do with the mess at his feet. "Where have you been?" Hades asked, and the goddess turned toward him, removing her hood, revealing her dark, braided hair. "Meddling," Hecate replied sheepishly. Hades had no doubt and indicated the glass littering the ground. "What happened here?" Hecate let her gaze fall, though Hades suspected she didn't need to look. "Persephone and I had a little fun after you left last night," Hecate answered. A little fun? The goddess did not even blink, her dark eyes as passive as ever. "We needed to find another way to expend her energy since you couldn't." "It wasn't that I couldn't," Hades grated out. "So you wouldn't? Even worse." "Hecate," Hades warned. "Do not be upset with me when it is you who could not perform." Hades snapped his fingers, and pieces of the glass assembled into the shape of a bottle in his hand, full of amber liquid. He took a drink. "If you are going to continue to question my ability to give my partner pleasure, I would be more than happy to prove otherwise with a detailed account of how I spent my night." Hecate hummed, almost warmly, and answered, "I think I'll pass." "If you're finished critiquing my sex life, I'd like you to accompany me on a business trip." Despite the labor Hera had assigned, the pressing matter of Luce's return, and the unrelenting media Persephone would face today, which Hades mostly blamed Cal for, he still had to deal with Acacius, the false oracle who was carelessly offering prophecy without any consideration for the consequences. "Is that what you're calling your interrogations?" she asked.
"Do not act as if you disapprove," he said.
"Oh, I fully support persecution when it's deserved," she said.
"This is deserved," Hades said. "I have reason to believe this mortal has obtained a kind of relic that allows him to see the threads of the present and future."
"So what has he done to incur your wrath? Tell people when they will die?"
"No," Hades said mildly. "He's offering outcomes. Athletics, cards, racing." Hades had to admit it was unusual. In the past, when he had handled a mortal who'd come into possession of a relic with sight, they'd already traumatized themselves and others by offering insight into death rates, lovers, and potential for children. Everyone wanted to know the future until they didn't.
"What a waste," Hecate said, and Hades wondered if she was more upset that there was no particular drama to this case. Then she yawned. "But you know I do not go out in the daylight."
"Are you saying you would forego the chance to punish a false oracle who sacrifices cats for divine favor?"
Hecate cringed noticeably. "How criminal. I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Hades did not often shapeshift, and rarely had reason to, even when he was confronting those who broke the rules of his underworld. But this was a special case. He had used this tired mortal skin upon his initial visit to Acacius a few days prior to the race, begrudgingly approaching the greasy, dark-haired mechanic to evaluate his so-called skills. When he had entered the musty shop, Acacius stood behind a counter, a pen in hand, filling out forms. He had not even looked up as he'd asked in a bored monotone, "What can I do for you?" The man would likely not have been so dismissive if Hades had been in his usual form, but he reminded himself that he was there to bargain. He took a breath to release his frustration before resting a coin on the countertop. Hades pushed it closer, then let his hand fall to his side. Acacius looked at the coin for a few seconds, long enough for Hades to know he was interested. Obols were not used as currency in New Greece, and while Charon no longer demanded them for entrance to the underworld, they were a prized form of payment in the black market, one that granted access to Hades' club, Iniquity. "What do you want?" Acacius asked. "The winner of the Hellene Cup," Hades replied. Acacius took a moment to respond, and in that brief silence, Hades searched for any signs that he was using a relic. Often, a user had to touch the item to channel its power, but Acacius did not stop writing notes, nor did Hades sense a burst of energy that would signal the use of magic. "A second obol?" Acacius asked. Hades' hand curled into a fist, but he said nothing, and instead summoned another coin, placing it on the counter. He would take them back later. "Titan," Acacius said. "Titan is not favored," Hades replied. "You asked for the winner of the Hellene Cup. I gave it." Acacius dragged the coins toward himself, letting them scrape loudly against the counter. Hades ground his teeth. "Now leave." The dismissal had ignited Hades' magic then, just as it did now, making it vibrate against his skin. He could have dropped his glamour and revealed himself to the mortal, but he felt he'd have more leverage later. Threatening death and eternal torture did not always work on the underbelly of society. They tended not to fear him as much as those on the straight and narrow, which was why Hecate's presence was necessary. Every mortal feared her, even if they didn't know it quite yet. New Athens was made up of districts. Some were known to the world at large and their purpose evident. The fashion district and the pleasure district were two examples. Then there were those that were unknown, pockets of New Athens that might look pleasing enough in the daylight, but when night fell, they transformed into terrifying and violent landscapes. The worst of these was called Hybris, named after the daimon of the same name, who presided over violence, recklessness, and hubris. Its proximity to a major motorway, a railway, and a port meant that it was the perfect area to move a combination of illegal materials across New Greece. Despite this,
The district proved useful to Hades, and he had even made use of its inhabitants' abilities to gain various weapons, relics, even people. It was one reason he allowed it to continue, but not without oversight. Hades and Hecate appeared before a large metal building. A matching metal fence kept most of the building obscured from view, so it was impossible for outsiders to tell how large it was. But Hades knew it was extensive. Behind its facade as a machine shop was a business that received stolen goods, sold them, and moved them across New Athens, and it was all owned by Acacius. "Charming," Hecate said, but it was clear she was not impressed. She stood beside Hades, concealed in her black robes. He glanced at her. "You look like Thanatos." "Better Thanatos than a greasy mortal," she replied. "Why are you hiding anyway? You're not one for dramatics outside your relationship." Hades glowered. "I'd rather Acacius not realize he's dealing with me until the last possible moment." The two entered the open gate. There were 6 garage doors, each open and occupied by a variety of cars. A few of the men who milled about in the lot stared openly, probably because Hecate looked like Thanatos. Hades groaned inwardly. "Can I help you?" A man approached, wiping his hands on an oil-stained towel. He was dressed in a blue button-up with the name Yorgos embroidered on the left pocket. "Is Acacius here?" Hades asked. "Who's asking?" Annoyance made his spine stiffen, and for a moment he forgot he wore the skin of a mundane mortal. At the same time, Hades felt the energy shift between them. Hecate was casting a spell. The smell of her magic permeated the air, likely undetectable by the man opposite them. Hades could tell when the spell hit because the man's expression shifted to friendly confusion. "Sorry, let me take you to him." Hades glanced at the goddess, whose face he could not see beneath the hood she had pulled far over her head. "What would you do without me?" she asked. "Be far more inconspicuous," Hades replied. The garage felt humid and smelled like oil and gasoline, and while it was lit by rows of fluorescent lights, there were dark pockets throughout the warehouse-like shop. Hades imagined they concealed various illegal goods. Now and then, the sounds of an engine revving or a car squealing interrupted the chatter of the workers. Acacius was working under the hood of a red car. Hades recognized him even before Yorgos called out his name. "You have visitors!" Acacius kept his back to them, continuing to work beneath the hood of the car. He was taking his time to greet them. It was the behavior of a man who believed he had both time and power, and Hades supposed that, as of right now, that was still the case. Beside him, Hecate grew impatient, and when he felt her cast another spell, he gave her a warning look. He needed this to unfold as naturally as possible. When Acacius finally straightened and turned to face them, he had a cigarette in his mouth, which he removed only to blow smoke in their direction. He was a round man with a swath of dark, curly hair. His lips were thin, and when he spoke, he revealed a set of uneven, oddly spaced teeth. "I don't return payment," he said. Then his eyes shifted to Hecate. "So you and your friend can go back the way you came." His soul was almost as unpleasant as his exterior, the only bright spot being the dedication he had to his family. "I haven't come to seek repayment," Hades replied. "Your prediction was right." "So what? You want to strike another deal?" "Of sorts," Hades replied. Acacius stared, and was either smiling or scowling. Hades could not tell which. Acacius placed his cigarette in his mouth and spoke as he turned to close the hood of the car. "Let me guess, another horse race?" "Not quite." The man turned, narrowing his oily eyes at Hades. He stepped closer and took the cigarette from his mouth. This time, he blew the smoke directly in Hades' face. "Your gambling habit is low on my priority list, got it? So unless you have something far more valuable to trade, I suggest you leave." Hades had already sensed that they were surrounded. The mechanics in the shop had formed a circle around him and Hecate. "How adorable," she said, her covered head moving from left to right. "They're trying to threaten us." "Shut your friend up," Acacius said, poking his fingers in Hades' face. The best thing about this disguise, and why Hades had wanted to wear it, was that Acacius and his gang would underestimate him, which made the next few seconds more satisfying than ever. The gods snatched Acacius's fingers, and then bent them back. A clear and crisp snapping sound preceded Acacius's pained screams. Simultaneously, his men jumped into action. Hecate whirled, throwing off her hood, sending a wave of magic through the air that halted everyone in their stride. Hades stepped toward Acacius, who knelt on the ground, cradling his hand. As he approached, he smothered the mortal's smoldering cigarette with his boot and knelt face to face with him. With his stern expression gone, Acacius looked younger, a boy playing a man's game. Hades was about to show him just how unprepared he was to deal. "Now, about that bargain." Who are you?" At that question, Hades let his glamour fall away. Acacius's eyes widened, but he did not tremble, and Hades wasn't sure if that was something to be respected or concerned about. "Hades!" Acacius breathed his name, and the god rose to his feet. The mortal remained on the ground, lifted on his elbow so his bruised and broken fingers were visible. "What do you want?" "Nothing too taxing," Hades said. "Just your cooperation." Acacius made his way to his feet before he asked, "In exchange for what?" He was a foot shorter than Hades, and yet still managed to appear hardened and unafraid in the face of death. "Let's not pretend you have anything to bargain with," Hades replied. "We both know I could dismantle your empire with the snap of my fingers, so what will it be?" "Depends on what you want from my cooperation." Hades stared, unamused. "The audacity," he said, though he had expected this behavior. "I know you possess some kind of relic, something that allows you to see the future. I want it." "That is a hefty price." "Give it to me, or I take it by force. Can you survive a bruised ego in this part of town?" The answer was no, and Acacius knew it. His lips slammed into a hard line. "Follow me," he said, and turned to leave the garage. Hades started to follow, but paused when Hecate did not. "Are you coming?" "No," she said, a smile curling her lips. "I think I'll stay." Acacius led him to an office inside the garage. It was lit with low amber light, and as Hades entered, he noted several expensive furnishings, among them an ornately carved executive desk and accompanying leather chair, the back of which faced the door and a wall of windows, something Hades found odd. Usually, people of Acacius's caliber did not sit with their backs to the doors or windows for fear of assassination, but perhaps he felt comfortable in his own space. Hubris, Hades thought. Acacius moved behind the desk, removed a set of keys from his pocket with his uninjured hand, and opened one of the drawers. Hades watched him closely, not trusting that he wouldn't try something stupid, like drawing a gun on him. While those weapons were known to be useless against gods, people still made the attempt. The last one to try was Sisyphus, and that had ended with the gun melted to his hand. Instead, though, the mortal set a small box on the desk. It appeared to be a ring box, but what was inside surprised even Hades. It was an eye. "Is that what I think it is?" Hades asked. "That depends on what you think it is," said Acacius. "You are wearing your chances thin." "It is the eye of the Graiai." It was exactly as Hades thought. The Graiai were three sisters who wore the skin of hags, though their true form was rather monstrous. The three had the bodies of swans, though their heads and arms were human, and between them they shared a tooth and an eye. "How did you come to possess it?" Hades asked.
I took it from them,
Acacius said.
the Graiai.
You took it from them, Hades repeated. When? The Graiai had not been seen in centuries, choosing to self-isolate, fearing the evolution of man, and rightly so, as Acacius had demonstrated.
They were obtained by hunters and brought to me, he said. Monsters are worth a fortune in the market.
So you sold them. There was a moment of silence, and then Hades pounced. He grabbed a handful of Acacius's shirt and slammed him down on his desk. Who did you sell them to? He demanded. The mortal's hands dug into Hades' arms as he held him down, even the broken ones.
Dionysus!
Hades released the man. How long ago?
They were shipped off just yesterday.
The god of wine was as much a collector of monsters as Hades, and while Dionysus probably thought the Graiai would make a nice addition to his collection, it was likely what he really wanted was the eye, and Hades wanted to know why. What information did he hope to obtain? Hades reached for the box and placed it inside the pocket of his jacket before heading toward the door.
You cannot just take what's mine,
Acacius said.
That eye was bought and paid for.
Perhaps my generosity has led you to believe you are entitled to make demands, Hades replied. It doesn't. At the door, Hades paused. Dionysus will come for you. He always does. I would remain alert, not that it will do you much good.
You cannot leave me to him,
Acacius argued. Tell me one more time what I can and cannot do, Hades said, and as he stepped outside, he found that Hecate had transformed many of Acacius's men into topiaries.
I think they look better this way,
she said. I trimmed them after. Hades raised a brow. I'm assuming they did something to deserve this? She shrugged.
They didn't like cats.
Chapter 5. Power Play. While Hecate returned to the Underworld, Hades went to Nevernight and informed Ilias of the situation with Acacius, advising him to maintain surveillance on the mortal's shop. It was not so much with the intention of providing protection as much as it was to see who visited. I'm not so certain that man will live long, said Ilias. Agreed, Hades replied. He fucked with a god. Ilias shook his head. Acacius established himself as someone who has answers. Now he doesn't. He'll find himself at the end of someone's gun soon enough. Hades did not doubt it. It was just another consequence of using relics. Wonder what Dionysus wants with the Graiai, Ilias mused. Hades did not know, but he would find out. In the meantime, he also had to deal with Hera's fucking labors, the thought of which filled him with both anger and dread. It tightened his muscles and filled his stomach with an almost arresting feeling that he couldn't shake when he thought of the daunting task of executing someone he cared for. And what happened after? What if she asked him to murder again? He could only hope that by then he found a way out of these labors that left his future with Persephone intact. Not only his future, Persephone's future. Hera was not above torturing gods, and Hades knew if she did not get her way, she'd set her sights on Persephone. It would be a move the goddess regretted for the rest of her life. Hades crested the stairs that led to his office and paused outside the gilded doors. Something was wrong. The feeling raised the hair on the back of his neck and trickled down his spine. He noted it and continued inside to find his office empty. He started to cross the room, intent on heading for the bar, when something snuck up behind him. Boo! Hades whirled and punched Hermes in the face. The god of mischief stumbled back and clamped his hands over his nose. Motherfucker! Why did you do that? He demanded. You scared me, Hades said simply, lips curling at the sight of the god's pain. I did not, Hermes said, dropping his hands. Any evidence of the strike to the face was already healed. You wanted to punch me. Don't give me an excuse, Hades said, making his way to the bar, where he poured himself a drink.
To what do I owe your visit, and what can I do to prevent it in the future?
Rude, Hermes said, sauntering to the bar. You're talking to a hero. Hades raised a brow. You should be thanking me, he continued. I distracted a whole crowd of screaming fans so Sephi could go to work. Hades frowned. Was she not escorted to the door by Antony? Hermes' face fell, as he realized he'd brought something to Hades' attention that he shouldn't have. Well, I could be wrong, but she kept repeating that she wanted a normal mortal life, which is hard to do when you arrive at your day job in the god of the Underworld's personal car and allow his personal driver to escort you to the door. She's a goddess, Hades countered. A new one, by her standard and ours, Hermes argued. You have to give her time to transition into her role. She's played mortal for the last 4 years, and she's liked it. She will resent you if you take her normalcy away too quickly. You sound like Hecate, Hades accused. I resent that, Hermes sniffed. I can be wise. Hades sighed, frustrated. The problem was, she was no longer normal. People saw her differently just by her association with him. We've been famous all our lives, Hermes said. Persephone hasn't, and she will not learn how to live this life without mistakes, so you might as well let her make them. There is no room for mistakes, not when it comes to her safety. Not everyone is a threat to her well-being, except that anyone who was a threat to him was a threat to her, and that very nearly included everyone. Hades was doubtful. And then Hermes leaned across the bar so far his chest almost touched the counter, and he whispered, Has anyone ever told you need therapy? Hermes had, in fact, told him often. Pot meet kettle, Hades replied. Hermes straightened and narrowed his eyes. Since when do you start using mortal expressions? I thought you might appreciate it. Well, I don't, he said, crossing his arms over his chest, but after a moment he dropped them. What does it mean? It means, said Hades, that you are a hypocrite. Rude! That's twice in one conversation, Hades. Perhaps you should stick to what you do best then. And what is that? Fuckery, Hades replied and downed his drink. Are you saying that's all I'm good for? Hermes asked. It was a trick question, and Hades did not bite. Instead, he was quiet for a moment before he asked, How long has it been since you visited Bacchia? Bacchia was one of Dionysus's nightclubs. Of those he owned, it was considered rather tame, but it was just as difficult to gain entry into as Nevernight. Dionysus's club? Hermes asked. Why would I go there? Hades raised a brow. Orgies? Hermes' mouth opened and then closed before crossing his arms over his chest. I was there last week. Why? I'd like you to go again, Hades said. You're asking me to have an orgy? No, Hades said. I'm asking you to take Dionysus a message. Hermes sucked air through his teeth. Can't you send an email? These words are better delivered in person. Hades, Hermes whined. You're going to get me kicked out. I am certain you will have no lack of orgies in the future, Hades replied. Tell Dionysus I'd be happy to chat about his recent acquisition at a time that is most convenient for him. No one talks like that anymore, Hades. I just did, he replied. And look how long it took you to get a girlfriend. Hades glared. You know what I think you should do? Hades did not reply, but Hermes continued anyway. Just castrate him. Castrate him. Think about it, Hades. Who'd mess with you if you started chopping off balls? Nothing good comes from castrating gods, Hades replied. Divinity could still be born from the flesh of the gods, as his grandfather Uranus had demonstrated with the birth of the Furies, giants, nymphs, and Aphrodite, after his testicles were dropped into the ocean. It's just a suggestion, Hermes said, and made his way to the door. One you'll want to keep in mind once I deliver this message to Dionysus.
Hades was aware of Dionysus's difficult personality, and despite the fact that the god of the vine was in possession of the Graiai, Hades still had the advantage. Hermes paused a moment, as if he'd just remembered something, and faced Hades.
Be patient with Sephi. She tries so hard to be independent, she thinks relying on anyone is a weakness.
Then he left. Hades gritted his teeth against Hermes' words. He didn't like how the god acted as if he knew Persephone better. Hades understood her need to be independent, knew that it stemmed from Demeter's overprotectiveness, but this was different. People were unpredictable, obsessive, and cruel. He did not trust them, and perhaps it was because he saw the impact of one bad seed. It took one man or woman to turn against a culture, and after a few well-delivered words, a nation was suddenly at war. Persephone was just now learning the world she would battle, and it was nothing like the one she was used to, because it was his, and there was nothing in his life that did not become darkness. Hades sighed and polished off what remained of his drink before taking the small box out of his pocket. He sat it on the bar and stared at it, unopened. It was tempting to use its magic. Just holding the eye would reveal his future, though Hades knew it was ever-changing, hinging always on the threads the fates wove into the world. And if they discovered his use of the eye, he knew they would retaliate. But there was only one thing they could take from him that would damage him beyond repair: Persephone. And while the fates were vengeful, they were not rash. Even if they considered taking Persephone away, they'd weigh all possible futures, and once they perceived how each ended, in death and fire and darkness, they'd leave their threads entangled. He opened the box. The eye that stared back had a large black pupil, and it was misshapen and gelatinous. He stretched his fingers on the table and curled them into a fist. Even gods were not immune to curiosity. Zeus was obsessed with the future, with prophecy, constantly using his oracle to determine who was a threat to his throne. All Hades wanted to know was that Persephone had a place in his future. But knowledge always came with a price, and Hades wasn't willing to pay, even for the certainty. He couldn't. There was too much at stake right now. He closed the box, shoved it in his pocket, and left Nevernight to go in search of Persephone. He wanted to hear about her day. Hades found Persephone in her room, standing with her eyes closed. Her head was tilted slightly upward, as if she were inviting him to kiss her full lips. As he observed her, she took a breath, shivering, and her shoulders rose with it. She looked adorable, and he found himself smiling at how much he loved her. Despite everything that had transpired today, this moment made it all worth it. He touched her chin and pressed his mouth to hers, and his mind went blank, consumed by her smell and her taste and her touch. Her hands played softly across his chest, kindling heat in the core of his stomach. He stepped closer, tangled his hand in her hair, and kissed her harder. He wanted nothing more than to take her home to the Underworld and continue this worship, especially if it meant avoiding the world that existed beyond them. Yet there was a part of him that did not wish to use Persephone in that way, so he pulled back. Hades pressed his palm to her cheek, searching her gaze. She seemed a little anxious, and while he could feel it tangled between them, he did not know what it stemmed from. Troubled, darling? Suspicion bled into her gaze.
You followed me today, didn't you?
Why would you think that? He asked, especially since he hadn't, but he was curious about her reasoning.
You insisted Antony take me to work this morning, most likely because you already knew what the media was reporting.
I didn't want to worry you. And while he had assumed she would be under the scrutiny of both the media and the public at large, he had to admit that he hadn't expected the crowd that had gathered today, but it appeared the public did not yet connect their fear of him to Persephone.
So you let me walk into a mob?
Did you walk into that mob? He asked, knowing better.
You were there. I thought we agreed. No invisibility.
I wasn't, he said. Hermes was.
Her eyes flashed, with a note of frustration and then dread as Hades spoke.
You could always teleport, or I can provide an
I don't want an Aegis. I'd rather not use magic, not in the upper world.
Unless you're exacting revenge?
He raised a brow, knowing full well she had no trouble turning Adonis's limbs into vines and Minthe into a mint plant. That's not fair. You know my magic has become more and more unpredictable, and I'm not eager to be exposed as a goddess.
Goddess or not, you are my lover.
He had said it to emphasize his point, that things had changed. Even the attention she had received from writing about him was different from this, but he noted how rigid she became and glowered.
It is only a matter of time before someone with a vendetta against me tries to harm you. I will keep you safe.
At his words, Persephone hugged herself, and at least he knew some of them had gotten through.
You really think someone would try to harm me?
Darling, I have judged human nature for a millennium. Yes.
Can't you, I don't know, erase people's memories, make them forget about all this?
He frowned at her question.
All this, he thought. What she really meant was them. It is too late for that. What is so terrible about being known as my lover?
Nothing, she said instantly. It's just that word.
What's wrong with lover?
It sounds so fleeting, like I am nothing but your sex slave.
One corner of his lips curled. What am I to call you then? You have forbidden the use of my queen and my lady.
Titles make me uncomfortable, she said, and hesitated. It's not that I don't want to be known as your lover, but there has to be a better word.
Girlfriend?
Hades supplied. He had to admit it was an odd choice given the circumstances of their fate, but it was modern enough. She laughed, and Hades glowered.
What's wrong with girlfriend?
Nothing. It just seems so insignificant, she explained, growing flustered, and Hades felt less defensive as her cheeks reddened. He touched her chin once more, holding her gaze as he stepped even closer. Their faces were inches apart, his lips hovering near hers, ready to take her mouth against his once more, as he whispered,
Nothing is ever insignificant when it comes to you.
They stared at one another, and a sweet tension built between them at the faint brush of his lips against hers. A knock sounded at the door, and Lexa shouted from the other side, Persephone, I'm ordering pizza. Any requests? The sudden interruption had caused Persephone's heart to race. He could hear the steady thrum vibrating against his own skin, and there was a part of him that wanted to maintain that beat as they descended into a frenzied passion. Neither one of them moved, and Hades was unwilling to lose this moment, kissing down the column of her neck as she cleared her throat and spoke, flustered. No, whatever you order is fine. So, pineapple and anchovies. Got it. Persephone's reply was lost as Hades' hand came up behind her head and he sucked her skin into his mouth, his teeth gently grazing, sending shivers through her body. Are you okay? Lexa asked, clearly not satisfied with Persephone's lack of response. He chuckled and released her skin and continued his exploration. All the while, Persephone clung to him, her fingers digging into his upper arms. He liked it, liked knowing that the more pressure he felt there, the more tension he was building inside her. Yes, she hissed. Lexa paused and then asked, Did you even hear what I'm going to order? Just get cheese, Lexa, Persephone snapped. Okay, I'm on it. Lexa left after that, clearly amused, though her interruption seemed to have succeeded in distracting Persephone enough because she pushed against his chest to create distance between them. You shouldn't laugh. He was confused by her comment. Did she feel insecure about her reaction to him? If it was any consolation, he rarely had the ability to think beyond her when they were together. Why not? I can hear your heart beating. Are you afraid to be caught with your boyfriend? Persephone rolled her eyes. I think I preferred lover. He laughed, and he liked the way she looked at him when he did, like she wanted to make him laugh forever. You are not easy to please. I would give you the chance, but I'm afraid I don't have time. I don't need long, he said, gripping the fabric of her dress. I could make you come in seconds. You won't even have to get undressed. The way she looked at him made his cock harder. It was sensual, almost a dare, and yet she denied him. I'm afraid seconds will not do. I'm owed pleasure, hours of it. He could not argue with that, but he could bargain. Allow me to give you a preview, then. He pulled her tight against him, and the bulge of his cock settled against her stomach, but she pushed against him. Perhaps later, she said, and he wasn't that surprised. She had been adamant about spending time with Lexa, and he knew that was important to her. He could be patient. I'll take that as a promise, he said, and vanished, before he decided against waiting. Chapter 6. The Past is a Shadow. When Hades returned to his room in the Underworld, he was exhausted but wired, his whole body alive with a need to come. He poured himself a glass of whiskey, only to down it immediately. It slid down his throat like fire, and he gritted his teeth against the sensation. It did nothing to relieve the ache. He raked his fingers through his hair, pulling it free from its tie before pouring a second glass. When that did not work, he discarded his clothing, lay down in his bed, and took his cock into his hand. Fuck. The word left his lips in a low growl. He was engorged and hot, and the first pumps of his own fist made his head feel light. There was nothing compared to being inside Persephone, but at least he would sleep after this. He stroked himself, rubbing his thumb over the head of his cock. He smoothed the cum that had already beaded there down his shaft, but it wasn't enough. So he spit into his hand and gripped himself again, stroking roughly, closing his eyes so that he could better imagine what it was like instead to have Persephone's body beneath his, fully sheathed in her warmth. He groaned at the thought and thrust harder into his hand, hips driving forward as if he really were inside her. Pressure built in his balls, and it rose higher and higher, and just as he thought he might come, he stopped. His breath came harshly, and he was so erect his cock practically pointed at the ceiling. But he liked this high, the rush to an end that never came, because it meant he could build it again and again. It is what he would have done if Persephone were here. Draw out pleasure until he could not stand the tightness in his arousal and the heaviness in his balls. When his breathing had returned to normal, he took himself again and closed his eyes, imagining that Persephone was straddling him. He sought the friction that this position usually offered. He thrust upward into his hand and stroked himself almost violently, while his other hand tugged at his balls, heavy with a release threatening to come. Once more he felt the familiar stirring of an orgasm, rippling from the pit of his stomach, tightening in his thighs and ass. This time he came as a guttural sound tore from his throat, and in the aftermath he continued to pump his fist along his cock, expending every last drop of cum. He lay there for a moment, feeling weightless, before rising to clean up and pour another glass of whiskey. This one he sipped, and when he was finished, he lay down to sleep. Hades had only slept deeply a handful of times in his entire life, and most of those had occurred over the last few months with Persephone by his side. Usually he wavered somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, too on edge to let himself fully rest, which was why, when he felt something touch his face, he reacted quickly, his hand clamping down on the intruders, only to open his eyes and realize it was Persephone. Fuck! He jackknifed into a sitting position and drew her to him, pressing kisses to the wrist he had snatched. Did I hurt you? When she did not answer, he met her gaze and found she was staring at him, her eyes wide and her lips slightly parted. She looked flushed and sleepy, her wild curls falling haphazardly around her face. Persephone, he said again, hoping to catch her attention. She seemed to come to then, and she smiled, brushing a piece of hair from his face. "I'm fine, Hades. You only scared me." He felt a wave of relief at her words and kissed her palm, only to draw her against him and lie down. Her weight was a calming presence, and he reveled in the feel of her draped atop him. "I did not think you would come to me tonight." "I can't sleep without you." She whispered the words against his skin, and his chest tightened at her admission. He should say the same, but instead, he ran his hands down her back to her ass, grinding her middle into his growing erection, and responded, "That is because I keep you up so late." Persephone lifted her head and rolled her eyes, sliding into a seated position, her thighs hugging his waist, her fingers threaded through his. "Not everything is about sex, Hades." "No one said anything about sex, Persephone." She planted her hands against his chest and moved against his cock, and he could feel the heat of her through the thin sheet that separated them. "I don't need words to know you're thinking about sex." Well, that was true, and since it was no secret, he let his hands trail up her sides and to her breasts. He loved them, their fullness, their weight, the color of her hardened nipples. He wanted them in his mouth, and though Persephone inhaled against his touch, her hands stilled his. "I want to talk, Hades." "Talk," he said. "I can multitask. Or have you forgotten?" He sat up, and Persephone's arms wrapped around his neck, while he lowered his head to tease her nipple through the fabric of her nightshirt. Meanwhile, his hands moved up her naked thighs. "I don't think you can multitask this time," she breathed, her fingers twisting into his hair. "I know that look." "What look?" he asked, pulling away with the intention of lavishing her other breast with just as much attention. But Persephone clasped his head between her hands. She might be able to stop his mouth, but his hands continued his exploration, moving beneath the hem of her dress, skimming up her sides. "You get this look, the one you have now. Your eyes are dark, but there's something alive behind them. Sometimes I think it's passion. Sometimes I think it's violence. Sometimes I think it's all your lifetimes." He said nothing, but he felt every word she spoke, and knew they were all true. His hands tightened around her waist, and as he moved to kiss her, she spoke his name. But whatever she intended to say was lost as his mouth closed over hers. He rolled so that she was beneath him, parting her lips with his tongue, kissing her deeply before shifting, trailing kisses down her neck and over her breasts. But he was halted by Persephone, whose thighs clamped down on his waist. "Hades, I said I wanted to talk." Talk? It wasn't as if they hadn't managed a full conversation during sex. Then she spoke, and what she said drained the heat from his body. "About Apollo." Fuck Apollo, he thought, as he sat back on his heels. Why was he suddenly haunting his days? First Luce, and now Persephone? "Tell me why the name of my nephew is on your lips." "He's my next project," she said, as if that explained everything. But Hades felt agitated to the point that his jaw hurt from clenching his teeth. Apollo was not the kind of god one turned into a project, and if project meant what he suspected, that Persephone hoped to write one of her articles about the god of music, the answer was no. She seemed to see his frustration, and continued in an attempt to convince him. "He fired Sybil, Hades, for refusing to be his lover." He was not surprised. Apollo's response to rejection was revenge. Spurn Apollo once, and never again. Which was why Persephone could not write about him. But even as he looked at her, he knew this was going to be an argument. He could see the flash of determination in her eyes. She wanted to change Apollo, but Apollo was power, and power did not necessitate change. Hades left the bed. Once again, he needed a drink. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I can't stay in our bed while you talk about Apollo." He was honestly surprised by how triggering it had been to hear her speak his name, but perhaps it had something to do with Luce's return. She was a reminder of his fury,
and he could only think that if given the chance, Apollo might continue to execute his revenge. Persephone pushed off the bed and approached as he poured himself a drink.
I'm only talking about him because I want to help Sybil. What he's doing is wrong, Hades. Apollo can't punish Sybil because she rejected him.
Apparently he can, Hades said, glancing at her as he took a slow sip from his glass. Her features hardened, and her eyes turned a vibrant green. Her glamour was burning away, which was how he knew she was truly mad.
He has taken away her livelihood. She has nothing, and will have nothing unless Apollo is exposed.
But his frustration was growing too, and he drained his glass only to pour a second. He started to drink this one too, but paused, staring at the amber liquid, one hand braced against the bar top, knowing that what he said next would just exacerbate the situation. You cannot write about Apollo, Persephone.
I've told you before, you can't tell me who to write about, Hades.
He set the glass down and turned to face her. He felt like a fucking giant, towering over her, and yet she just seemed to grow braver. Then you should not have told me your plans. He regretted those words as soon as he spoke them. He was glad she had shared her intentions, but would she again, given how this was turning out? He wasn't so sure.
He won't get away with this, Hades.
Her fists clenched, and he could sense her magic awakening beneath her skin. There was a part of him that wanted to reach out and touch her, urged on by his own magic, which always seemed desperate to tangle with hers. I'm not disagreeing with you, he said, realizing that he had to change his approach, or she would never see reason. But you aren't going to be the one to serve justice, Persephone.
Who, if not me? No one else is willing to challenge him. The public adores him.
And they always had. Apollo was the golden god, the light-bringer, the epitome of youth and male beauty in ancient Greece. He had numerous temples built in his honor, and even more today. His most basic role was driving away the darkness, something all mortals feared. He was their hero, the representation of everything good in their society. If they let themselves see the bad, they'd be forced to acknowledge the cracks in their own world. And no one wanted that. All the more reason for you to be strategic, he said. There are other ways to have your justice. She glared at him.
What are you so afraid of? I wrote about you, and look at the good that came out of it.
If she was referring to their relationship, that would have been achieved by their bargain without her scathing articles, though he could admit that her words made him want to prove her wrong, to be better, and some good had come from them. The Halcyon Project, for example. But everything else was a thorn in his side, especially the public's obsession with both of them. I am a reasonable god, he said, though Persephone raised a brow at his response. Not to mention you intrigued me. I do not want Apollo intrigued by you. Her features softened for the first time since they began this argument.
You know I'll be careful,
she said, taking a single step closer.
Besides, would Apollo really mess with what's yours?
She really had no idea. He frowned and held out his hand. Come, he said, sitting in a chair before the fire. He pulled her to him, her knees framing his thighs. She leaned against him enough so that he could feel the softness of her breasts against his chest and still hold his gaze. You do not understand the divine. I cannot protect you from another god. It is a fight you would have to win on your own. Hades could not prevent retribution between a god and their target, even if it was Persephone. The only possible way was to bargain, and no god wanted to owe another, especially Hades. But for her, for this goddess whom he loved more than anything, he would bargain, and that made what she asked next somehow more painful.
Are you saying you wouldn't fight for me?
He wouldn't just fight. He would dismantle the world, and he would only feel remorse for Persephone, who would grieve for humanity. As he stared at her, innocent and beautiful, he thought he could see a hint of fear at whatever she saw in his eyes. He hated it, but could not deny this darkness. It was as much a part of him as his magic, as her fate was woven with his. He brushed a piece of hair from her face before trailing his fingers over her cheek. "Darling," he said, his voice low and fierce, "I would burn this world for you." Then he kissed her and cupped her face with his hands, moving them into her hair. Her lips parted for him, and his tongue slipped into her mouth. When her arms closed around his neck and her body melded fully to his, he felt as though he were no longer grounded. The world had fallen away, and it was only them and sensation. It was how he knew he could end worlds for her. He pulled away, only to rest his forehead against hers, their breath coming harshly against their lips. "I am begging you," he said, drawing back only a fraction to meet her gaze, his voice barely a whisper. "Do not write about the god of music." She nodded.
"But what about Sybil? If I do not expose him, who will help her?"
He understood her worry for Sybil. Being the chosen oracle of Apollo was no easy task. They were part of the reason he got away with so many of his antics, and how he maintained his status among the public. Sybil knew Apollo's behaviors, and she had stuck to her values when she had denied the god. It was that fact that led Hades to believe she would be okay. But Persephone could not see that, and it was likely Sybil couldn't either. They, like everyone else, were caught up in the very human tendency to care what others thought. "You cannot save everyone, my darling."
"I'm not trying to save everyone, just the ones who are wronged by the gods."
He brushed another strand of her wild hair away, studying every feature of her face. Her bright eyes and freckled nose, her pink lips, raw from their kiss. "This world does not deserve you."
"Yes, they do. Everyone deserves compassion, Hades, even in death."
"But you are not talking about compassion. You are hoping to rescue mortals from the punishment of gods. It is as vain as promising to bring the dead back to life."
"Because you have deemed it so."
His frustration was so immediate, he had to remove his hands from her body and grip the arms of his chair. He looked away, toward the fire. He wanted to argue with her, to point out that he had lived thousands of years with these gods, and they had never changed. What made her think they would listen to a new goddess whose life was shaped by a mother who was too afraid to teach her about the harsh world, save for a few false tales about the gods she hated most? She placed her hands on his face and drew his gaze back to hers.
"I won't write about Apollo."
She spoke quietly, sounding almost defeated, and though guilt twisted through Hades' stomach, he was relieved by her promise. "I know you wish for justice, but trust me on this, Persephone." She thought she knew the gods, but their histories were long and dark. It made them unpredictable. It made them all dangerous.
"I trust you."
"You don't," he thought, though he desperately wanted her to. He could not blame her, especially given what he'd just been thinking. In the next moment, he stood, gripping her ass as he carried her to bed. He was done talking. He set her on the bed and drew her nightdress up and over her head, and as he knelt before her, she held his gaze with a sensual stare that had his cock throbbing. He kissed the insides of her knees and then lifted himself enough to kiss her. "Lie back," he whispered, and she did. He pulled her legs apart, kissing her thighs and her center, growing warmer with each soft breath she took. His teasing made her restless. Her legs sought purchase on the edge of the bed, her fingers twisted into the sheets beneath her, and her body arched off the bed. Hades splayed a hand across her belly to keep her in place, and when she was still once more, he licked each side of her slowly, then used his fingers to spread her, so he could access the soft silk of her center. She was wet, heated, and his touch made her moan his name, which only succeeded in encouraging him to continue at his pace, a slow and steady mix of kissing, sucking, and blowing on every sensitive part of her. The teasing ceased when he curled his fingers inside her, pressing into a part of her that made her legs clench and her body tight. She seemed lost, her head thrown back, her eyes closed, her hands kneading her own breasts. This is what I can do to her, for her. I can please her, he thought. Come, my darling, he said. I want to taste you on my tongue. He took her higher until her muscles contracted and a sweet warmth coated his fingers, and when he withdrew, he took them into his mouth. You are my favorite flavor. I could drink from you all day. Persephone had rolled onto her side, breathing hard and spent, but Hades was just getting started. He gripped her hips and pulled her to him. The angle was odd because he was so tall, but as he slid inside her, Persephone offered a guttural cry. She didn't seem to know what to do with her hands. They tangled into her hair and then fell to her breasts and then to the bed, where she lifted herself enough to stare at where they were joined, where Hades thrust into her. Gods, she breathed, choking on a moan. Say my name, Hades commanded, but only keen cries escaped her mouth. Say it, he said again. Hades! Again, he said, as he thrust into her, moving so that his palms were on the bed beside her head. They were closer now, their heat building between them to an impossible level. Hades! Pray to me, he continued. Beg me to make you come. Hades, please. She could barely form words, but he could scarcely think. He felt her everywhere. Please what? He breathed. Make me come, she said, desperate, frustrated. Do it. He drove into her until the pressure was too much, and he erupted, releasing a guttural sound from his throat. He remained inside her, coming in waves, suspended on shaky arms, only to collapse atop her when he was finished. He kissed her, taking her into his arms and teleporting to the baths. While they showered, he took her against the wall. It was desperate and rough, and it wasn't until they lay in bed later that he realized why. The conversation about Apollo did not feel finished, and as he lay by Persephone, her body pressed against his, he realized he was not okay. What if history repeated itself? Unlike Luce, Hades did not believe Persephone would willingly sleep with Apollo, but the god was not above deception. Persephone? She was almost asleep, and with only an hour left before she had to be up for work, he didn't feel he should bring up Apollo again. So instead, he let himself be jealous and vulnerable and offered a threat. Speak another's name in this bed again, and know you have assigned their soul to Tartarus. For some reason, it made him feel better. Chapter 7. An Unwelcome Introduction. Persephone's alarm came too soon. He opened his eyes and watched her rise and stretch. The silhouette of her body was haloed by the warm light from the fireplace, and his chest tightened at the sight. She did not seem to notice he was awake, and she disappeared into the bathroom. When the shower came on, he rose and dressed. As he poured himself a drink, he summoned coffee for Persephone. When she returned to the room, she had a towel wrapped around her, and he sat, growing hard as she dressed. She looked at him as she finished buttoning her shirt, eyes falling to his very prominent arousal. She smirked, smoothed her skirt, and approached, reaching for her drink. Thank you for the coffee. It's the least I could do, he replied, weighed down by guilt at seeing how exhausted she was. She took a sip and then set it aside, going to her knees. And despite his excitement at seeing her kneel, he touched her chin and asked, Are you well? Yes, she replied. Her voice was a low whisper. She pressed her hands flat against his thighs, inching her way toward his cock. Then she touched him, and his throat felt thick. Would you like release? He swallowed. You will be late. She shrugged. Perhaps the waiting crowd will disperse some then. He said nothing, just stared at her as his skin grew warmer. She unzipped his trousers and pulled his sex free, rubbing him up and down before licking him from root to tip. He took a breath, letting it out slowly, watching as she swirled her tongue over the crown of his cock. His mind went blank, focused only on her warm and wet mouth, and his body responded, his chest expanding, his head light, his body hot and tingling. He had a moment when he wondered if he should come in her mouth, but she seemed intent, increasing the pressure and pace, and suddenly his want to come became a need, and he could no longer hold on to the tension in his body. His release came hard and fast, in a surge of electricity that left him feeling completely euphoric. Persephone released him and stood, returning her attention to her waiting coffee. Hades restored himself and stood, touching her jaw with a gentle brush of his fingers. "You are far too generous, my darling." She smiled, her face flushed.
"I have no doubt you will return the favor."
"Eagerly," he said. Despite how intimate they'd just been, Hades wasn't able to convince Persephone to let him take her to work, so he saw her off, with explicit instructions for Antony to escort her to the door, and started his day with a visit to Iniquity. While Hades had many clubs, this one was unique. There were two parts. One side entertained the public with burlesque dances, loud music, and alcohol. It was also the entrance used for those who sought help from Magi. Of all the criminals Hades worked with, he disliked the Magi most, and while he'd rather not entertain their so-called gifts at all, he liked having his thumb on their pulse so he could send Hecate to clean up their messes. The other side of the club was a lounge for the most powerful criminals in New Greece, criminals who had gained traction via Hades' influence, from brothel owners to the mafia, relic dealers to assassins. His empire ran deep, and he pulled the strings. One mishap, and they tumbled. Today he came to speak with Ptolemaeus Drakos, who led one of the greatest smuggling rings in the whole of New Greece. He was a hardened man with deep lines on his face and a shaved bald head. His eyes were dark and slightly narrow, his thin lips turned down at the corners, but he always dressed sharply in a tailored suit and colorful tie. When he entered Hades' office, he did not move to sit, which the god appreciated. This assignment would not take long. "My lord," he said, his voice so deep it was almost hard to hear him. "Mr. Drakos," Hades said, "I'd like you to keep an eye out for any monsters that happen to make their way into the market. Make note of where they go, and inform me immediately." Hades wanted to know if Dionysus was making a habit of collecting monsters. It wasn't unusual, considering many gods gave birth to said monsters, but Hades liked to know what all gods had, considering they could be used as weapons. "Is that all, my lord?" "For now." "Very well," Ptolemaeus replied, bowed, and left. Hades was only alone a moment when the door opened once more. He looked up and found a woman standing in his office. She had long, dark hair and dark eyes. She was thin, dressed in a button-up shirt and slacks. He noted the badge on her hip. "Who are you?" Hades asked, already irritated by her presence. "My name is Ariadne Alexiou," she said. "Detective Alexiou." "I'm not held to mortal law," Hades said. The police never interfered with the gods, not in their exploits or their quests for divine retribution. So I cannot imagine why you're here. He expected the woman to react in some kind of way, with frustration or perhaps defensiveness. While they'd never supported them publicly, Hades knew the Hellenic Police Department supported Triad's idea of fairness, free will, and freedom. They did not like the idea that the gods intervened in justice, and that there was nothing they could do about it. Divine justice ruled all. Instead, the woman said, "I need your help." Hades raised a brow. "You don't want my help." "Do you make a habit of telling women how they think?" "Well, aren't you bold?" Hades replied, staring at the woman for a moment. It was only then he saw a bit of her confidence waver, and that was the root of her soul. A once self-assured woman who was crumbling on the inside. But why?
I would not have come here if I wasn't serious, Ariadne said, and she crossed the room. There are women going missing all over New Greece, 3 in the last week. She opened the folder she had held under her arm and laid 3 photos on his desk, each facing him. Niovi Kostopoulos, Amara Georgiou, Lydia Lykios. I must know. Are they dead?
If I answer you, this can go no further. You don't get to question the dead. She nodded, and he answered, They are not.
Then I believe their disappearances are connected, but I can't find anything concrete to link them. There are no commonalities in their background or appearance. Nothing. It's like they vanished into thin air, except for this one. She pulled out another folder and placed it atop the others. The woman in the photo had thick auburn hair, and she was smiling. Megara Alkaios. Her friends tell me she was last seen at Bacchia. They swear she went inside and never came out.
The irony that this woman was here speaking of Dionysus when Hades had just discovered his acquisition of the Graii yesterday was not lost on him. You still have not said why you require my help, Hades replied.
I'm asking you to help me get into Bacchia.
Why?
Have you heard nothing I just said?
I heard every word, Detective, Hades said. You have one instance of a woman going missing after entering Bacchia, and suddenly you are accusing Dionysus of... what? Trafficking?
She raised a brow. You said it, not me.
Those are big accusations.
You cannot tell me you aren't curious yourself, Ariadne said.
After the incident with the Graii, he was.
I am, he admitted.
But why do I need you?
It's my investigation.
One, if I had to guess, your supervisor would not approve of. So I will ask you again. Why do I need you?
I'm putting everything on the line for this case. It will make or break my career. Do you understand?
She might be putting her career on the line by coming to him for help, but that did not answer why she was invested in the case. Hades was about to reply when his phone rang. He might have ignored it, but he noted that it was Ivy, the office manager at Alexandria Tower, the headquarters of his charitable organization, the Cyprus Foundation, and she never called. Yes, he answered.
Lord Hades, Ivy said, breathless. You did not tell me Lady Persephone would be by for a visit. I was grossly underprepared to serve her.
Hades' brows rose in surprise, though he supposed it was just a matter of time. He had hired Lexa, after all, though he berated himself for not being the one to introduce her to the ins and outs of Alexandria Tower. He could only imagine how overwhelmed she might be. I was not aware, Hades replied, glancing at Ariadne, who glared back, a sour look on her face. She apparently did not like being ignored, but all the same, Hades did not like being interrupted by unwanted guests. Accept my apologies. I shall arrive soon. He hung up the phone and picked up the folder Ariadne had placed on his desk. He would hand it over to Ilias.
What are you doing with my file? She demanded.
You'll forgive me for wanting to conduct my own investigation into this matter, he said. And you, he added silently.
I have done a thorough investigation.
By mortal standards, I am sure, he said, as he headed for the door. As a rule, Detective Alexiou, it would be wise to never place all your money on one bet. My men will be in touch. Please, see yourself out. With that, he left. Ariadne's file felt heavy in Hades' hands, and while he was curious to figure out what exactly Dionysus was up to, he also wanted to proceed cautiously. The god of the vine was neither an enemy nor an ally, though he represented a part of Hades' past he did not really like to recall. Still, this was the second time Dionysus had come up within a week. He was up to something. Hades took the folder to his office at Nevernight for safekeeping until he could meet with Ilias, and then he teleported to Alexandria Tower. He used his glamour to remain unseen among his staff. He wanted to locate Persephone uninhibited, which was easy given that she was in his territory. He could feel her presence just the same as when she was in the Underworld. It was comforting to have her near, and the tension that had crept into his muscles while speaking with Ariadne lessened.
"Here it is," he heard Lexa say as she walked ahead of Persephone into his office. Persephone stood in the doorway, her head tilting up and around as she took in the space. He wondered what she was thinking. Probably something sarcastic about how he never used this office, though he'd like to make use of it now that she was here. "Lexa," a woman called from her cubicle, "have you finished the posters for the gala?" Hades appreciated the interruption, as it left Persephone alone and Lexa occupied. He made his way into his office, still undetected. She had moved beyond his desk, which he kept free of clutter, save for a vase of white narcissus Ivy insisted on refreshing daily, and a picture of her. He had taken it when she was unaware, as she wandered in the gardens outside his palace. He could recall exactly why he'd been drawn to capture the moment, too, because she'd looked so perfect among his flowers, and he remembered not understanding how he'd gone so long without her presence among them. The picture was a reminder of his awe that she was his. Persephone reached for it, and Hades appeared behind her. "Curious?" Persephone startled, and the frame fell from her hand. Hades reached around her and caught it, returning it to its place on his desk before she turned toward him. There was so little space between them, Hades could feel the brush of her breasts as she breathed. "How long have you been here?" Hades raised his brows. "Always suspicious." She was wary of his power of invisibility, and while he did not blame her, he had promised not to use it to spy on her, and he had held to that, except for today, though spying had not been his intention. "Hades?" "Not long," he assured her, wondering if she was merely embarrassed by the fact that she'd been caught looking at his things. "I received a frantic call from Ivy, who chastised me for not letting her know you were stopping by." She started to smile, and then her brows furrowed. "You have a phone?" "For work, yes." "Why didn't I know that?" There was an edge to her voice, more frustrated than suspicious. "If I want you, I will find you." He did not need modern technology to locate her, just magic. "And what if I want you?" That question was innocent enough, and shouldn't have made him feel anything at all, but the idea that she might ask him for help, and accept it, sent a strange sort of thrill through him. "Then you have only to say my name." The hope that had swelled in his chest quickly dissipated with her frown, an expression he matched. "You are displeased." "You embarrassed me," she murmured, staring at his chest. Hades lifted her chin so he could study her face. He did not understand. "Explain." She took a breath, like she was warring with herself, but her frustration won out. "I should not have to learn about all your charities through someone else. I feel like everyone around me knows more about you than I do." No one knew more than she did, except perhaps Hecate, who sometimes obtained information via her spells, something Hades considered a nuisance. You never asked. And had there been a time to even bring up the matter of his business ventures? Though he supposed he should have anticipated that others would be eager to disclose elements of his life to her. Aphrodite had done the same when she had told Persephone of their bargain. "Some things can be brought up casually, Hades. At dinner, for instance. 'Hi, honey, how was your day? Mine was good. The billion-dollar charities I own help kids and dogs and humanity.'" Honey? That was not a name he had tried out before. Her words amused him, and as the corners of his mouth lifted, Persephone placed a finger to his lips. He had the very primal urge to take it into his mouth. "Don't you dare. I am serious about this. If you wish for me to be seen as more than a lover, then I need more from you. A history, an inventory of your life, something." She was asking to know him, to understand him better. He could not deny that thought gave him anxiety. What if she did not like all parts of him, as he knew she wouldn't? He took her hand and kissed her fingers. "I'm sorry. It did not occur to me to tell you. I have existed so long alone, made every decision alone. I am not used to sharing anything with anyone." It was the truth, especially his past. He had never placed much value in reliving it. "Hades," She said his name quietly and placed her hand on his cheek.
You were never alone, and you certainly aren't alone now.
He liked her words, even if they were only half true. When she dropped her hand, she took her warmth, and he was eager to have it back, though she had moved, putting distance between them by stepping out from between him and the desk. Now, she turned to look at him, planting her hands on the desk. What else do you own? Lots of morgues, he said. Persephone stared for a moment. Her mouth opened as if she were going to speak, and then she closed it again. Finally she asked, You're serious? I am the god of the dead. Her eyes brightened, and a beautiful smile broke across her face. Tell me, he said, rounding the desk to be closer to her. What else can I share with you now? She had turned toward him as he approached, and a pleasing tension grew between them. Persephone hesitated for a moment, and then touched the picture on his desk.
Where did you get this?
He wasn't sure why he stayed quiet so long. Perhaps it was because he could not read exactly how she felt about the photo, but it also meant revealing a part of himself he had never shared with anyone at all. I took it. When? A note of surprise colored her voice. He smirked, humored. Obviously, when you weren't looking. She rolled her eyes, and he drew closer. He wanted to take her mouth into a punishing kiss and worship her on this desk, though he knew her thoughts were much more wholesome. Why do you have a picture of me, and I do not have a picture of you? I did not know you wanted pictures of me. Of course I want pictures of you. I may be able to oblige. What kind of pictures do you want? You are insatiable, she said, hitting his shoulder playfully. Hades' hands locked on her waist, and he pulled her toward him, their bodies colliding hip to hip. And you are to blame, my queen, he said, mouth falling to her neck, his tongue touching her skin as he kissed down to her shoulder. I'm glad you are here. I couldn't tell, she said mildly. A tremor made her body vibrate beneath his hands. He pulled back, but only enough to meet her gaze. His mouth lingered near hers as he spoke, hushed. I've wanted to pleasure you in this room, on this desk, since I met you. It will be the most productive thing that happens here. You have glass walls, Hades. Her tone matched his, wavering. Are you trying to deter me? She tilted her head, her hands pressing into his chest, but not to push him away, but because he was holding her tighter. Exhibitionist? Hardly. He was not interested in sharing in any form, and he had said so before. He bent closer, his lips brushing hers as he spoke. Do you really think I would let them see you? I am too selfish. Smoke and mirrors, Persephone. He liked the way she stared at him now. A light burned behind her eyes, and he knew she was aroused. He could sense it in how her body arched to his, the way her magic started to scent. She stared at him, then focused on his mouth and whispered, Then take me. He was not one to deny her command, and as his arms tightened around her waist, intent on lifting her to the desk and calling up his glamour, someone cleared their throat. Their heads whipped toward the door to find Lexa standing there, smiling. Hey, Hades, she said brightly. Hope you don't mind. I brought Persephone for a tour. Persephone pushed against him to create distance, and he worked to stifle his disappointment. I have to get back to work, she said, making her way to the door, but before she left, she turned to look back at him. He realized he saw her nearly every day, had memorized every curve and detail of her body, and yet she somehow still managed to arrest him. I'll see you tonight? He would never say no, despite all the fires raging around him at the moment. And when he nodded, he knew he had made the right decision, because she smiled so bright it made his heart race. After she left, Hades remained standing for a few minutes before sinking into the chair behind his desk. His gaze fell to the picture of Persephone, which he straightened, and then he leaned back and closed his eyes, waiting for his lust to subside. There you are! Go away, Hades groaned.
"Excuse the interruption, my lord, but you are rarely here," said Katerina. Hades opened his eyes and stared at the director. Her eyes were lively, and she seemed far more energetic than usual, which was saying something, because she was always rather enthusiastic. It made her a better leader, as she was able to motivate people to do just about anything. Even Hades. "Which is why I have you," he replied. "Actually, though, I may have something for you." He summoned Ariadne's file, and Katerina approached. "I need to know if any of these women sought sanctuary at Hemlock Grove," Hades said, which was a safe house operated by Hecate. Katerina, like many of his staff, volunteered there. Katerina frowned as she leafed through page after page of missing women. "There are so many," she said. "A true tragedy," Hades said, and he meant it. Katerina hugged the folder to her chest. "I'll work on this today," she said. "While you are here, I need your approval on a few things."
"Fine," Hades replied, "as long as it doesn't take long." Chapter 8. Secrets Unravel. It was 2 hours before Hades was finished signing off on designs and approving new fundraising opportunities for the Halcyon Project. As he went to leave, he dropped everything by Katerina's office. She was hard at work, Ariadne's folder open on her desk. "That was not a few things," he said.
"Relative," she said. "Besides, you're the one who is explicit about being involved in the project. I am only following your instructions."
He did not always need to have control, especially if he found people he trusted to see his visions through. And while he did trust Katerina, the Halcyon Project was personal. He wanted it to capture the essence of Persephone, and he felt like the only one qualified to do so. He nodded to the folder. "Let Ilias know as soon as you find something. He's on the case too." Katerina nodded grimly, and there was a part of him that hated to have given her something so heavy. Katerina was a fierce advocate for women, having her own history with domestic violence. "Will you be okay?"
"I will," she promised. "I'd just like to find them."
Hades agreed, and, with that, left to return to the Underworld. Persephone would be off work soon, and he did not wish to break his promise of seeing her tonight. There was an ever-present thought in the back of his mind that at any point he could be drawn away to deal with some threat, if not ones that already existed, Hera, Luce, Dionysus, it would be something new. Because of that, he used this time to unwind, wandering into the fields and summoning Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus. Only as the dogs approached, he found they had morphed into their singular form, a single body that shared 3 similar heads. Despite this, the 3 always maintained distinct personalities, which were very evident even now. Cerberus, the middle, had a stoic expression. Typhon, on the right, was calm, though his ears were up and alert. Orthrus, on the left, had his tongue lolling out of his mouth, and the right foot of their large body bounced. Hades raised a brow. "Were you part of Hecate's punishments today?" The 3 Dobermans took whatever form they pleased, but Hecate often used this one, their monstrous form, to chase deserving souls across Tartarus. In some cases, she allowed the 3 to devour their prey. In answer, the 3 barked. "I see," Hades replied. "Does that mean you are too tired for a bit of fetch?" All 3 perked up, and Hades smiled, manifesting their favorite red ball. "I thought not," he said, throwing the ball up and down. Their eyes followed. "Question is, will you 3 work together or not?" Hades reared back. "Not yet," he ordered, and tossed the ball clear across the underworld. 3 pairs of eyes watched him, body wiggling in anticipation of chasing their new target. He smirked. "Go." The 3 let out a growl as they twisted, kicking up dirt as they took off in the direction he'd thrown the ball. And as he watched them bound across the green fields, dipping into rolling hills and parting tall grass, they broke apart, departing into their 3 bodies once more. It looked like it was going to be a competition. While Hades' strength meant he could throw far, his dogs were monsters, and they had their own power, strength, and speed,
which meant that while it would take a normal animal hours to retrieve the ball he'd thrown, it took seconds for them to return. As he stared across the horizon, he saw Orthrus in the lead, red ball clasped in his jowls, and yet neither Typhon nor Cerberus were ready to lose. They kept on Orthrus's heels, nipping at his feet to trip him up. Still, Orthrus managed to make it to Hades without sabotage. He sat dutifully and dropped the ball at his feet. Typhon and Cerberus took their places beside him, waiting once more for another round. Hades continued the game until his body glistened with sweat, and the light in the underworld was fading. He returned to the palace through the garden, and found himself choosing flowers that made him think of Persephone, either in color or beauty, irises and lilies, aster and bellflower, until he had a substantial bouquet. He had to admit, until Persephone, he had not paid much attention to flowers, especially these, the ones he'd created via illusion. They were for the pleasure of the souls and staff, and only managed to remind him of how he'd been born into this world, the war that followed, and the many dark days after. He built feeble walls around the darkness and decay, and while it looked nice enough, what lay beneath was never far from his mind, and he found himself wondering how he could manage to disclose such things to Persephone. How did one communicate lifetimes of turmoil and strife, mistakes and regrets? "What are you doing?" Hecate asked. He had been so lost in thought he had not sensed her approach. He refocused and continued choosing flowers. "What does it look like?" "Like you are about to add datura to your bouquet," she said, and Hades' hand hesitated over the white, trumpet-like flower. "It's a nasty nightshade. Best leave it be." He straightened and turned to face the witch goddess. "I'm ridiculous," he said. "You are ridiculous often," Hecate said, "but you are not ridiculous for picking flowers for your lady-love, if that is what you are insinuating." Hades wasn't certain. He wasn't even sure why he'd begun this. Why would the goddess of spring want a bunch of soon-to-be-dead flowers? "I am going to fuck this up," he said. He often shared his doubts with Hecate, and while he knew they were safe with the goddess, her responses were not always comforting. "Probably," she said, "but Persephone is forgiving. You'll remember that when you need to forgive her, won't you?" Hades' brows rose. "Do you know something I don't?" "I always know something you don't," she replied, "and yet you still do not listen to me. You'll always need to be forgiving, but especially with Persephone, who has yet to learn the cruelty of the world." Hades frowned. "I'd protect her from it if she'd let me." "You can't," Hecate said, "nor should you. How else do you expect her to become a goddess otherwise?" Is that what it takes to embrace divinity? Hades thought. Strife? He supposed it was true of every god he knew. Despite the differences among the Olympians, one thing always united them, and that was the shared trauma of war. Hecate moved to his side and instructed, "Choose more greenery, and those lilies that have yet to bloom." Hades paused for only a brief moment before doing as she instructed, noticing that Hecate picked the datura. "I thought you said that was poisonous," Hades said, eyeing it in her hands. "It is," she replied, and continued to pick the deceptive flower, root intact. They spent a few more minutes in the garden before heading inside, where Persephone's voice echoed in the hallway. "Good boys," she said, and they found her kneeling on the ground, rotating between rubbing Orthrus's belly, Typhon's neck, and Cerberus's ear. "Spoiled beasts," Hecate chided. "They are not spoiled. You're not spoiled, are you?" Persephone asked. They preened beneath her hands, and Hades did not blame them. He liked being fawned over by her, too. "You are all very good boys." She finally looked up and seemed to realize that he was also present. Her smile faltered, but only for a moment. She rose to her feet and spoke shyly. "Hi." Hades was amused, but no less flustered by her. He liked seeing her so at home in his realm. It made him feel like this could last an eternity. Her eyes darted to the flowers in his hand. For a moment, he forgot he was holding them. He cleared his throat and held them out. I picked these for you. Persephone smiled sheepishly and took them. They are beautiful, Hades. There was a brief moment of strained silence, and Hecate cleared her throat. Let's go, beasts. The lovers would like time alone. Not in the dining room, please. The goddess of witchcraft turned and wandered down the palace hallway with the dogs in tow. Persephone held Hades' gaze. What are these for? Hades rubbed the back of his neck. I just thought you might like them. I love them, she said. Thank you. There was a beat of silence, and Hades wondered why things felt so awkward between them. Had it been the flowers, or did it have something to do with their earlier conversation? Was Persephone expecting him to dive into an explanation of his past and present? How was work? He asked, disliking the doubt that twisted through him when she hesitated. Fine, she answered quickly. Sounds frustrating, he observed. I don't want to talk about work, she said, fixating on one of the lilies, drawing her finger along one of the petals. Hades frowned. This had already gotten off to a bad start. Then we won't, he said, and she looked at him over the bouquet. You said you took my picture, she hedged. Do you have a camera? I do, he said, and he couldn't quite place how he felt about sharing it and its contents. Perhaps the closest feeling to describing it was embarrassment, though he also felt a little shameful. He should want to share this with Persephone. He supposed his only fear was what she would think, as always. Do you take pictures often? Occasionally, when I find something worth immortalizing. Her lips curled. But you are immortal. I am, but moments are not. They are fleeting. Can I see? She asked. Of course, he found himself saying, despite his concerns, and led her to his office. When did you begin this hobby? Persephone asked as he made his way behind the desk. Years ago, he said. The technology of mortals never ceases to amaze me, and terrify him, if he were being honest. He pulled the camera from a drawer behind his desk, turned it on, and handed it to her. While it was old, he liked the results he got from the pictures he took. As she looked through the photos, he walked across the room to pour a drink, hoping it would settle the unfamiliar, nervous energy moving through him. She was quiet for a moment, and then said softly, These are beautiful. A faint smile touched his lips, and he heard a click. When he looked, she was lowering the camera. There is a moment I want to keep. Her voice was quiet. He stared for a moment and then approached, setting his glass on the desk. He touched her chin with his thumb and forefinger and kissed her, pulling back when he heard the click of the camera. This moment, too, she whispered. Hades wasn't sure what to think, but he did not dislike this. Will you let me take pictures of you? You already have, she said. He swallowed something thick in his throat as he clarified. Bear. She paused for a moment and then answered, If you let me do the same. Hades held her heated gaze and took the camera from her before instructing, Take off your skirt. He stepped back, camera in hand, and snapped a few pictures as she shimmied out of it. When it puddled on the floor, he approached and lifted her onto the desk, drawing her shirt over her head. He took a moment to kiss her mouth and the part of her breasts that pillowed over the top of her bra before handing the camera to her. Take pictures of yourself, he said. She stared at him for a moment, as if uncertain, so he prompted, What would you send me when we are apart? Her eyes darkened. And what will you do? Watch, he said. He took his glass and moved a few steps back and sank into one of the chairs in front of the desk. It took her a few minutes to get comfortable, but soon she was taking teasing pictures, and explicit ones, and the longer Hades watched, the harder he grew. When she was finished, she sat on the edge of the desk with her legs crossed and took a final photo of him. He could not imagine how he looked, half crazed with lust, overcome by a primal need to claim her. He thought he would go to her, but she came to him, straddling his thighs. She set the camera aside and unbuttoned his shirt. Her hands were hot against his skin as they made their way down his stomach to his erection, painfully restricted by his slacks. She freed it, only to reach for the camera. Before she captured this moment, she looked at him. "What will you do with these?" "Can you not guess?" "Show me," she said, her voice a breathy whisper. It was so fucking hot in this room. He reached between them and stroked himself, timing each movement with the click of the camera. What the fuck was happening? He had never let anyone take pictures of him before, much less this. Something so personal and so fucking intimate. And yet he let it happen. And there came a point when the camera was set aside and their mouths collided. Persephone rose up onto her knees to guide Hades' cock inside her, and they rocked together. As their bodies grew slick and their breaths became ragged, Hades had never quite felt so desperate before. Like everything that had come before this moment had made the chase for release so much sweeter. When they tumbled over the edge and lay in a breathless entanglement, Persephone shifted, reached for the camera, and took a picture of their faces. "I want to remember this," she said, and kissed his raw lips. He didn't think he'd ever forget. Hades had never consistently offered his time to mortals seeking bargains, and he had found since Persephone's arrival he had made himself available less and less. But the weekend was upon them, and there was a general discontent to the crowd gathered on the floor of Nevernight, a desperation that he thought he may as well attempt to cull. So he bargained. He had been right about the hopelessness he'd sensed. Every mortal who came to him was offering far more than they were at liberty to give. "Please," a woman had begged after her loss to Hades, "I will do anything. Take my firstborn." Unease slithered through him at her offer. Money in exchange for a soul is a bitter bargain. Hades frowned. I pity the child who was born to you. She seemed to brighten. "Is that a yes?" Hades scowled. "Out!" Hades' tone must have frightened her, because she fled for the door. The next mortal was a man, desperate for money, who offered Hades the pick of the hetairae employed within his brothel. Hades raised a brow. "I have no interest." The man's face fell. "But, my lord, no singular woman can meet a man's needs." Hades considered listing the faults of this man's soul, hoping each one might hit like a bullet to the chest. Insecure, lonely, dishonest, cruel. But there would be no benefit, and would only mean that the man would linger longer in his presence. So he offered a threat instead. "If you want to exit this club no worse than when you arrived, I suggest you leave. Now." The man scrambled from the room, and Hades was left far more frustrated than when he'd begun. He was reminded every day how the public looked at him, which sometimes was no different from how they viewed Poseidon or Zeus. Neither of his brothers were particularly loyal gods, and it was likely they would have jumped at the menagerie of offerings tonight. But Hades was not like his brothers, and he never would be. The proposed deals were no better after that. Just a string of beggars hoping for money, truly believing that a bargain with the god of the dead would make their lives better. The last client of the night was a young man around 20 or so, and while he presented clean-shaven and well-dressed, a darkness lingered beneath his skin, a corruption that had made his life spiral out of control. He was addicted to drugs, and if Hades had to guess, he'd say it was Evangeline, possibly one of the most destructive and common street drugs on the market. Its creation had originated with Eris, the goddess of destruction. "What is it you wish to bargain for?" Hades asked. I need money." "For drugs?" Hades asked. The man's eyes widened. "No, I need to replace the money I spent on..." He did not finish his sentence, and Hades guessed it was due to shame. The man took a breath and explained.
I'm supposed to be in college, but I haven't gone all semester. I've been lying to my parents, but if I can get the money back, I can return. They won't have to know.
Hades raised a brow. You think you can return to college with an addiction so severe? Just as the man was about to open his mouth, Hades felt the familiar tendrils of Persephone's magic call to his own, which meant two things. She was here, and she was angry. A particularly fierce dread took hold of his heart. What had she discovered? The door swung open, and Persephone was framed in the dim light from the hallway. Her glamour peeked through to reveal the goddess beneath, gleaming eyes and glowing skin. She was also livid. A deep flush kissed the high parts of her cheeks, and her lips and jaw were set hard. The mortal turned to look at her, so desperate for his own bargain that he did not even notice her faltering glamour.
If it's him you want, you'll have to wait your turn. Took me 3 years to get this appointment.
She did not even glance at him. All her anger was directed at Hades. He straightened beneath her gaze.
Leave, mortal.
It was unnerving to hear her say such a thing, when so often she tended to relate more to human than God. The man must have picked up on the threat in her voice, because he clumsily got to his feet and darted out the door, which Persephone slammed shut. I'll have to erase his memory. Your eyes are glowing, Hades said, and despite himself, he found himself smiling. He liked when she seemed unafraid of her power. Who angered you?
Can you not guess?
She asked. Her voice trembled, but only slightly. Hades' brows rose, and he waited.
I just had the pleasure of meeting your lover.
Hades didn't have to think long about who she was referring to. Luce. Fuck. I see. Her head tilted slightly.
You have seconds to explain before I turn her into a weed.
At the rate she was going, he wouldn't be surprised if he ended the night as a plant. So he began to explain. Her name is Luce. She was my lover a long time ago.
What is a long time?
More than a millennia, Persephone.
Then why did she introduce herself to me as your lover today?
Because she's an idiot, he thought. Because to her, I was her lover up until Sunday. Her power surged as she clenched her fists, and leafy vines erupted from the floor of the suite, covering the blue walls completely.
And why is that?
Because she's been a poplar tree for over 2,000 years.
Why was she a poplar tree?
Hades took a breath. He'd been reminded of this too much over the last week, when all he wanted to do was keep it in the past. She betrayed me.
You turned her into a tree?
She asked, clearly stunned, and Hades wondered what had shocked her more, the fact that he had exacted revenge, or the way in which he'd done it.
Why?
I caught her fucking someone else. I was blind with anger. I turned her into a poplar tree. Persephone's features were still stiff with anger.
She must not remember that, or she wouldn't introduce herself as your lover.
She remembered, though he had a suspicion she blamed Apollo more than herself for the treachery. But he'd rather not get into specifics about why Luce was still claiming to be his lover. It was likely only something she had used in hopes that she would get what she wanted, and it had backfired. So all he said was, it is possible she had repressed the memory. Persephone took a breath and looked toward the ceiling before she started to pace, and he thought that it had something to do with the magic building inside her.
How many lovers have you taken?
Persephone. His tone was quiet. She could not know that this question caused him so much discomfort. It was an impossible question, an unfair question, and to be honest, he didn't want to answer it.
I just want to be prepared in case they start coming out of the woodwork, Persephone snapped.
Hades stared up at her from his place at the table. I won't apologize for living before you existed.
I'm not asking you to, but I'd like to know when I'm about to meet a woman who fucked you."
He could understand her anger to a point. He would not have liked for those roles to be reversed. "I was hoping you'd never meet Luce," Hades said, though he was realizing how much of a mistake that was. "She wasn't supposed to be around this long. I agreed to help her get on her feet in the modern world. Normally, I'd pass the responsibility on to Minthy, but seeing as how she's indisposed..." He glanced at the ivy on the walls. "It's taken me longer to find someone suitable to mentor her." Persephone halted and stared at him. She seemed even more shocked now than before.
"You weren't planning to tell me about her?"
"I saw no need until now."
"No need?"
Persephone's magic surged, and Hades could hear the rustle of vines and leaves growing thicker and thicker, blooming with fragrant white flowers, the smell of which choked him.
"You gave this woman a place to stay. You gave her a job, and you used to fuck her."
"Stop saying that," Hades bit out. He obviously did not think about that as much as she did.
"I deserve to know about her, Hades."
"Do you doubt my loyalty?"
"You're supposed to say you're sorry."
"You're supposed to trust me."
"And you're supposed to communicate with me."
Hades did not know what to say, though now he wondered if he could have prevented this if he'd just been honest about the nymph's return. Instead, he'd gotten exactly what he feared: Persephone's disdain. Guilt and dread twisted uneasily in his stomach. She took a breath, and then she asked in a quiet, sad voice, "Do you still love her?" "No, Persephone." He hated that the question had even been asked. Even if she were questioning whether she knew him, how could she think he still loved Luce, after he'd told her, shown her, how much he loved her? He rose from his chair and came around the table, taking her face between his hands and threading one of his hands into her hair. At least she let him touch her. "I hope to keep all this from you," he murmured, "not to protect Luce, but to protect you from my past."
"I don't want to be protected from you," she said. "I want to know you, all of you, from the inside out."
He smirked, brushing her lips with his thumb. "Let's start with the inside," he said, and kissed her. He hoped kissing her would ease her worry and anger, and maybe she would let go of her magic before she suffocated him with the smell of sickly sweet flora. For a moment it worked. Her hands twisted into his shirt, and she pulled him closer as he gripped her harder. But then her palms flattened against his chest, and she pushed away, ending the kiss.
"Hades, I'm serious. I want to know your greatest weakness, your deepest fear, your most treasured possession."
How could she not know the answer? "You." His voice was low and rough.
"Me?"
she said, and shook her head.
"I cannot be all those things."
"You are my weakness. Losing you is my greatest fear, and your love is my most treasured possession."
"Hades,"
she said, averting her eyes, as if searching for words.
"I am a second in your vast life. How can I be all those things?"
"You doubt me?" She touched his face. The warmth of her fingers was a comfort, despite all the anxiety this conversation had caused.
"No, but I believe you have other weaknesses, fears, and treasures. Your people, for one. Your realm, for another."
"See," he said, a smile threatening his lips. "You know me already, inside and out." He leaned in to kiss her once more, but she stopped him. Hades held her so tightly, he could feel her back arch as she drew back.
"I just have one more question,"
she said, and his heart fell.
"When you left Sunday night, where did you go?"
"Persephone." This time, when she stepped back, he released her.
"That's when she returned, wasn't it?"
As angry as she appeared, she could not hide the hurt that flashed in her bright eyes. It made Hades sick, made him want to heal her somehow. But how did one heal this kind of pain, especially when it was of his own making?
"You chose her over me."
He stepped toward her. It isn't like that at all, Persephone. Don't touch me! He hated those words, hated that he was the reason they were being said at all, hated that they hurt, too. You had your chance, she said. You fucked it up. Actions speak louder than words, Hades. She vanished before she could see him flinch. Those were his words. He'd used them with her not so long ago. Action, Lady Persephone. Action holds weight for me. She was right. He had fucked up. Chapter 9. Overprotective. With Persephone gone, Ilias entered the room. Tell me Luce has been detained, Hades gritted out, and when the satyr nodded, he teleported to her holding room. This time, he did not need to think about how he would approach her. His anger would decide. When he appeared, she whirled to face him. Whatever warmth was left in her face drained away, and she staggered back until she hit the wall. He imagined he looked a lot like a monster, because he felt like one. Did I not instruct that you were never to contact me again? Hades seethed. Despite her fear, Luce rocked onto the tips of her toes and glared angrily. I wouldn't have had to contact you if the people you pawned me off on had listened to my requests. Your requests? What requests could you possibly imagine you are entitled to? An agreeable apartment, for one. Are you saying I was not charitable? Hades asked, his words heavy with barely contained anger. Charitable? Luce asked. I spent years as a tree, and the best you can do is a shitty apartment and a serving job? He had no idea what sort of lodging Ilias had secured for the nymph, but he doubted it was shitty. Likely it was just nothing compared to the finery of his palace. If your accommodations and work are not to your liking, then perhaps you do not need them at all. You would leave me without a home. I have done much worse, would you not agree? He knew his words were hateful, but his anger and fear had manifested as an ache in his throat that made him feel like he couldn't breathe. Luce moved to slap him, but Hades caught her hand. Looks like I am not the only one who hasn't changed, he shot back, and she jerked free. This is about her, isn't it? That woman you're seeing. Seeing. It was such a minor word to describe the love of his life. A love that she had disrupted with her careless words. Now Hades had to hope he could rebuild trust between him and Persephone. Is that why you claim to be my lover? Hades asked. Jealousy? Hardly, she scoffed. I was over you long before I slept with Apollo. If she thought that would injure him, she was wrong. It did, however, make him feel particularly vengeful. What a timely admission, he replied. It makes this next part much easier. Luce's eyes widened, and Hades gathered his magic. I could care less about your life and what you make of it, but if it wasn't for that woman, you'd be a tree once more. She is your salvation. And with that, Hades deposited her in a park far from Nevernight, and cursed her to never set foot in his territory again. Days passed, and Persephone had not returned to Nevernight. It was strange to feel so uncomfortable in his own realm, but all he could think about was her absence. It was like his magic searched for her, and when it could not find her, it pulsed beneath his skin, a constant reminder that she had put distance between them. Not just her. Him. He was responsible too, as Hecate had so eloquently reminded him last night when she'd found him wandering the palace halls. What did you do? She asked, already looking dour. That's very presumptuous of you, he replied mildly. She arched her brow and pointed out, You only get this angry with yourself. He scrubbed his face, frustrated. I fucked up. Persephone found out about Luce. Of course the nymph would introduce herself as my lover. Current, not former. You say that as if one is better than the other. to Persephone it might have been. Neither is better when they're both secret, Hades, Hecate replied. He scowled at her. I realize that now. I think you need to consider why you did not wish to tell her, and if the answer is because you were afraid, maybe you do not trust her as much as you think. Now her words tumbled through his head. Did he trust Persephone? He supposed he did not trust that her love for him meant she could overlook his past, and admitting that was both painful and embarrassing. In the end, he hadn't given her a chance. He should never have kept loose a secret, which was what he wanted to tell Persephone. He had debated going to her, but he wasn't certain she was ready to hear his explanation. And when he'd finally decided to go to her, he was diverted by Ilias, who informed him that Acacius's shop had blown up, with the relic dealer and his men inside. Before he could even speculate about that information, Hermes arrived at Nevernight with a message from Dionysus. Well, Hades prompted impatiently. I just really need you to understand I'm only the messenger. Hades waited, and after a moment, Hermes closed his eyes and lifted his middle finger. That's it, Hades asked. That's all he had to say? He didn't even say anything. He just flipped me off. Hades took a deep breath, and upon his exhale, he snatched a vase full of red flowers and threw it across the room. He was not surprised by Dionysus's reaction. The god did not like being told what to do, and he probably liked it even less that Hades was aware of his exploits. What will you do now? Hermes asked. I'm not going to do anything. Yet, Hades said. If Dionysus wanted to play childish games, Hades would too. But you will. What? Nuh-uh, Hermes said. Not this time. I always help you, and what does it get me in return? Nothing. I haven't even gotten a thank you for today. Fine, Hades said. I suppose I'll have to find someone else to plague Dionysus with dreams of bloody castration. Hermes pursed his lips as if considering. I suppose I can ask Morpheus or Epialus, Hades said. He is the personification of nightmares, after all, and he would do a fine job. Fine, Hermes scoffed. Let me do it. I'll show you bloody castration. But you have already declined, Hades said. I take it back, Hermes said. And you know what? Thank you, Hades. For what? For being you, Hermes said. Now, can I set Dionysus's dick on fire? I wouldn't give the task to anyone else, Hades replied. Yes! Hermes hissed, pumping his fist in the air. I'm off to make some plans. How much planning can possibly go into castration? It's an art, Hermes replied, before vanishing. And while there was an initial satisfaction to the errand Hades had sent Hermes on, he soon felt the exhaustion of it all, and found himself on the empty floor of Nevernight in the early morning, nursing a glass of whiskey until Ilias arrived. Did you sleep? The satyr asked as he approached, rounding the bar so he stood opposite Hades. No, he replied, taking a sip of his whiskey. You sure you don't want something else? Coffee, perhaps? No. Well, I would ask you if you were all right, but I think I know the answer. Hades met Ilias's gaze. Are you here to judge, or do you have something to tell me? I'm not one to judge, Ilias replied, but I do have something to tell you. I spoke with Katerina this morning about these missing women. The satyr placed Ariadne's folder on the table. They are all running from something. A partner, parents, all kinds of trauma. Our detective probably missed it because their families all claimed they were happy and they had all made plans for their future. She's not wrong about how they went missing, though. None of them could be traced to a specific location aside from Megara, who, as you know, seems to have never left Dionysus's club, which cannot actually be confirmed. And none of them went to Hemlock Grove? Hades asked. Ilias shook his head. No one named in this folder. It seemed Hades was going to have to begin with the only lead he had. Dionysus. "Now for the bad news," Ilias said, and Hades' brows rose. Was this not bad enough? "This was left at the doors this morning." Hades could very much say he was not prepared for what the satyr had to share. He placed a folded newspaper on the counter in front of him so that the title glared at him in bold black. "Apollo casts a grim shadow on past and present lovers." His heart beat unevenly in his chest as he picked up the paper and read. "Apollo, known for his charm and beauty, has a secret. He cannot stand rejection. The evidence is overwhelming. I would have his many ex-lovers vouch for me, but they either begged to be saved from his wily pursuits and were turned into trees, or died horrible deaths as a result of his punishment. You are familiar with a few of these lovers. Daphne, the river nymph who Apollo pursued relentlessly until she begged her father to turn her into a tree. Cassandra, princess of Troy, who cried that Greeks were hidden in the Trojan horse, but was ignored. Which begs the question, how noble can Apollo truly be when he fought on the side of Troy, yet compromised their victory, all because he was given the cold shoulder? Perhaps the greater issue at hand is that the public is very much aware of these transgressions, yet continues to elevate a god who should instead be held accountable for his actions. Apollo is an abuser. He has a need to control and dominate. It's not about communication or listening. It's about winning. Is this who we really want representing New Greece? Hades read the article once more, his fingers curling into the paper. All he could think was that she'd promised not to write about Apollo, except that he knew she'd never actually promised. "Trust me on this, Persephone." "I trust you," she'd said. But she didn't, or at least if she did, she disregarded his warning. Was this her way of seeking revenge because of Luce? The irony was she had no idea why he'd turned the nymph into a tree, or that it had been because of Apollo. "If that makes you angry, you won't want to see what else is in the news today." The satyr was likely right, but Hades wanted to know anyway. He had a feeling it had everything to do with Persephone. Ilias pulled out his phone to show Hades a video. It was a news report from earlier, and a red banner at the bottom of the screen drew his eye. "Hades' lover attacks beloved god." He grimaced, his anger growing the longer the reporter talked about Persephone, as if they did not fear his retaliation. "Guess she didn't gain enough fame by sleeping with Hades. She had to go after Apollo too?" the reporter said. Those words went right through him, and he pushed the phone back toward Ilias. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is she safe?" "She made it to work," he replied. He didn't like that he'd had to ask that question, did not like that Ilias had to qualify his answer, knowing that she'd now have to make it home. "If she'd known this would be the response, I doubt she'd have done this," Ilias said. "She knew," Hades said curtly. "I warned her." Ilias did not respond, though Hades could tell the satyr was holding back. "What is it?" he snapped. Ilias shrugged. "I don't know. I just think she probably thought you were being overprotective." Hades bristled at those words. Overprotective. It almost made him sound controlling, and he hated that. "You can't tell me who to write about, Hades," she'd said. And while he'd have liked for her to have been able to write about anyone and anything she wished, the reality was it wasn't possible without fallout. She was about to learn the hard way. "When it comes to Apollo, there is no such thing," Hades replied. Ilias did not disagree. "He will hunt her." Hades did not need to be told. He knew what the god was capable of. He'd pursue Persephone until she paid for her slander. But Hades wasn't willing to lose another love to the god of music. "That's not all I have for you," Ilias said. "This came pinned to the newspaper." Ilias handed him a piece of white parchment. The top of the page was embossed with a gold peacock. Beneath the icon was printed, "From the desk of Hera, goddess of marriage. and below that was a handwritten message. I see your lover has caused quite a stir. With your allies growing fewer and fewer among the Olympians, it will be no easy task to convince Zeus to agree to your hopeful matrimony. It was as much a threat as it was a reminder of the labors Hera had sentenced Hades to. He knew he was running out of time. He would have to kill Briareus soon. Hades crushed the note in his palm and set it ablaze with black flame. It curled into solid ashes that dissipated into a fine dust, leaving behind a sharp, clean smell and pale white smoke. Anything else? Hades asked. I think that's enough for today, don't you? Hades rose from his chair, drained his glass, and left the club. Hades waited for Persephone in the darkness of her room. He wondered if she had dreaded this encounter. Had the thought of facing him invaded every part of her day? While he would have preferred to occupy her thoughts for a different reason, she had to know he was coming for her, and yet she did not hesitate as she entered her room, did not pause to scan the area for signs of his presence. She walked straight to her bedside table, turned on the light, and stepped into the bathroom. She turned on the faucet and returned to her room, arms tangled behind her back as she managed to unzip her dress. They had not been apart long, but the anger and betrayal between them made it feel like months. His fingers itched to touch her, to help her out of her dress, to ignore the last few days of fury and frustration in favor of something far more pleasurable. But even he knew that was foolish, because all those feelings would be waiting on the other side of that intimate high. Her dress puddled around her feet, and her skin glowed softly, bathed in the warmth of her lamplight. She straightened, dressed only in black lace, but before she could remove that too, she must have caught sight of him, because she glanced his way and startled. Please continue, he implored, leaning against the wall opposite her. Despite his frustration with her, he'd happily watch her strip, especially knowing he was soon to be the recipient of her anger, given what he'd come here to do. She stared, speechless, and he wondered what she was thinking as her eyes roved over his body. But there came a time, all too quickly, when she met his gaze, narrowed her eyes, pressed her lips tight, and bent to pull her dress up, holding it to her chest, as if they were not lovers at all, but strangers. That simple act made him feel many things, but mostly hopeless. He offered a humorless laugh. Come now, darling. We are beyond that, are we not? I have seen every inch of you, touched every part of you. A tremor shook her, but at least she did not cringe. That doesn't mean you will tonight, she snapped. What are you doing here? Hades' impatience made his body vibrate. Why did she feel entitled to anger? She had defied him. You are avoiding me. He wondered how long it would have taken her to return to the Underworld if he had not sought her out tonight. I'm avoiding you? It's a two-way street, Hades. You've been just as absent. I gave you space, he argued, because he'd assumed that was what was best. And yet Persephone rolled her eyes. Clearly that was a bad idea. You know what you should have given me? An apology. She tossed her dress aside and whirled, heading into the bathroom, where she removed the rest of her clothes. Hades followed as she stepped into the bath and sank into the steaming water. She didn't seem to mind the heat, though it had already turned her pale skin a bright red. She kept her knees pressed to her chest, and as he spoke, her arms tightened around her knees. I told you I loved you. It wasn't as if he had hoped to keep loose a secret for malicious reasons. As selfish as it may have been, he hadn't wanted to admit to turning her into a tree. It was abhorrent behavior, and something she had criticized Apollo for. That's not an apology. Are you telling me those words mean nothing to you? She tilted her chin, anger flashing in her eyes. Actions, Hades! You weren't going to tell me about Luce. If we are going to speak of actions, then let us speak of yours. Did you not promise me you wouldn't write about Apollo? He knew he was being a little unfair, But of the two things they were discussing, Apollo took precedence. He was a god with power and a taste for blood. I had to do it. Had to? Were you offered an ultimatum? He couldn't keep the bite from his voice, and his tone drowned out the part of him that was actually concerned she might have faced some kind of demand from her job. New Athens News was owned by Cal Stavros. At his question, Persephone looked away, setting her jaw. Were you threatened? He continued. She did not respond. She was digging her heels in against his anger. Did any of it have anything to do with you? She stood from the bath without warning, water rippling off her body, and clutched a towel to her chest. Sybil is my friend, and her life was ruined by Apollo, she said, standing so close he could feel the heat coming off her body. His behavior had to be exposed. Hades inched closer, tilting his head as he did. Do you know what I think? He whispered furiously, letting his arms fall to his sides, fingers curling into fists to keep from touching her. I think this is all a game to you. I pissed you off, so you wanted to piss me off, is that it? 1 for 1, now we're even. She scowled. Not everything's about you, Hades. He gripped her hips and drew her close, voice rough. You promised me you wouldn't write about Apollo. Is your word worth nothing? She flinched, and he felt it in her whole body, a desire to create distance between them. Fuck you, she spat with tears in her eyes, and as much as he hated to see it, he smiled. I'd rather fuck you, darling, but if I did right now, you wouldn't walk for a week. He snapped his fingers and teleported to the Queen's suite. It was where she usually got ready for events in the Underworld, and it would be her home for however long it took to end Apollo's hunt. As soon as they had appeared, Persephone pushed away from him. Did you just abduct me? Yes. Apollo will come after you, and the only way he will have an audience with you is if I am present. I can take care of this, Hades. You can't, and you won't. He hated to say it, but in this instance, it was true. She couldn't go up against a god, not one as seasoned as Apollo. Her eyes glinted, lifting her chin in defiance as she tried to teleport. When it didn't work, she stomped her foot, and from there a mass of vines erupted from the floor and crawled toward him. You can't keep me here! Hades' responding chuckle only seemed to infuriate her more. Darling, you are in my realm. You're here until I say otherwise. He turned and headed for the door. I have to work, Hades! I have a life up there! Hades! He kept walking, though with each step her magic surged, and in seconds, the harmless vines she'd sent his way earlier became thick thorns, rising from the broken floor to attack. Hades turned quickly, dismissing her magic with a wave of his hand. She stared, mouth ajar. After a moment, she swallowed, and there was a flash of something in her eyes that hurt his chest. A pain he did not understand, but had seen in many mortals. It was the shock of suddenly understanding just how powerless she really was. He let his hand fall, and despite everything inside him that wanted to go to her, to comfort her, he turned to leave once more. As he did, she yelled after him, her voice breaking with a distinct crack he could feel in his heart. You will regret this! At the door, he turned his head a fraction and answered, I already do. When he stepped out of the room, he found Hecate waiting. The goddess's eyes were glassy with anger. Hades wasn't certain what had summoned her, but he had a feeling it had something to do with the surge in Persephone's magic. Don't, he warned, and while his voice did not waver, his insides shook. He didn't want to hear what Hecate would say, because he already knew he had fucked up. He knew it with every beat of his heart. But if he hadn't gotten her out of the upper world and into his realm, there was no end to the list of the things Apollo might do. At least here, she was safe. And he'd take that in the end, because the one thing he wouldn't live without in this world was her, even if she hated him. To her credit, Hecate said nothing, and Hades made a wide arc around her, leaving the palace altogether.
Chapter 10. Bacchaia. Hades was distracted, his mind on the final moments before he'd left Persephone in the queen's suite of his palace the night before. The broken note in her voice tortured his thoughts and clawed at his chest. That night, he'd watched her from his balcony, wandering through the garden. She fit so perfectly among those flowers, like his soul had known to make it for her before she existed. Even then, with all the knowledge that their fates were entwined, he could not manage to talk to her, to make this rift between them right. In some twisted way, he feared comfort would only seem like he approved of her actions, and he wanted her to know the consequences of dealing with gods. "My lord?" Antony queried, and Hades looked up, meeting the Cyclops' gaze in the mirror. "Apologies. We have arrived. Would you like for me to wait for you?" Hades had asked Antony to take him to Bacchaia. He'd decided to put this anger to good use and confront Dionysus over his involvement with Acacius, and he preferred to arrive in a mortal fashion, as it would announce his presence. Not only that, but teleporting into a god's territory was usually frowned on, though Hades would have been able to do so, given that he shared control of the upper world with his brothers. "That won't be necessary," Hades replied. He would choose a far quicker exit when he was ready to leave the god of wine's territory. Antony looked at him in the rearview mirror. "Pardon the observation, my lord, but you seem off tonight." That was an effective way to describe how he felt. He was off. He had been since the night Persephone had confronted him about Luce, and things had spiraled from there. Now he agonized, replaying every decision he'd made prior and since, and he felt ridiculous. A horn blared as an impatient driver pulled in behind them, and Hades curled his fists at the sound. "Apologies, Antony," Hades said, and stepped out of his limo. As he did, he straightened his tie and turned his head toward the waiting car. The driver's eyes widened, and he backed up into the vehicle behind him in an attempt to flee. That was a satisfying enough punishment for Hades, and he strolled to the black doors of Bacchaia, illuminated on either side by strands of red light. The bouncers, two large satyrs, allowed Hades past with only a nod, though he knew they'd already alerted Dionysus of his presence the moment he stepped out of the car. And while he hoped that meant he wouldn't have to go in search of the god, he had a feeling Dionysus was going to make this very difficult. Once Hades stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by a loud and crowded club. The music was so loud it vibrated his bones. Red laser light cut through the darkness, and billows of white smoke clouded the air. It was supposed to be hypnotizing, but Hades found it suffocating. He edged along the dance floor to the stairs and headed to the second floor, where it was quieter and far more intimate. A few people leaned over small tables, talking in hushed voices, while some shared space, taking up large plush chairs to kiss and explore. Then there were some who openly fucked, the darkness unable to mask the sounds of pleasurable intercourse. No one seemed to mind, not the exhibitionism or the voyeurism, but Hades had no intention of lingering. Being on this floor reminded him of how badly he'd wanted to comfort Persephone when he'd taken her to the Underworld. He'd wanted to touch her, kiss her, caress her. He'd wanted her to find pleasure in his arms. But he'd left instead, and now the distance between them felt like a hopelessly deep and jarring chasm. He continued down the hall, which was wide and full of seating. A wall of windows overlooked downtown New Athens, providing a glittering backdrop for the sin that took place here. Dionysus had a unique repertoire of powers, among them the ability to inspire madness and ecstasy, and he could apply them to a myriad of situations, from the murderous to the erotic. It was no surprise, given that the god was the first to create wine, a drink responsible for lowering the inhibitions of many mortals. At the root of it, Dionysus was the cause for much disruption, and he reveled in the chaos.
It was just one reason Hades preferred to keep his distance, and yet here he was, seeking him out for the discord he'd caused. He came to the third floor, reserved for private suites. The hall was dark, and doors bearing red numbers ran the length of it. There was an energy to the air that put Hades on edge, and while he knew part of it had to do with being in another god's territory, there was something darker beneath, a desperation that called to death. He may have ruled over that realm, but it was unnerving to feel how it lingered within these walls. Hades paused before the seventh door and entered. Inside, the suite was dim, but Hades did not need any more light to know what was occurring before him. Dionysus relaxed in a large chair, arms stretched out over the back, while a woman knelt between his legs, working her mouth and hands over his cock. There were other people in the room too, all engaged in various sexual acts, and Dionysus's magic hung heavy in the air. Magic that had worked these mortals into a frenzy, unable to think of anything but their carnal need to fuck.
"Hades,"
Dionysus said in acknowledgement, and as he nodded, the gold coiled in his hair glinted in the light. Dionysus.
"Excuse the display," he said, "just making sure everything is in working order, given I have been plagued with dreams of castration."
How unfortunate, Hades commented. He shrugged.
"I quite like the pain."
Of course he would, Hades thought.
"I've been expecting you,"
Dionysus said, with no hitch in his voice, despite the woman's vigorous work between his legs. Hades was not surprised. "You've been busy, from what I hear."
"What have you heard?"
Hades only waited a beat before responding. "A lot," he replied.
"From which you have made a lot of assumptions."
Hades raised a brow. "I do not assume," he said, though there was an element of guilt that accompanied those words as he recalled how much he assumed when it came to Persephone.
"Isn't that why you're here?"
"Look who's assuming," Hades replied, "and here I thought to give you the space to explain yourself." That was the first comment to break Dionysus's cool facade. His eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers curled, and then he sat up and his gaze fell to the girl, still valiantly engaged in her task.
"Leave,"
he commanded. She looked up at him and obeyed, allowing his cock to slide from her mouth. She rose, using his knees for support, and left. "I would apologize," Hades said, "but it does not appear she was able to hold much of your attention." Dionysus's lips flattened, and he stood to restore his appearance. He was just as tall and large as Hades. He wore a gray suit with purple accents, and his hair was long and braided.
"Usually I am not deterred by exhibitionism, but you tend to have an unnerving effect."
"I'll take that as a compliment."
"It isn't,"
Dionysus said flatly, navigating around entangled bodies as he made his way to the bar where a glass of wine and a glass of whiskey already waited. Dionysus handed over the whiskey.
"Since you've come for a visit, I hope you've brought along my eye."
"You illegally bought the Graiai. The eye is no more yours than they are."
"You missed the important part. Bought and paid for."
"You missed the illegal part," Hades pointed out.
"What makes you think it was illegal?"
"Who does anything lawful on the black market?" Hades countered. Dionysus took a sip of his wine and set it aside, watching Hades.
"I did not buy the Graiai. I bought their services. Imagine my surprise when they arrived without their eye and no ability to do what I need."
Hades was skeptical. "And what do you need?" Just then, the woman Dionysus had ordered to leave earlier burst into the suite. "She's dying! There's a girl in the bathroom, and she's dying!" Hades and Dionysus exchanged a look before leaving the room, scrambling for the restroom located at the end of the hall. Dionysus was the first to enter, throwing open the door with such force it crashed against the wall. There, On the tiled floor lay an unconscious woman whose life force was indeed fading, and the only reason she had yet to pass was due to the efforts of another woman who hovered over her, administering CPR. Hades recognized her immediately. Ariadne.
"Get out of the way,"
Dionysus commanded, kneeling beside the woman. "Fuck you," Ariadne shot back.
"I said move!"
The god roared, and Ariadne fell back, wedged between the wall and the countertop. Dionysus produced a syringe from the inside pocket of his jacket and stuck the needle straight into the muscle of the girl's arm. When he was finished, he reached for Ariadne, dragging her back to the girl by the wrist.
"Do your compressions until she's breathing again."
She blinked, stunned, and while it took her a second to comply, she resumed without argument. Shocking, Hades thought. A few minutes passed, and then Ariadne spoke. "She's breathing." At that, the doors opened and two men entered, each lifting the woman up by an arm draped over their shoulders. "Where are you taking her?" Ariadne demanded, rising to her feet. "She still needs medical assistance."
"My, you are presumptuous,"
Dionysus said. "You expect me to believe you will see to her care?"
"I saved her life."
"Excuse me? You are the reason she was in that state."
"I do not recall telling anyone to overdose."
"No? Then why do you carry Narcan?"
"Will you two shut the fuck up?"
Hades snapped, unable to take any more of their verbal sparring. He had work to do, and they were both fucking around. Both Dionysus and Ariadne looked at him. "What the hell are you doing here, detective?" Hades asked. Dionysus narrowed his eyes as she responded. "What does it look like?" she countered. "And where were you? I didn't see you jumping to help us save that girl's life, god of the dead." "I highly doubt you wanted my intervention, detective. It's in the name." Silence followed his comment, and Ariadne crossed her arms over her chest.
"I take it you two are acquainted?"
Dionysus asked tightly.
"We met briefly when Detective Alexiou accused you of trafficking women. Care to explain?"
Hades thought they might as well cut to the chase. He saw no reason to keep Ariadne's secret, given that she had obviously decided to continue her own investigation. "By the way, it seems you had no trouble getting into Bacchaia on your own, detective." She glared.
"Trafficking women?"
Dionysus asked, and Hades noted an edge to his voice that Ariadne did not seem to pick up on. Perhaps that was due to her line of work. He was certain she was used to being lied to as well, much as Hades was. "Megara Alkaios has been missing for 2 weeks, Ariadne said. "Her friends say she came here and never left."
"That is one woman,"
Dionysus pointed out. "I have reason to believe you're also responsible for the disappearance of many more."
"Does reason equate to evidence, or is that just your opinion of me, Detective Alexiou?"
Hades knew very well she had no evidence, and yet he found her response particularly amusing. "If you were innocent, you would have said so, and yet I don't hear you denying a thing."
"I'm not interested in gaining your favor,"
Dionysus replied. "Well, you should be interested in gaining mine," Ariadne snapped. That made Dionysus laugh, and he took a step closer to the mortal woman. Her head tilted back in defiance, and the tension between them grew as he asked,
"Are you saying you have something to offer, detective?"
"I have a lot to offer," said Hades, once more interrupting, "including a stay in Tartarus if I have to hear this exchange any longer." "No one said you had to stay," Ariadne shot back, glaring at Hades, then returning her gaze to Dionysus once she heard him chuckle. "Is something funny?"
"Oh, yes," he said. "Something is definitely funny."
A woman entered the bathroom and hesitated at seeing it occupied by the three, but her expression quickly morphed to interest, and she sauntered inside. "Want a fourth?" she asked. Ariadne lifted the hem of her dress and drew a gun. "Get out." The woman's eyes widened, and she fled just as Dionysus's hand clamped down on the weapon, wrenching it from Ariadne's hands.
Detective, don't you know the rules? No weapons in the club.
I see you pick and choose your morals.
Like all gods,
he said, and his eyes traveled down her frame.
Hiding anything else under that dress?
Wouldn't you like to know?
By the gods, I think I'm going to vomit, Hades said. Now you know how the rest of us feel about you and your lover,
Dionysus said, finally looking at Hades. He clenched his jaw at the comment, which only succeeded in reminding him once more of all the mistakes he'd made in the last couple of weeks. There was a beat of silence as Dionysus placed Ariadne's gun inside his coat.
Follow me.
Dionysus left the bathroom first, and Hades gestured for Ariadne to follow.
Ladies first,
he said. What a gentleman, she replied dryly. They followed Dionysus down the hall to an elevator tucked away in an alcove off the staircase. Once inside, he took out a key that gave him the ability to choose a level below the first floor that was unmarked. Hades wasn't surprised to discover that this club had a basement. If he had to guess, it had an underground tunnel too, and likely connected to other properties owned by Dionysus. As he suspected, when the door opened, it was to a large concrete tunnel. A stripe of fluorescent lights ran down the center, casting the place in a painful yellow light. Is this how you smuggle contraband into your club? Ariadne asked.
No, said Dionysus, stepping past her. We bring that in the front door.
They followed him, and the tunnel led to a balcony that overlooked a large warehouse-type room. It was accessible via a set of metal stairs. Several long tables ran the length of the space, and there were a few other cozier seating areas, some of which were occupied by women who were reading or cleaning weapons. There was a whole wall of shelving dedicated to leather-bound books, and another wall was taken over by a large screen that was currently displaying news streams from across New Greece. Several dark archways were located intermittently about the room, and Hades found himself curious as to where those led. This brothel looks terrible, Ariadne said.
I didn't realize you were an expert,
said Dionysus. It's not a brothel, Hades said. So now you're the expert? Ariadne said.
Megara,
Dionysus called, ignoring her. A woman looked up from one of the seating areas. It was evident she was the same girl from the photo Ariadne had presented to Hades earlier in the week. Auburn hair, round eyes, slender frame. She had been reading a book, but when her name was called, she set it aside and stood, bowing. My lord, she said.
This detective thinks you are in trouble,
he said.
Are you in trouble?
She shook her head and answered, I am not in trouble. Hades sensed no lie, but Ariadne moved ahead of the two gods. Do not lie for him, she said. If he kidnapped you, you must let me know. He didn't, she replied. I came here of my own free will. Ariadne's brows furrowed, and Hades saw that her shoulders fell. I don't understand. The woman looked confused, her eyes slipping to Dionysus, who said, You do not have to tell her if you do not wish. Ariadne's frustration must have boiled over, because she plowed ahead. Look, I'm a detective with the Hellenic Police Department, she explained. It was the wrong thing to say, because every woman in the room looked up then, and Hades felt their collective apprehension, fear, and venom. Ariadne must have noticed it too, because she hesitated. Why are you all looking at me like that? Because they don't want to be found, Hades said. And before Ariadne could speak, he stopped her. Is it so hard to believe, given what you've seen? These women are in hiding. Did anyone happen to tell you where I was before I went missing? Megara asked, and her voice trembled. The hospital. It was my third visit. I decided it would be my last. For the first time all night, Ariadne had nothing to say, but Hades did. He had a lot to say. You'll forgive me if I don't believe you've done this purely from the goodness of your heart, Hades said to Dionysus.
What are you implying?
Hades vanished and appeared behind one of the women, who had been cleaning a knife. In an instant, she was on her feet, and as soon as Hades appeared, the blade was at his throat. He stared at the woman, no hint of fear in her eyes.
Right,
Hades said, and took a step back.
So you've trained them.
Dionysus shrugged.
Why not give them the ability to defend themselves? And assassinate your enemies. 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
The god did not respond. Are you saying you have an army of female assassins? Ariadne asked.
Well, this has been most satisfying, said Dionysus. But you have worn out your welcome.
Only just now, Ariadne asked.
That mouth really is something else, said Dionysus.
That made Ariadne smile, but in a way that communicated her disgust with the god.
As much as I'd like to leave and never return, Hades said, you've yet to answer my question.
Dionysus stiffened, and Hades felt everyone in the room tense around him. He got the distinct impression that Dionysus's assassins were poised for attack.
I'd reconsider, Hades said. Not even your assassins have a chance against death.
Fine, Dionysus gritted out.
You want to know? I'll tell you.
Fucking finally, Hades gritted out, relieved. It had only taken discovering one of Dionysus's weaknesses, which he was certain were few and far between. The god of the vine was not overt about those he cared for because it made them targets. It was a lesson he'd learned long ago, as he was a son of Zeus and had been the target of Hera's wrath for the majority of his life.
I needed the location of a gorgon named Medusa, Dionysus said. There is a rumor going around in the market that she has the power to turn men to stone. As you can imagine, that is quite a useful skill in the hands of a mortal.
One you want for yourself? Ariadne asked.
If I wanted to turn someone to stone, I could without a gorgon's gaze, Dionysus replied. Shall I give you a demonstration?
Or you could finish your explanation, Hades interjected, his patience gone. Dionysus and Ariadne were still glaring at each other when he continued.
A few bounty hunters have put a price on her head, so I hired the Graiai to help me find her first.
So she can join your team of assassins?
They're called Maenads, Dionysus said, and then shamelessly admitted, and yes.
As your weapon, Hades said.
Dionysus shrugged. Her power makes her dangerous. She'll be on everyone's kill list. At least here she would be safe.
And what if that isn't what she wants? Ariadne asked.
Dionysus looked at the detective and answered, Not everyone has the privilege of choice.
Hades considered the information Dionysus had given him. If it were true, and there was a bounty on Medusa's head, then it was just a matter of time before she was located. Still, he had questions. He was familiar with gorgons. He employed one, Euryale, to watch the doors to his lounge at Nevernight. Did she know Medusa?
Why the Graiai? Hades asked.
Dionysus stared. You have all these assassins, Hades continued. A room full of people who can search and spy, and yet you purchased the Graiai. Why?
I purchased their skills, Dionysus clarified, as he thought that were somehow better. And because they are sisters to the Gorgons. If anyone would know where Medusa resided, it would be the Graiai.
And you think they will tell you?
If they want to keep her safe, then yes.
It seems she's doing a fine job keeping herself safe, Ariadne pointed out, which was true. No one had been able to locate her, and if they had, it was likely that no one knew because she'd turned them to stone. Still, Dionysus was right. Power like that was dangerous. Mortals would want to harness it, mortals like the impious or even Triad, while immortals would want to destroy it. It was just a matter of time before someone figured out how to capture her. Hades looked to Dionysus. What will you do if she doesn't want to come with you? It was an important question, one that Hades had to know the answer to before he decided how to proceed. I won't force her, Dionysus said, but I have hope that her sisters will help convince her. Take us to them, Hades said, and before Dionysus could protest, he continued, We'll learn the secret together. Dionysus's lips flattened. You hardly have the authority to command such a thing in my realm, he said. Last time I checked, the Graiai were not under your rule. Besides, I have the eye, and they cannot see without it. Hades expected Dionysus to protest, to remind him that he had bought and paid for the services of the Graiai, and while his jaw ticked as he gritted his teeth, he gave a harsh nod. Fine. Dionysus left the balcony, navigating to the floor where his maenads lingered, and led them through one of the darkened archways. It turned out that they were dorms. I expected a dungeon, Ariadne said, as they passed door after door. I have one, said Dionysus, though it's not exactly what you're imagining. Ariadne scoffed, and Hades rolled his eyes. Finally, Dionysus stopped at one of the doors and knocked. What are we waiting for? Ariadne asked. For them to answer the door, Dionysus said. They aren't prisoners. But after a minute, no one had come, so Dionysus knocked again. Dino, Enyo, Pemphredo, he called, and still there was no answer. When he opened the door, they found the dorm was empty. What the fuck? Dionysus stepped inside the spacious room, which resembled more of a luxury hotel room with large beds, lush linens, and pleasing works of art. Hades and Ariadne followed. It was evident that the three sisters had occupied the room, as 3 of the 4 beds had rumpled covers, and there were breakfast trays at the end of each, crowded with empty plates, glasses, and silverware. But the Graiai were nowhere to be found. You have a basement of assassins, and the Graiai still managed to escape, Ariadne said. They didn't escape, said Dionysus. Ariadne raised a doubtful brow. They were taken, he said. Are you saying someone managed to steal from you? She asked, and glanced at Hades. Twice. Dionysus's body tensed. Seems your maenads aren't doing their job. It would be impossible for mortals, no matter how skilled, to go up against a god, said Hades. You think a god did this? She asked. There was no other explanation. 3 monsters had disappeared from their room without a trace. If not a god, then someone with divine blood, Hades said, knowing that demigods often took on powers from their mothers and fathers, which made the pool of culprits even greater. The question is, who? Hades met Dionysus's gaze, but he shook his head. I have no fucking clue. Chapter 11. A Battle of Wills. Hades expected to return to the Underworld only mildly frustrated after dealing with Dionysus tonight, but he had not anticipated adding to his long list of anxieties, among them the abducted Graiai. The only thing that worked in either Dionysus's or Hades' favor was that he was still in possession of the eye. The way he saw it, there were 2 possibilities ahead of them. Either he and Dionysus found the abductors, or the abductors would come to them. For now, at least the Gorgon Medusa was safe. Though for how long, Hades could not be certain, and that made him uneasy. In fact, everything about this made him uneasy. Something was at work here, and he felt like he could see it forming on the fringe of his vision, a slight shadow that hinted at darker days. Whoever was in search of Medusa wanted a weapon. A thick dread settled in his chest and tangled in his lungs, making it hard to breathe and think of anything but war. He shook his head, frowning deeply at the turn his thoughts had taken, and it was made worse by the sudden, deep desire to see Persephone. When he felt like this, like chaos and turmoil, he turned to her to calm and soothe.
She was everything he had never had upon entering this ravaged and bloody world. Warm and loving and safe. And when this violence moved beneath his skin at the thought of his past, she always managed to ease it. As he made his return to the underworld, the need to see her blossomed. He was urged not only by these darker feelings, but by far less rational thoughts, like what if Apollo had somehow found a way into the underworld? He knew it wasn't possible, and yet his mind would not ease until he laid eyes on her. Still, he hesitated at her door. What if she did not wish to see him? He frowned, imagining what she might say. "Ensuring I remain in your prison?" He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. There was no answer. For a moment he thought that perhaps she was ignoring him, but then he went in search of her presence and realized he could not feel her. He opened the door. It was dark, but he could see that the bed was untouched. "Persephone," he called, and moved farther into the room, calling forth lights to burn away the darkness, leaving no part of the room in shadow. But she was not there. So he searched the baths, then the library, then the entire palace, and when he could not find her, he turned to the garden. He walked the winding path that seemed never-ending the longer he went, without finding her beneath the branches of the willows or hiding among the flowers. Hysteria burned his throat when he came to the end of the garden where Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus waited, as if they sensed his discontent. "Find Persephone," he ordered. The dogs took off, their noses to the ground, but he could tell by the way they moved that they were not tracking her scent, which only made his fear more acute. As he followed their movement across the asphodel fields, he closed his eyes, searching his realm for her footprint, but he couldn't feel her. On any given day, at any given time, he could feel her here. A soft caress, a burning ember. He could also feel her absence, a great disruption in the fabric of his world. That was how she felt now. Gone. His growing unease turned to fear, churning hard in his stomach. Though this was his realm, it was still dangerous, and Persephone had found that danger readily enough in the past, wandering into Tartarus, only to come face to face with Tantalus, a man who still wished to cause Hades pain, much like many who resided in his realm. Except then, Hades had been able to track her to Tantalus. He could not trace her now. "Hecate! Hermes!" Their names left his lips, a summoning command. There were no snide remarks or quips from either as they appeared before him. They knew he would not have called them if it weren't serious, if he did not need them. "I cannot find her," he said, his voice shaking, his heart racing. "I cannot feel her." They both paled, hearing his words, and there was a shared sense of dread between the three. "We'll find her," Hermes said confidently. But would it be too late? The two vanished, and Hades stormed across the field. The wind picked up speed, whipping around him, and the elegant stems of the asphodel wilted as he drained the lush ground around him of magic. Then the air rippled and grew warm with the energy of gods as Hades summoned the deities of the underworld. They came to him disembodied, taking the form of shadow and lightning, whirling around him. He felt them acutely, grief and sorrow, sickness and panic, starvation and want. They whispered to him as they circled, monstrous things they used to infect mortal minds and drive them to madness. And Hades felt mad. Now and then the deities flashed red eyes or gnashed long, sharp teeth. They were monsters more than they were human, and Hades needed them. "Find my queen!" he commanded. The deities circled quicker, and their whispers became faster until they peeled away, dashing across the sky. Hades followed, still leeching magic from his realm as he went, his sole focus on finding Persephone. His mind knew no bounds when it came to imagining what might have happened to her. His earlier thoughts of battle returned with a vengeance, and all he could think was that she must be hurt, and that he would find her broken and bleeding. The images came to his mind easily because he had seen many bodies in the same state.
He had never allowed himself to think long on loss, not when it came to Persephone, though he'd always promised to end the world if anything did occur. Now he was certain of it, but he'd not just set it aflame. He would tear it to pieces. It was Cerberus who came to him first, then Typhon, and they led him to a grove of poplar trees where Orthrus sat rigid, guarding Persephone, who slept beneath the silver of his strange moon. Even standing before her, he could still not sense her. It was as if, in slumber, she had managed to shield herself. It took him a moment to move, to settle the chaos her absence had caused. And when he did, the wind ceased to roar, and the deities he had called to his aid screamed as they were forced to return to the untamed wild beyond the gates of his realm. Though he managed to quell the external part of his frenzy, inside he still felt the aftershock shudder through him. But that soon ebbed as he knelt to gather her into his arms. He cradled her close as he rose, enjoying her warmth and weight and the smell of her hair, which was earthy and sweet. And soon Hecate and Hermes had found them. None of them spoke, but there was a general sense of relief between the three. Hades moved past them, heading for the palace. While he could have teleported, he wanted more time with her like this, when all was well and peaceful, when she forgot that she hated him. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus led the way, and with each step he took, his world fell into place, and the underworld became lush once more. Hades took Persephone to his room, tucking her into his bed. She shifted once when he laid her down, moving to her side and curling her hands beneath her cheek, but she did not wake. He bent and pressed a kiss to her forehead, calm in the knowledge that she was safe, and ventured into the night, finding that he was far more disturbed by his behavior than he had expected to be. He hated feeling like he had no control, and when he'd returned to the underworld to find Persephone missing, he had lost it in more than one way. He returned to where he'd found her. This time she had been far from the dangers of Tartarus, nearer to Hecate's meadow and the palace. "She must have gone for a walk," Hecate said, appearing in the meadow beside him. "Perhaps she got tired and sat down to rest." "I find myself wishing to destroy everything that poses a threat to her," he admitted. "If you only try to insulate her, she will grow to resent you." He knew Persephone well enough to know that Hecate was right. She would grow to hate him if she felt caged, and wasn't that the opposite of what he'd wanted for her? He looked away. "I am afraid for her." In the short time they'd been together, she had become collateral for Hera's whims and the focus of Apollo's soon-to-be wrath. Not to mention her mother, Demeter, was likely still plotting ways to keep them apart, and he suspected that Luce may be part of that scheme. Worst of all, he knew this was only the beginning. Persephone was a relatively new god, her powers untested, and in the end, she possessed a code of ethics that would never allow her to overlook injustice. "So teach her," Hecate said. Hades met the goddess's gaze. "You want a queen," she said. "So teach her to live within your realm. Teach her to use her magic. Teach her to be a goddess, and stop trying to fight all her battles." Hecate was right, and he would let Persephone fight her own battles, just not against Apollo. Hades did not sleep that night. He stayed in his office and kept himself occupied with thoughts of the Graiai. He wondered if there was a connection between their abduction and the bombing of Acacius's shop. He would have to see what Ilias discovered during his investigation. Outside of that, and his inevitable encounter with Apollo, his greatest worry was still Hera and the labor he had not even attempted: the murder of Briareus. The last communication he'd had from the goddess was the note she'd attached to Persephone's article about Apollo, reminding him that she had control over their future as husband and wife. Though something she had said intrigued him, that allies among the Olympians might influence Zeus's decision. Hades knew his brother well enough. knew there was potential for that to be true. So how did he sway them to his side? There was a knock, and he looked up as Hermes burst through the door. "He's coming," Hermes said. "He's angry." The god of mischief didn't need to specify. Hades knew he was referring to Apollo. "I want you to watch Persephone," Hades instructed. "Keep her occupied while I talk to Apollo." Hermes raised his skeptical brow. "Because you're so good at conversing?" "That's a big word, Hermes," Hades replied. "Have you been reading a thesaurus?" Hermes narrowed his eyes. "Deflect all you want, king of corpses, but I know you, and you aren't a talker. What are you planning?" "I'm talking to you, aren't I?" Hades pointed out. "Hardly, and I'm your best friend." It was Hades' turn to raise a brow. "Don't deny it. Do you ask Hecate for fashion advice?" Hades scowled. "Don't make me regret my decision, Hermes." "Regret? Excuse me. Did you get laid in those gray sweatpants I suggested you wear?" He rolled his eyes. "Then you can't regret it." "How do you know that was a yes?" "Hades," Hermes said, as if he were about to point out something very obvious. "Because I dressed you for sex." "Get Apollo, Hermes, and once he's here, go to Persephone." "On it, best friend," Hermes said as he headed for the door. Hades left his office. As he started for the throne room, he changed directions and headed for his bedchamber, where Persephone still slept, swathed in silk. She hadn't moved, still lying on her side, knees bent, hands curled near her face. He brushed a stray curl from her face, fingers lingering on her flushed cheek, before teleporting to the throne room where Apollo already waited. He was like his mother, Leto, in appearance, crowned with dark curls and dark eyes that sometimes looked violet when he was frustrated enough, but that was where the similarities ended. Unlike her, there was no softness to his personality, nor his sister's for that matter. "I knew you wouldn't let your little lover fight the war she started," said Apollo. "What's the matter, nephew? A few words have you ready for battle?" "Her words were slander." "Is it slander if they are true?" Hades noted the tightening of his fists. There was a part of him that wished Apollo would act against him in his realm. The affront would mean the god would be forced to end his pursuit of Persephone. While Apollo was often brash, he did not often challenge other gods, and it was likely he wouldn't challenge Hades, knowing something far more lucrative waited for him if he maintained his composure. "Truth has nothing to do with this slight," Apollo replied. "Her blasphemy will be punished, Hades. Even you cannot stop divine retribution." Hades took a moment to speak, working to relax his jaw, and when he did, his words felt thick in his mouth. "And what if I offer to bargain?" Apollo's eyes flashed, and he lifted his chin, intrigued. Hades hated the slight twitch to his lips as Apollo implored, "Go on." "Forgive this slight, and in exchange, I offer a favor." "A favor?" Apollo echoed. "That is very generous." "The offer is not for your benefit, though you will likely reap the rewards." "You must really care for this mortal." Hades said nothing. He did not have to. The offer of a favor spoke volumes. "Fine," Apollo said, "but she will never—" The doors to the throne room slammed open, and Hades' eyes lifted to Persephone, who stood barely dressed in her black robe. Though her exposed skin meant little to Apollo, Hades would have preferred he not see her at all. Every muscle in his body tightened as the god of music turned to look at her. "So," he purred, "the mortal has come to play." Hades' body vibrated with frustration, his eyes sliding to Hermes, who had just come to a stop behind Persephone, looking a little too impish to be completely innocent. Hades glared. "What?" Hermes asked, defensive. "She guessed." "The deal is done. You will not touch her," Hades said, both as a reminder and as a warning. "What deal?" Persephone asked, taking a few more steps into the room. He had not told her of his plans, and now that they were here in this room, he wished he had, even if there had been no time, and even though she wouldn't have approved, at least she wouldn't have had to find out this way. He knew it looked bad. "Your lover has struck a deal," Apollo said, his disdain for Persephone evident in his tone. It was an insult, and Hades considered challenging the god, but it was a dangerous prospect now that he owed him a favor. "I have agreed not to punish you for your slanderous article, and in turn, Hades has offered me a favor to be collected at a future time." Persephone's eyes widened, which told him she understood perfectly the implications of his deal. "Damn," Hermes whistled, and Hades' mood darkened. "He really does love you, Sephi." "I will not agree to this," Persephone said. Hades admired her words. They came out of a concern for him, no matter how futile. "You don't have a choice, mortal," Apollo said. "I'm the one who wrote the article. Your deal should be with me." "Persephone," Hades warned. While he had accepted Hades' offer, there was nothing to prevent Apollo from also taking Persephone up on hers. But Apollo laughed, which was his arrogance. "What could you possibly offer me?" Persephone's eyes flashed, her fingers curled into her palms, and Hades allowed his magic to surface in response, hoping it would mask hers. "You hurt my friend," she seethed. "Whatever your friend did must have warranted punishment, or she would not be in the situation she is in." Apollo's response did nothing to quell Persephone's anger, but at least it illustrated who he was, something that could only be witnessed. An asshole. "You mean to tell me her refusal to be your lover warrants punishment?" Persephone asked. Hades noted how rigid Apollo had gone, which told him he knew exactly who Persephone was talking about. "You took away her livelihood because she declined to sleep with you. That is insane and pathetic." As much as he enjoyed her insults, they were best kept between them. If Apollo wanted, he could take each word as a slight and ask for more in exchange. "Persephone," Hades warned. "You be quiet. You chose not to include me in this conversation. I will speak my mind." While he deserved her contempt, he'd have rather taken it without an audience. Hermes laughed, and to Hades' chagrin, she continued. "I only wrote about your past lovers. I didn't even touch on what you have done to Sybil. If you don't undo her punishment, I will dismantle you." Hades assumed she meant she would do so with her words, and while he believed she was capable of writing something that hurt, she obviously had forgotten how poorly the public had taken her first article. He expected Apollo to respond with aggression, but he chuckled, and that put Hades more on edge because it meant he was intrigued. "You are a fiery little mortal. I could use someone like you." "Speak further, nephew, and you will have no reason to fear her threat, because I will tear you to pieces." Apollo's gaze narrowed, daring him to try. "Well?" Persephone asked, raising her voice to regain Apollo's attention. The god studied her for a long moment, and Hades hated the smile that curled his lips. "Fine," Apollo said at last, and Hades let his breath escape in a slow stream. "I will return your little friend's powers, and I'll take Hades' favor as well, but you will not write another word about me, no matter what. Understand?" "Words are binding," Persephone replied, "and I do not trust you enough to agree." Hades was quite proud of that. Even Apollo grinned. "You have taught her well, Hades." Then Apollo took a step toward her, and Hades fought every urge to fling him across the underworld. He might have done it if he didn't think the god of music was about to relent. "Let's put it this way. You write another word about me, and I'll destroy everything you love. And before you consider the fact that you love another god, remember that I have his favor. If I want to keep you apart forever, I can." "You can try,"
Hades thought, but it will be the last action you take. Apollo knew that, and Hades worried that perhaps that was what the god wanted. Persephone's face was flushed, her jaw tight as she spoke.
Noted.
I will warn you now, Apollo, Hades said. If any harm comes to Persephone, favor or not, I will bury you and everything you love in ash. As useless as the threat was, he still wished to make it, though he knew it had little impact on the god who felt he had already lost everything. Perhaps that was what made Apollo so dreadful to challenge. You'll only have me to bury, Hades. Nothing I love exists anymore. With that, Apollo left, and in the silence that followed, Hermes spoke, still lingering near the doors.
Well, that could have gone better.
Why are you still here? Hades snapped.
He was babysitting me, Persephone said, whirling to face him. Or did you forget?
Hades returned her angry stare.
How can you say you wish for me to be your queen when, given the opportunity to treat me as your equal, you fuck it up completely? Does your word mean nothing?
They were the words he had used against her, and they stung. But he deserved them. He wanted to speak, but Persephone turned, took Hermes' arm, and left the throne room. Chapter 12. An Appeal for Trust. After his encounter with Apollo, Hades needed an outlet to channel his frustration, so he teleported to the cavern, the oldest part of Tartarus, which was large and resonant. Stone formations made it almost maze-like and offered the opportunity for Hades to create designated spaces for various types of torture and sport. The room he had chosen was longer than it was wide. Opposite him was a wall of scarred wood, and at its center, a man was suspended. He was dead, an axe embedded in his chest. Hades removed his jacket and shirt, hanging them on a hook just over a wooden table where he kept an array of tools and a whetstone for sharpening them. He also removed his shoes and socks, wishing to feel the sandy floor beneath his feet. Once he stood, wearing only his trousers, he approached the dead man, pulling the axe from his body and reviving him. The man took a gasping breath, and it was a moment before his eyes settled on Hades. Once they did, he began to weep.
Not again,
he begged.
Please.
Hades turned and walked away, speaking as he put distance between them. Are those the words your victims used while you raped them and before you murdered them? He asked. He twisted the axe in his hand before laying it aside to prepare his station for sharpening it. This was a sacred process, and he believed it created a stronger bond between himself and the weapon. It meant that the tool would behave better, in battle or otherwise. So he took his time, soaking the stones and increasing the grit as his axe got sharper and sharper. When he was finished, he turned toward the man. His name was Felix.
Please, please, please,
he whispered over and over, drool dripping from his mouth. And yet there was one thing missing to his pleas. Actual tears. Hades brought the axe over his right shoulder to throw, releasing when the handle was straight up and down. It landed with a crack in the wood, in the hollow between Felix's shoulder and neck, and the prisoner whimpered.
Why do you do this?
He howled. Hades turned back to the table and grabbed another axe. He took aim again, and this time it landed between the man's legs, only a hair from his balls.
You motherfucker!
Felix roared. The veins in his neck popped, his eyes went wide, and the true nature of his soul surfaced, angry, terrifying.
Just kill me!
Killing you defeats the purpose, Hades replied. The rapist's eternal torture was to be under a constant state of stress. Each time Hades took aim was another second spent wondering if this blow would be his last. It was the same horrible agony the man had put his victims through. Hades ignored Felix and retrieved another axe.
I will kill you!
The man seethed. "I will kill you and your lover!" Hades paused and turned toward the man. "What did you say?" This was not usual, not for Felix and not for any soul. They did not leave Tartarus. They were never aware of anything outside their eternal punishment. "That's right," Felix said, a sickening gleam to his eyes. "I know about your lover, the blonde. She takes up most of your time now, and your thoughts." Hades did not want to ask how he knew, did not want to give him anything he might hold on to and repeat when he was revived again later. "I'll find her. I'll have fun, too. I'll taste her like you've tasted her, and then I'll carve her from the inside out." There was no way he could, of course. Even if he managed to escape his bonds, he would not make it out of this cavern. The problem was, how did he know? Hades let his arm fall, his fingers still tight around the axe handle. The gleam in Felix's eyes dimmed, replaced by a subtle panic. He'd likely thought his words would lead to a quick death, and they would, but not in the way he'd imagined. "You think you have power here, mortal?" Hades asked, gathering magic into his hand. It was energy that warmed his hand, and while invisible to the mortal's eyes, Hades knew he could feel it. Everyone could feel death. "How wrong you are." Hades teleported and appeared before the man in a second, the magic in his hand manifesting in the form of a black spike he shoved into the bottom of his chin, straight through his head. Blood spattered on Hades' face, spilling from the soul's mouth and wide eyes. The kill was far less than he deserved. Hades had wanted to destroy his soul, but doing so would be the end of discovering how he knew about Persephone, which was of great concern to him. He would need to bring him back to life later to learn more. Knowledge of her should have ended at the borders of Tartarus. How then did this mediocre prisoner know of the existence of his lover? "Thanatos!" Hades jerked his hand free, allowing his magic to dissipate. As he turned, he came face to face with the god of death. He was a pale wraith, cloaked in shadow. His deep blue eyes, usually as bright as sapphires, hardened and darkened as his gaze slipped from Hades to his bloodied prisoner. "Are you well, my lord?" he asked. "No," Hades said. "Tell me how a prisoner of Tartarus knew enough about Persephone to threaten her." Thanatos' eyes widened. I cannot say," he said, stumbling over his words, and then his mouth tightened. "But I will find out." "See that you do," Hades replied. He left Tartarus and bathed at the palace. Once he was dressed, he went in search of Persephone. Felix's words urged him to find her, while Hecate's urged him to teach her and to be honest. All he wanted at this moment was to be near her, to know that she was safe. This time, when he went in search of her, he could feel the caress of her magic, though faint, and followed it to the silvery grove of trees he had gifted her. He found her kneeling in a patch of periwinkle and white phlox, her hand stretched out over a small, round section that had begun to wither. The energy around her was chaotic, and while there were moments when he felt her magic surge and focus on her task, it was soon overtaken by the turmoil of her thoughts. After a few moments, she settled back, her body overwhelmed with her failure. Hades stepped forward and settled behind her, letting his legs frame her body, drawing her back against his chest. He liked this, liked her scent, liked how her body settled against his in comfort, despite the anger that had preceded this moment. "You are practicing your magic?" he asked, voice quiet. "More like failing," she said. "You aren't failing," he said. He spoke near her ear and offered a small laugh at how desolate her voice sounded, only because she was wrong. "You have so much power." "Then why can't I use it?" "You are using it." "Not correctly." "Is there a correct way to use your magic?" He felt her frustration, obviously not understanding how he viewed her progress toward harnessing her magic. He wrapped his fingers around her wrists like cuffs, watching as chills pebbled up her arms. You use your magic all the time, when you are angry, when you are aroused. She had no trouble calling vines to ensnare him for the purpose of their pleasure, and at the thought, he let his lips trail her shoulder, a light touch that made her shiver. That is not magic, she breathed. Then what is magic? He asked. Magic is... Her voice faded away as she considered what to say, finally answering, control. Her response made him chuckle. Magic, in its most basic form, was wild. Magic is not controlled. It is passionate, expressive. It reacts to emotions, no matter your level of expertise. Just like her, he thought, as he moved his hands to hold hers. Close your eyes, he instructed, mouth near her ear once more. She obeyed without hesitation. He had to wonder if she did so to escape the sweet tension rising between them. Tell me what you feel. I feel warm. He knew that, and his body was responding, tightening. Focus on it, he whispered, voice low and heavy, betraying his arousal. Where does it start? It grew worse when she answered. Low, in my stomach. He wanted to press his hand there, to tease her until she drew her legs up and granted him access to her heat. Instead, his hands tightened on hers. Feed it, he said. He could feel her magic surge, an electricity that crackled between them. It called to him, the perfect light to his darkness. It sought balance just as he did. Now, where are you warm? Everywhere. Imagine all that warmth in your hands. Imagine it glowing. Imagine it so bright you can barely look at it. It was how he saw her. A moon, a star, a sun, a sky at the center of his universe. Now imagine the light has dimmed, and in the shadow you see the life you have created. His lips touched the shell of her ear as he stared at the energy she'd summoned and used to paint a glimmering likeness of the periwinkle and phlox she'd wanted to grow. Open your eyes, Persephone. Her lashes fluttered as she followed his instruction, inhaling a breath, and as Hades directed her hands to touch the ground, her magic solidified, and the flowers became real, living and breathing. He released her hands then, but did not put distance between them, watching as she touched one of the petals, smoothing it between her thumb and forefinger. Magic is balance, he said. A little control, a little passion. It is the way of the world. She turned her head only an inch, so that her cheek was against his, and her body began to tense. His hands were flat against the ground, but he kept his knees up, cradling her. He wondered what she would do. Would she tear away from him, put distance between them once more? Instead, she turned and came up to her knees to face him. Her hands went to his shoulders, and she stared at him with glassy eyes. But before she could speak, he plowed ahead, needing to speak. I love you. I should have reminded you when I brought you here, and each day since. Please forgive me. I forgive you, but only if you'll forgive me. I was angry about Luce, but angrier that you left me that evening to go to her, and I feel so ridiculous. I know your reasons, and I know you didn't want to leave me that evening, but I can't help how I feel about it. When I think about it, I feel hurt. Her admission made his chest hurt and his throat feel tight. It pains me to know I hurt you. What can I do? I don't know. I suppose what I have done must make up for it. I told you I wouldn't write about Apollo. I promised you, and broke that promise. All Hades could do was shake his head. We do not make up for hurt with hurt, Persephone. That is a god's game. We are lovers. Then how do we make up for hurt? She asked. With time, he said, if we can be comfortable being angry with one another for a little while. Tears slid down her face, and she whispered, I don't want to be angry with you. Nor I with you. He brushed her tears away. But it doesn't change feelings, and it doesn't mean we can't care for each other while we heal. She swallowed and shook her head. How is it that I was meant for you? Hades frowned. We've discussed this. I just feel so inexperienced. I am young and rash. How could you want me? She could not know how those words hurt him. Persephone. He took her hands in his and spoke softly. First, I will always want you. Always. I failed you here too. I was angry. I didn't take care of you. I didn't include you. Don't put me on a pedestal because you feel guilty for your decisions. Just forgive yourself so you can forgive me. Please. Her breath shuddered out of her, and his eyes lowered to her lips. He wanted to kiss her, to take her body into his, and find the comfort they both needed. She must have guessed his thoughts, because she moved forward on her knees until she straddled him, her arms twining around his neck. I'm sorry. I love you. You can trust me. My word. Shh, my darling, he soothed, his hands moving from her waist to her thighs. I will forever regret my anger. How could I ever question your love, your trust, your word, when you have my heart? As his hands moved beneath the hem of her dress, she kissed him, and he welcomed her, thrusting his tongue into her mouth. He had tasted her this way before, but it felt different, far more desperate, far more euphoric. His fingers pressed into her ass as he ground her against his erection, and while he was hungry for release, he was eager to please her more. His mouth left hers, his tongue trailing along her jaw and neck. Where are you burning? He asked. Everywhere, she answered, her breath catching in her throat. Her hand slipped beneath his jacket, guiding it off. Impatient, Hades helped, unbuttoning his shirt and shoving it off. With his chest bare, her hands smoothed over his skin. He moved to reach for her, hoping to bring her close once more, but she caught his wrists. Hades' eyes met hers, brow raised in question. Let me pleasure you. Her words were almost a plea, and he had no energy to deny her. He let her guide him to his back as she hovered over him and kissed him, her body shifting along his hard cock as she made her way there, freeing his sex just to wrap her soft hands around him. He took a deep breath, and the air that escaped his mouth sounded like a growl. Keep looking at me that way, darling. I won't let you have control for long. She smirked and bent to taste his flesh, and he lost all sense of his surroundings. He'd hoped to maintain some measure of control, but found himself twisting his fingers into her hair, urging her to take him deeper. She didn't seem to mind, rising to the challenge of his need. Fuck, he groaned as he hit the back of her throat, and she released him, breathing hard, only to continue using her hands and mouth to pleasure him. He did not last long after that, coming hard into her mouth. After a few moments, she climbed his body and kissed him, and he rolled so that she was beneath him. Such a gift, he whispered, stroking her face. How shall I repay you? Gifts don't require payment, Hades. Another gift, then, he said, and returned his mouth to hers. She drew her legs up, and her hands moved between them, guiding him into her heat. This is what I want, she said, her legs tightening around his waist. Who am I to deny a queen? He said, and lost himself in the feel of her, in the way her body moved with his as they lay in her meadow, surrounded by their magic. Chapter 13. At the Island of Euboea. Hades was almost asleep, his mind focused only on the continuous circles he drew on Persephone's skin, whose weight made his body heavy. They had stopped speaking when their responses had grown languid and short, and now they rested in a content silence. I'll mentor loose. Hades opened his eyes and peered at her. She stared back, almost sheepishly, probably unsure of what he would say. Hades had to admit he didn't really know what to think. How long had she been considering this, and what exactly had brought it on? "I'm not sure how I feel about this," he admitted. "Me either," she said, but did not elaborate. Instead, she added, "And I need you to give her a place to stay, and her job back. Please." Of course he would agree. Still, he wanted to know why she'd offered to help his former lover. "Why do you wish to mentor her?" It took her a moment to respond, and she had averted her eyes as she searched for her answer, her chin resting on her hands. Finally, she said, "Because I think I know how she feels." His mood darkened a little. "Explain." She shrugged, and the movement caused a lock of her hair to fall over her shoulder. "She's been a tree for thousands of years. Suddenly, she's normal again, and the whole world has changed. It's scary, and I know how that feels." He could see how she might believe they had something in common. Persephone's mother had kept her hidden away from the world until she was 18, only letting her explore beyond the borders of her glass greenhouse on a short leash. She was just now learning what she wanted to believe, and who she wanted to be as a woman and goddess. Still, while they might have this in common, Hades could not imagine two more different people than Persephone and Luce. "You want to mentor my former lover?" She groaned. "Don't make me regret this, Hades." "I don't want you to, but are you sure?" Hades liked the way her lips pouted as she frowned. Still, she didn't look at him as she spoke. "It's weird, I admit, but she's a victim. I want to help her." He might have winced at her words, but he knew she was right. And even when Luce had returned, he had failed to help her the way she deserved. And yet Persephone was willing. Hades drew her gaze back to his. "You amaze me." She smiled and shook her head. "I am not amazing. I wanted to punish her at first." "But you didn't," he said, letting his hand fall to her jaw. "There are no other gods like you." "I haven't lived long enough to be jaded like the rest of you," she said, and laughed. "Perhaps I'll end up like the others before long." "Or perhaps you will change the rest of us," Hades replied. They were still for a few seconds, and then Persephone sat up, her hands planted on his chest, which made her breasts bounce. She rocked back so that her soft, wet center slid over his full, hard cock. Hades gritted his teeth, repressing the urge to groan, to grip her hips and help her move. "Eager for more, my lady?" he asked. When she smiled, he smiled too. "Actually, I'm afraid I must make a few demands," she said, lifting herself and guiding him into her body with a pleasurable sigh. Hades could no longer stand not touching her. His hands dug into her thighs. He'd give her anything if she just kept moving. "Yes," he hissed. "I don't want to be placed in a suite on the other side of the palace. Ever." "Never," Hades thought, as she slammed down on him. "Not to get ready for balls, not when you are angry with me, not ever." He closed his eyes for a few seconds, gathering thoughts that were so scattered he could barely string a sentence together. "I thought you would want privacy," he managed to grit out. She paused, and Hades opened his eyes to find her bent over, lips hovering just over his. He took the opportunity to lift his knees, settling into her just a little more. "Fuck privacy. I needed you, needed to know you still wanted me despite everything." He drew her to him, and as their lips met, he rolled, pinning her beneath him. He resettled himself inside her, but did not move, laughing when Persephone wiggled in an attempt to make him. She glared, but her expression softened as he spoke. "I will always want you, and I would have welcomed you to my bed any night." "I didn't know," she whispered. He touched her lips, parting them beneath his touch. "Now you do." Their mouths collided, and Hades' lips surged forward. Persephone's moans encouraged him, drove him deep, and she clung to him like he clung to her, until they drove each other to the edge
and over. Hades woke sometime in the evening. A day had passed since Apollo had come to collect retribution for his slight. A day since he and Persephone had made up on the floor of her silvery meadow, and the thought that pressed heavily on his mind as she slept soundlessly beside him was losing her. He had never had so much to lose, but she was everything, and since they had found each other, it felt like every god had tried, or would try, their hand at tearing them apart, and Hades would be damned if anyone succeeded. He rose and dressed, taking a few straight shots of whiskey. While the drink didn't do much to intoxicate him, it did take the edge off his nerves. Before he left the Underworld, he watched Persephone sleep, eyes following the outline of her body beneath the sheets, the way her chest rose and fell with her breaths. He placed his hand on her head and bent to kiss her forehead, then vanished, appearing on the island of Euboea. It was an island off the coast of Attica. Once, long ago, it had been attached to the mainland, but earthquakes had separated the landmass, and now it stood apart in the Mediterranean Sea. The island itself was not Hades' ultimate destination. It was one of 3 volcanic islands off its coast. They were each relatively small, made of layers of volcanic rock, visible from all sides of the island. Despite its rocky foundation, a sheet of green grass made the island look emerald next to the sapphire ocean, and in the fading twilight, it was beautiful. The islands were connected by a wood rope bridge, both to the mainland and to each other. Hades started toward the one at the center, Leia, named after Briareus' wife, Gymopolia, Poseidon's daughter and Hades' niece. The thought made each step heavier, and yet he kept going. And when he made it to the island, he followed a path of round stones to a small cottage, nestled between 2 hills. The windows were full of warm and inviting light, and a plume of white smoke rose from a chimney atop its thatched roof. Hades hesitated a step, his insides twisting mercilessly. It had been a long time since he had reaped a soul, an innocent one at least. Doing so never got easier, and this one was somehow made worse by the fact that Briareus was merely a victim of a war between gods. Still, he continued to the door and knocked. He would give Briareus dignity, especially in his own home. Hades was surprised when Briareus answered the door, cloaked in glamour. He had taken on the guise of a middle-aged man with graying hair, face worn into happy lines, a mark of how content he had lived his life since ancient times. Still, Hades could see beneath his glamour, to the giant who towered above him, to his many heads and hands. "My lord Hades," Briareus said. His smile was so wide, deepening the lines around his mouth and making his cheekbones stick out sharply. The giant bowed. "Briareus," Hades replied quietly with a nod. He could not raise his voice to match his enthusiasm, given his morose reasons for his visit. There was a moment of silence, and then Briareus' jovial expression faded. "It's time, isn't it?" Those were cruel words, given how Hades had come to be at this door. Still, he lied. "It is." The giant nodded and looked at his feet. Hades hated it, to see the peace leak from his eyes as he processed his impending death. "I could feel it, you know, in my bones." Hades said nothing, but there was a part of him that wished Briareus would cease speaking, because each word was another knife to his heart. After a moment, Briareus collected himself and took a breath, an ounce of his previously joyful demeanor returning. "I was just finishing up a meal," he said. "Care to join?" Hades had no expectations when he had come to the giant's door. He had not known if Briareus would be distraught or angry, beg for his life or beg for it to end quickly. But he had not at all expected to be invited to dinner. "Sure, Briareus," Hades said at last. There was something morbid about accepting his hospitality,
but Hades did not want to take away these last wished-for moments. The giant smiled once more and stepped aside to hold the door open, allowing Hades entrance. As soon as he entered the cottage, he was in the kitchen. It smelled of salt and fish and spices, though not unpleasant. There was a round wooden table at the center of the room, and on it sat a small, clear vase with a handful of wildflowers. Briareus returned to the stove and pulled on a white apron. As he tied it off, he offered, "Anything to drink, my lord?" "Whatever you have, Briareus. It would be an honor to drink with you." The giant chuckled. "You honor me, my lord." "Hardly," Hades replied. "I am here to take your life." "You are," Briareus agreed. "Not Lord Thanatos, nor another with ill intent. I am pleased." Hades stared as the giant turned to his work, pouring Hades a glass of wine. "It's sherry," he said. "I'll serve you something different with the lamb." "Thank you, Briareus." Hades accepted the glass and walked to the window. The view from his cottage was beautiful, mostly green hills, but the center of Euboea peeked through, still warmed by the golden light of the fading sun. "You have lived here a long time," he said. "Yes. I have not been beyond the bridge in some time. I imagine I would not even know the world now." "It is very different," Hades said. "I suppose in some ways it is fitting you are here," Briareus said. "I cannot imagine continuing to exist as the gods do, indefinitely." There was a long pause, and when Hades looked at Briareus, he found the giant staring back. "Are you not tired, my lord?" "I am," Hades replied. But he had been tired since the beginning. He just chose what to live for each day, and recently that happened to be Persephone. The giant served a meal of lamb and roasted carrots. He held to his promise of serving fresh wine, choosing a red blend for dinner, and while Briareus had served Hades a healthy portion of food, it remained untouched. "Are my brothers next?" Briareus asked. "No." "So I am the first." Hades said nothing, guilt weighing heavily on him. He wished he had something to say, something to contribute to this conversation. But he rarely had anything to say, and even less when he faced a person he liked and had to kill. After a moment, Hades cleared his throat. "Your wife," he said. But before he could continue, Briareus spoke. "Cimopolia spends most of her time in the ocean with her sisters. She visits now and then." He hesitated. "It's likely she will find me." "I won't let that happen," Hades promised. "There is no one else," the giant replied. Once more Hades said nothing, but he did take a drink of the wine and tried not to grimace at the taste. They did not speak until Briareus finished eating. Hades wished he could be better company, but there was a thickness growing in his throat and a pressure building behind his eyes. He did not want to do this. Briareus sat back, his hands on his thighs, and spoke. "I'm not upset, you know. I understand." "You don't," Hades thought, and his jaw tightened. He wanted to explain that he had tried to think of ways out of this, that he had delayed it for as long as possible. There were a few more beats of silence. "How shall we proceed?" Briareus asked. "Do you want a knife?" Hades should have winced, but he remained expressionless as he answered, "No." He held out his hand, and Briareus took it. After a moment, shadows began to move beneath the creature's skin, breaking the surface like vines to wrap around Hades' own arm. It was the tendrils of the giant's soul coming out of his body. He met Hades' gaze. "You're a good man, Hades," he said. "A great god." The shadows disappeared into Hades' skin. If he were to drop his glamour, the giant would see a myriad of fine, black lines marring his body, a tale of the many bargains he'd made with the fates, among them Briareus himself. Briareus sat back in his chair and took a breath. He was dead. Hades remained for a few moments before he stood, turned, and punched straight through the wall. With his aggression spent, he drained what remained of the wine and left the cottage, only to come face to face with Hera. The goddess looked triumphant, a smile curving her cold face. "Well done, Hades," she said. "Your next trial will not have the luxury of time." Hades' anger felt like a storm inside his body. "Then stop wasting mine," he said. Her smile widened. "Await my summons, Lord Hades, and don't forget what's at stake." Part 2. Do the gods put this ardor in our hearts, or does each man's desire become his god? Virgil, the Aeneid. Chapter 14. An Uncertain Future. In the immediate aftermath of Briareus' death, a dull ache formed at the front of Hades' head. It was only a matter of time before it turned into something far worse. He had known he would not be able to sleep, but all possibilities of rest were now out of the question. So he headed to Iniquity. He had only managed to take care of one task, though now that the first of Hera's labors was complete, a second would soon come. In the meantime, he had to figure out who had kidnapped the Graiai. There was the possibility that Dionysus was lying, and he was still in possession of the Grey Sisters, but Hades doubted it. The god of the vine had been too stunned, too affronted. Hades wondered if the abductors of the Grey Sisters wanted the eye, or just Medusa. What hope did they have in using her as a weapon? Who were their targets? There was a horrible dread that came with the unknown, and he hated it. Once in his office, he found himself pulling the small black box from the inside of his jacket pocket and setting it on the desk in front of him. He stared at it for a long moment, wavering on whether he should use it. When he opened the box, he felt even less confident. The eye stared back at him, as if it knew his intentions. He did not know exactly how the eye worked. Did it work like a crystal ball? Could he ask it to show him something? Was it sentient? Hades turned the box on its side and let the eye roll out onto the desk. It was sticky, but it landed pupil up and seemed to glare back at him. Definitely sentient, he thought. Fuck. "I'm looking for your owners," Hades said. "Can you show me where they are?" He felt really stupid all of a sudden. "Idiot," he imagined Hecate saying. He picked up the eye and was deposited onto a crowded street in the pleasure district. There was loud music and wicked laughter as people danced around him in a parade of colorful costumes. He recognized his surroundings, particularly the columns that decorated this square. They were gold, and even from here he could make out the carnal scenes carved into their surface. Dionysus was here. Hades could not yet see him for the crowd, but he could feel his magic rising. It was slightly floral, but acidic at the same time, and possessed a heaviness unlike anything he had ever felt. To others, he imagined it must feel pleasant, but to Hades, it was cloying. Following the spike in power, those who had been dancing around him began to fuck. The air was thick with carnality, and those present bent to the weight of it, tangled in passionate revelry, and as they fell, Hades saw Dionysus sitting in his gold throne before those gold pillars. But it was not the sight of him that made his body go cold and fill with an unnerving heaviness. It was the sight of Persephone, perched comfortably on his lap, dressed in matching white, the glamour she seemed so keen to hold on to around him, gone. Sitting there with her elegant white horns on display, her eyes as bright as the spring sky, she looked confident and queenly, and he raged at the heat in her gaze, a passion that should be reserved only for him. What the actual fuck? The vision flashed and faded away, and Hades was once again in his office at Iniquity, the eye of the Graiai clutched in his palm. He uncurled his clenched fingers, and the eye fell onto the table, bloodshot.
What the fuck did you show me?
He demanded. The eye sat silent, of course, but still seemed to be glaring.
If there is an ounce of truth to that vision, I will crush you to a pulp, he threatened.
He had almost done so in the midst of the vision. He could still feel the stickiness of the eye on his palm. He rolled the eye into its box.
Useless,
he muttered as he sat back in his chair. Obviously, the eye would not help him locate the Graiai, and if it would not help him, it was likely it would not cooperate with Hecate either if the goddess attempted a location spell. With the eye's power, it was possible it would manipulate the spell anyway and send them on a useless hunt. The fact was, the eye did not trust them. Normally, he would make himself the target by feeding information into the market that he was in possession of the eye, to lure whoever had kidnapped the Graiai. But he had no doubt some bold idiot would attempt to hold Persephone for ransom as a result, and he wasn't willing to take the risk. He had one other option, and the thought quite literally made him want to vomit. Not to mention he would probably be less helpful than the eye, and he required far too much coddling for a Titan. Hades let out an aggravated growl and slumped farther into his chair.
Fucking Helios.
Approaching the god of the sun would take some planning, however, given that their last encounter had ended poorly. Hades had stolen every single one of his prized cows and refused to return them, though at least now he had a bargaining chip. While Hades did not think it was likely that Helios would refuse the return of a cow, he couldn't be certain. The god was difficult, more of an asshole than Apollo. Hades would have to think of something else to hold over his head. His thoughts were interrupted, though, by a call from Ilias.
Yes?
Hades answered, dread already twisting through his body. I've got news for you, though you will not be happy.
Am I ever happy to hear your news?
Do you want me to answer that question? The answer is no, Hades replied. If you want it to change, perhaps you should bring me better news. Then offer me a different job.
And what would I offer? Flower picking for Hecate?
That is perhaps more dangerous than your workload, Ilias replied. Hades managed a smirk. We've been tracking Dionysus's movements as you instructed. He has a few connections in the black market, but he is not trying to build a list of contacts like we thought. He is a contact.
Any word on the kind of jobs he's running?
Hades guessed he was sending his maenads on assassination missions, but assassins were also good spies. He seems to be very interested in obtaining information on any and every one, Ilias replied. Not surprising. There was no greater power than knowledge. Has he tried locating the Graiai, or Medusa? He wondered if the god might try to circumvent using the Graiai, since it seemed that the Gorgon was his target. He has sent the maenads to investigate various channels in the market, but he has had no luck yet, though it seems many knew he was in possession of the sisters. The bounties increased on Medusa's head. She's caused quite a stir among hunters. They're ravenous to find her. It was concerning to Hades that no one in the market had yet to snitch. Usually it didn't take much. People in the underground were there because they liked to make deals that benefited them. There were no loyalties. Only a good bargain. Which made Hades think that perhaps the Graiai had moved beyond the market. I did ask Euryale as you instructed. She does not know Medusa. Strange, Hades thought. He'd expected otherwise, given that they were both Gorgons. Perhaps Medusa had not always been a Gorgon. Perhaps she had come under some divine curse. See what my brother is up to, Hades instructed. Which one? The wet one. Poseidon was always scheming, and he was likely working with Hera on her plan to overthrow Zeus. It would not surprise Hades if the god was trying to gather his own advantages and allies. Very well, Ilias said. Are you ready for the unhappy news? That wasn't unhappy enough. We've detained a man, Ilias said. We expected you would want to interrogate him. And why would I want to do that, Ilias? Hades spoke carefully, but his irritation had spiked. He threw a glass bottle at Persephone. Hades waited, and when the satyr didn't continue, he demanded, "Did he hit her, Ilias?" "No, of course not," Ilias replied. "I would have told you far sooner." The rush of fury that had erupted inside Hades quieted, replaced mostly by horror. He wondered what had spurred the attack. Had it been Persephone's article about Apollo, or her relationship with him? Perhaps both. Nevertheless, he'd see that the man paid for his actions. "Where is he being held?" "Your office," Ilias said. Hades needed no more information, and he teleported to Nevernight, to his office, where he found a man bound and gagged. He was unremarkable, a pale man with a mop of dirty brown hair and dull eyes that widened at the sight of Hades. To his credit, he did not beg, though he did begin to shake, and a wet spot soaked through his khaki trousers. "I have heard you threaten the love of my life," Hades said, shedding his jacket. He folded it and draped it over the back of the couch. Then he began to unlink his cuffs. "I'm here to discover why. Though you should know, there is no excuse, no reason you can give that will end your suffering." As Hades rolled up his sleeves, the man began to beg, a muffled cry that Hades could decipher as "please." Hades continued fixing his sleeve, and when he was finished, he removed the bind from the man's mouth. "Please, please," he repeated in a shaky voice. "Please what?" Hades asked. "Don't." The word was a whisper, a plea laced with fear. Hades bent, eye level with the man as he spoke. "Don't worry," he said. "This is not how you die." And as he shoved the gag back into the man's mouth, he drew on his magic, and shards of black glass shot from the floor and speared the mortal's feet, anchoring him in place. Blood pooled on the floor, and the mortal's pained screams brought about a different kind of release, a means through which Hades could channel his anger and grief. With the torture started, he retrieved a bottle of whiskey and an empty glass, and dragged a chair from the bar, positioning it before his victim. He sat opposite the man and poured himself a drink, downed it, and poured another, before removing the gag from the mortal's mouth once more. He moaned, leaning forward in his chair. "It may do no good, but I will hear you speak," Hades said. "Tell me why you threatened my lover." The man took a few heavy breaths. "It was stupid. I'm sorry." "It was stupid," Hades agreed. "Unfortunate that you did not realize it sooner." He drained his glass once more and slammed it on the edge of his chair, gripping a large sliver and jamming it into the man's thigh. He arched, but the movement only placed more strain on his impaled feet, which caused more pain. "I am certain you are full of regret." The man's chest heaved, and his head lolled about, an unnatural wheeze escaping his mouth. The torture continued like that. Hades would take a drink, ask a question, and jab another sharp piece of glass into the man's body. When he ran out of larger pieces, he summoned his own. I don't even like Apollo," the man said in a breathy moan. "So you are a sheep," Hades said, "a follower who thought to rise to the rank of leader with your actions." The man groaned, though Hades did not know if he meant to agree or not. "Let this be a lesson to think for yourself." Hades rose and used his magic to dislodge every shard of glass in the man's body. It was a torture of its own, and as the pieces rose, they disintegrated. In the next second, he sent a surge of magic through the man, and his wounds were healed. Thank you," he said. "Oh, it is not for your benefit," Hades replied. "It is for mine. Perhaps I wish to begin anew." The man began to sob. The sound grated against Hades' ears, and to stop it, he shoved the gag back into the man's mouth. Then he sat back in his chair and finished off what remained of his whiskey. Some time had passed when Hades rose, and the movement caused the mortal to flinch, but Hades had no intention of continuing the torture. He did, however, intend to threaten his entire afterlife if he spoke one word against Persephone or himself. After he was certain the man understood, he would have Ilias take him home. Hades fixed his sleeves, secured his cufflinks, and pulled on his jacket. But as he adjusted the collar and straightened the lapels, he felt the distinct roar of Persephone's untamable power. He felt dread and tasted her distress. It was both cloying and bitter, a conflict of her magic. He started for the doors when they burst open. Persephone! There was something devastating in the way she looked at him, an emotion within her eyes that communicated something unspeakable. But Hades knew this pain. His soul recognized it and called to it, familiar with the ache it would inspire within his chest. Hades, you have to help, please! Her words dissolved into a choked cry, and all Hades could do was take her into his arms and hold her against him as she shook. He felt helpless, and he hated it because he only ever felt helpless with her. As quick as it had begun, she composed herself and lifted her head from his chest. Hades, she started, and it was then he realized she had noticed his prisoner, though it was hard not to because he had begun to scream, albeit muffled. Ignore him, he said, preparing to teleport the man to a holding cell when Persephone's hand clamped down on his own. Is that the mortal who threw the bottle at me today? When he didn't respond, she turned her gaze on the man. Whatever she saw was answer enough. He was prepared to hear her demand to release him, but instead she asked, Why are you torturing him in your office and not in Tartarus? The mortal must have expected more of a compassionate response, because his cries grew louder. Because he's not dead, Hades said. He could only take souls to Tartarus if their thread had been cut. He gave the man a withering look as he added, Yet. Hades, you cannot kill him. I won't kill him. It wasn't his time to die, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice another soul for this man. Besides, it was far more gratifying to have him live so that he could tell the tale of his torture at the hands of the god of the dead. But I will make him wish he were dead. Hades, let him go! And there it was. He had expected it sooner, but perhaps he should consider it a victory that she waited this long. Fine, he said, and sent the man to the holding rooms a level below, and blessedly she did not demand to know where he'd gone. He led her to the couch with a hand on the small of her back, guiding her to sit on his lap. What happened? She started to breathe heavier, and as he tilted her head back, her mouth quivered so badly she couldn't speak. Hades manifested a glass of wine and held it to her lips as she drank. When she was finished, he nodded. Start again, Hades said. What happened? Lexa was hit by a car, she said, and it was as if her breath had been knocked from her lungs. Her words shocked him because he had not expected them. Despite many human beings believing otherwise, Hades did not have a hand in orchestrating life-threatening injuries. Those were designed by the fates, and while all were tragic, they often served a greater purpose, if not for the victim, for those in their lives. She's in critical condition at Asclepius Community Hospital. She's on a ventilator. She's broken. She spoke through tears and stumbled across words laced with pain and disbelief, and while he despaired over Lexa, he hated to see Persephone suffer. Though there was a dark part of him that rose, clawing at the fringes of his mind, bringing on a familiar dread that caused him to fear the direction this conversation might go. She doesn't look like Lexa anymore, Hades. She wept harder, and she covered her mouth to contain her cries. I'm so sorry, my darling. They were the only words he had for her, because there was nothing he could do. Even now, he could feel along Lexa's thread, which was not cut, but rather bent. She was in a state of limbo. In other words, her soul was undecided. Persephone twisted to face him as much as she could. Hades, please. She didn't need to explain. He knew what she asked. Her eyes were desperate, and because he could not see her like that, he averted his gaze, frustration making his jaw tight. Persephone, I can't. He had had this conversation so many times, with mortals he had no personal connection with, and gods he held in contempt. He had never faced it with a lover. Even if Hades could save Lexa, the consequences of such actions were dire, especially when the decision to live or die rested with the soul. She scrambled off his lap, standing a few steps away. He did not try to reach for her.
I won't lose her.
You haven't. Lexa still lives. She was so afraid. It was like she already considered her dead. You must give her soul time to decide.
Decide? What do you mean?
He sighed, unable to contain the dread he felt at this oncoming conversation. He answered as he pinched the bridge of his nose, an ache forming at the front of his head for the second time today. Lexa's in limbo.
Then you can bring her back,
she reasoned. That was not how limbo worked. I can't.
You did it before. You said when a soul is in limbo, you can bargain with the fates to bring it back.
In exchange for the life of another, a soul for a soul, Persephone.
You can't say you won't save her, Hades.
He was saying that, as hard as it was to admit. This was a situation of choice on Lexa's behalf. To interfere, to bring her back when she was not ready, or worse, did not want to come, would mean a harrowing return to the world of the living. The consequences were endless. I'm not saying I don't want to, Persephone. It is best that I do not interfere with this. Trust me. If you care for Lexa at all, if you care for me at all, you will drop this.
I'm doing this because I care.
That's what all mortals think. But who are you really trying to save? Lexa or yourself? She wanted to escape the loss and the grief. She didn't want to think of a life without Lexa. And while he could not blame her, it was never for the living to decide, though they tried often.
I don't need a philosophy lesson, Hades, she sneered.
No, but apparently you need a reality check. He rose to his feet and removed his jacket, and when his fingers moved to the buttons of his shirt, Persephone snapped.
I'm not having sex with you right now.
He scowled, frustration making his body feel tight and warm. He shrugged off his shirt and stood bare-chested before her, dropping the glamour he used to hide the black threads marring his body. The newest was a thick band that wrapped around his arm and went across his back. It was Briareus's, and it had burned a track into his skin as he'd taken the giant's soul. They were all painful when they were made, but some hurt worse than others, and this one still throbbed.
What are they?
She reached to touch him, but the thought of her tracing such a dark part of his life was alarming, so he captured her hand, halting her movement. Her eyes snapped to his. It's the price I pay for every life I've taken by bargaining with the fates. I carry them with me. These are their life threads, burned into my skin. Is this what you want on your conscience, Persephone? She wrested her hand from his hold, cradling it against her chest, though her eyes still trailed the fine lines on his skin.
What good is being the god of the dead if you can't do anything?
She sounded very much defeated as she looked away and took a shuddering breath.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
He gave a humorless laugh. You meant it, he said, one hand pressing against her cheek so that she would look at him once more. I know you don't want to understand why I can't help, and that's okay.
I just don't know what to do,
she whispered. Lexa isn't gone yet, and yet you mourn her. She may recover.
Do you know that for certain? That she will recover?
No. He saw no reason to lie. The truth was, even Lexa did not know yet. He wished he could offer more comfort. He knew she wanted it, but in the face of death, there were no words that would ease her pain. Finally, she rested her head against his chest, and her body felt heavy against his, as if she were finally giving over this burden, at least for now. He took her into his arms and teleported to the Underworld, to his chamber, where he laid her to rest on his bed. Do not fill your thoughts with the possibilities of tomorrow, he said, and kissed her forehead, letting his magic send her into a deep, unbothered sleep, hoping that she would actually rest, so he could slip away to the palace of the Fates. He appeared in a flurry of shadows and smoke that peeled away and led him to the Library of Souls, where he found the Fates at work. It appeared that Clotho was spinning gold threads, and they glimmered in the air, crisscrossing the breadth of the space. While she worked, Lachesis stood at the center, holding open a large book into which the thread was burrowing, while Atropos waited with her scissors. Just as she began to cut, Lachesis spoke.
No, 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 you mustn't end it there.
You are the allotter of life. I am the manner of death, Atropos said. I will end this life where I want.
You are far too humane, Lachesis said. This man has lived an inhospitable life. He should die the same.
Trauma is hardly pleasant.
It is merciful. Much better to die by disease.
Why let him die at all? Hades asked. Perhaps the greater torture is continuing to live an unfavorable life. The three snapped their heads in his direction, though with Lachesis distracted, Atropos cut the thread. As she snipped, the end turned black and curled, disappearing into the book. Lachesis slammed the book closed and launched it at her sister. The Fate caught it and tossed it back, but before it could hit, Hades wrenched it from the air, and as it landed in his palm, the three glared.
What do you want, rich one? Lachesis snapped.
Why have you...
Lexa Sideris, Hades said, cutting Atropos off. Is she the soul you chose to complete the bargain? The Fates had said that Briareus's life would cost him dearly. Lexa's death would have consequences that echoed far beyond Persephone's relationship with the mortal. After tonight, it was clear it would also impact Persephone's relationship with him.
A mortal in exchange for an immortal?
Asked Atropos.
That is hardly fair, Lord of the Dead,
said Clotho.
Completely unreasonable,
agreed Lachesis.
No, dear king. The end of Briareus's life must give life to another immortal. That is the bargain we've struck.
There was a part of him that felt relief at hearing he was not responsible for Lexa's accident and subsequent limbo. But a new anxiety filled him at the prospect of an immortal life being born or taken as a result of Briareus's death, though he always knew it was a possibility. As much as he wanted to ask them which immortal they had chosen, he knew the question was futile.
Do not fret, good counselor,
said Clotho.
Your bargain with Briareus,
said Lachesis,
will only ruin your life,
said Atropos. Chapter 15. Fight Night. Hades returned to his chamber where Persephone slept and climbed into bed, though he did not sleep, his mind too active from the day's events. He could not begin to understand what Persephone was going through. Even having experienced varying degrees of loss, there was no comparing grief. Hearts did not break the same. They did not heal the same. They would not beat the same. She stirred beside him, eyes peeling open with some difficulty, before whispering,
Have you slept?
Not quite yet, he said. She did not respond, but she seemed more awake as she stared at him.
Will you?
She paused, hesitating.
Show me the threads again.
He did not want to, not really, but it was a part of him he had shared, and it was not so surprising that she had more questions. He dropped his glamour, and she lifted herself onto her elbow and reached a hand out, flattening her palm against his stomach. Her touch was gentle, her hand cold, but it still managed to make him feel warm and make the threads crisscrossing his skin burn.
Why do you hide them?
She asked. Her voice remained quiet. Very few warrant pride, he replied.
If you are so ashamed, why make so many bargains?
Because I am self-serving. There was a time when I cared nothing about the consequences of trading souls. Persephone's hand curled on his stomach.
They cannot all be bad.
He wasn't sure if she said it because she was hopeful he might find a way to save Lexa if worse came to worse, or because she wished to see the best in him in this moment. "There are only those I regret more," he said, "and those souls belong to children." He called up his glamour, and they spoke no more. An hour later, Persephone was sound asleep once more. Hades lay awake, staring at the ceiling, recalling the vision the eye had shown him. He could still remember it in vivid detail: the crowded square, the guttural sounds of sex, the acidic smell of Dionysus's magic, and the god himself seated with his lover. Perhaps the worst part was how comfortable she appeared to be as a goddess and a queen. Had the eye been trying to tell him something? Or was it merely fucking with him because it did not trust him? He turned his head, and as he traced Persephone's features in the semi-darkness, he wondered if she were better off without him. A pulse of magic drew his attention as Hermes appeared at the end of his bed. He raised a brow. "You could knock," he said. "Courtesy is for mortals," said Hermes, "and gods who want to keep their teeth." Hermes was not amused, but their banter was overshadowed by how quickly his expression changed to something far too serious for the god of mischief. "You've been summoned, Hades," he said. He did not need to ask who had summoned him. He could guess well enough. "Hera. Where?" he asked. "I cannot tell you that," Hermes said. "I can only take you there." Hades narrowed his eyes as Hermes began to draw a line in the air, summoning a portal. "No teleportation?" he asked. "Hera does not allow teleportation into her realm without consent, much like you," Hermes replied, just as the portal he had summoned yawned open. It was big enough for Hermes to step through without hassle, but Hades would have to bend. He sighed, a gnawing anxiety growing in his chest. He leaned over and kissed Persephone softly before rising, summoning his clothes, and stepping through the portal. He found himself in a room, an office. He recognized where he was only because the wall of windows opposite him overlooked a familiar part of New Athens. This was the Diadem Hotel, and it was owned by Hera. The goddess herself stood in front of a black and gold desk that looked more like an art piece than practical furniture. A set of gold peacock statues flanked it, while a three-piece canvas hung behind it, depicting a prowling black panther with emerald eyes. "Hades," Hera greeted with a nod. Her brown hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and she wore a white jumpsuit and tailored jacket. The goddess usually chose gold accessories, and today was no different. A large gold chain hung around her neck, paired with a stack of gold bracelets on her left wrist. Hades always felt that the goddess's choice to wear white was symbolic. She was communicating her innocence, in contrast to her husband, who was far from chaste or loyal to her in any regard. "Hera," Hades replied. "I hope I was not interrupting," she said. Hades looked around the room. No one was present aside from Hermes. "Perhaps we should drop false pretenses, Hera," Hades said. "There is no one present to witness your false courtesy." The goddess smiled. "Your next labor begins in an hour," she said. "Hermes, why don't you prepare our guest?" Hades' gaze cut to the god, who was far too nervous not to be guilty of something. Hermes bowed his head. "Of course," he said, finally meeting Hades' eyes. "This way, Hades." Hades had never felt this kind of tension with Hermes. It was the kind that developed when someone wasn't being truthful, and it was rapidly morphing into anger. He knew the god of mischief felt it too, because he moved stiffly before Hades as he called for the elevator in Hera's office. Its doors were gold and opened into a needlessly extravagant lift. The floor was carpeted, thick and plush. The walls were mirrored and framed in gold. There was even a chandelier overhead. The crystals dripping from it touched Hades' head. He turned once inside, never taking his eyes from Hera as the doors closed, sealing him inside with the god of trickery. Now that they were alone, Hades spoke. "Care to tell me what is going on?" he asked. "I," said Hermes, and cleared his throat. I can't. So much for being best friends. Hermes' eyes and mouth opened, and Hades did not know if it was from the shock of him using those words or the thought of actually losing his friendship. But after a moment, his gaze narrowed, and his lips pressed thin. Hermes seemed more on edge, and with good reason, because in the next second, Hades had him pressed against the wall by his neck. The god's hand clamped down on Hades' arm, and he laughed nervously. "This was far less scary in my dreams." "For what am I being made ready?" Hades asked through clenched teeth. "Fight night," Hermes said. "You're going into the ring, Hades." Hades released him, and the god fell to the floor. As he rose to his feet again, he pressed his fingers to his neck. "Definitely thought I'd enjoy choking far more," Hermes said. "Thanks for ruining a fantasy." Hades ignored the god. He was not surprised that Hera hosted such an event. It was likely she used it to choose heroes and favored mortals. "Who am I fighting?" Hades asked. "I don't know," Hermes replied. Hades looked at him, and the god flinched away. "You're being a little dramatic, don't you think?" Hades asked. Hermes straightened and glared. "You just pinned me against a wall, and not in a good way." Hades stared, waiting for an answer to his question. "The competitors are different every week," Hermes said. "That's the point. The chosen, that's you, in case you didn't know, goes in blind. It's a test of your ability to improvise and adapt." Which probably meant no magic. They did not speak as the elevator came to a halt, and when the doors opened, it was into a busy concrete tunnel filled with a muted, blue-tinged light. Hades recognized this as one of the underground tunnels below the streets of New Athens. It seemed many used this particular one to reach Hera's fight night. The two gods joined the fray. Many continued forward, down a set of stairs to a large open bar, backlit with blue. An oval sunken floor created stadium-style seating where people gathered. Hermes and Hades did not descend into the throng, however. They took a right, marching down a hall that was just as crowded with people, some bent over the edge of a metal railing overlooking the bar, while others leaned against the opposite wall, preferring the peace and anonymity the darkness offered. That was where Hades wanted to be, swallowed by shadow. Instead, he walked unglamoured among both mortals and immortals. He could feel their apprehension as much as he could see it, averted eyes and a body that bent away from his presence, as if either would keep away death. He could not help thinking of Persephone at this moment, the woman who pressed close to him, who sought his warmth and even his darkness, the woman who traced the threads on his skin with curiosity, not disgust. She was why he was here, he reminded himself. At the end of the day, this was about her. It was about them. It was to save a future that had barely begun and was already under threat by the goddess of marriage. Hades' fists curled. If Hera wanted a fight, he'd give her one. He'd make it unforgettable. The hallway curved and grew wider, branching off. One part twisted on, while the other was a straight, short path to a set of black doors, carved with images Hades recognized. The Nemean lion, the Erymanthian boar, the Cretan bull. They were animals that had been defeated during Heracles' labors, and now they decorated the doors in Hera's underground fighting ring in gold relief. How fitting. Hermes pushed open the doors to reveal a surprisingly simple room. The floor was concrete, and to the left was a narrow pool. A row of lions' heads were affixed to the wall, and from their mouths poured a stream of steaming water. The wall directly in front of him was an altar dedicated to the goddess of women. A gold statue made in her likeness was adorned with offerings, likely prayers made by other, what had Hermes called him? Chosen. Hades would not be leaving an offering. There was nothing else to the room other than a privacy screen, and Hades turned to look at Hermes. "Well," he asked, "what now?" "You must bathe," he said. "Why?" Hades asked tightly. "Because the gold won't stick." "The gold," Hades repeated. Hermes sighed. Look, this isn't ideal, but have I ever led you astray? Yes, Hermes, you have in fact led me astray. This is a prime example, Hades said, gesturing to the room. With fashion, Hermes countered. Hades glared. He did not want to do this. Hermes crossed the room to a stack of folded towels and threw one at him. Get wet, Daddy Death, Hermes said. Less than 15 minutes later, Hades stood dressed in a skirt made of leather strips that hung mid-thigh and nothing more. Normally, he would not mind this, but it was the fact that it was for Hera's pleasure, not to mention that Hermes had taken entirely too long dusting gold on his skin with the smallest fan brush Hades had ever seen. What are you doing? Hades asked, itching to cross his arms over his chest. Highlighting, Hermes replied. Why? Hades gritted out. To draw attention to your assets. Hades looked down, noting he was almost covered in gold dust. Hermes, who was bent eye level with his abs, looked up and grinned. Whatever he saw in Hades' gaze made him hesitate. I think I'm done, he said, clearing his throat and straightening. Hades glowered. I don't see why I have to wear this. Clothing is optional, Hermes replied. In fact, the preference is to fight naked. I meant the gold dust, Hermes. Oh, he said, it's fashion. Hades raised a brow at that comment. I'm sure it will look marvelous with the blood of my enemies. Let's hope it is their blood and not yours, said Hermes, returning the jar and brush to the altar where he had retrieved them earlier. Hades tilted his head to the side. Are you suggesting I will lose? Hermes' eyes widened. No, of course not. It's just... Hades crossed his arms over his chest at the god's hesitation. Don't do that! You're ruining my work! Then don't lie to me, Hades replied. Hermes sighed, and his whole body seemed to slump. He scrubbed his face as he spoke. It's not that I don't think you can win, he admitted. It's just the thought of what you might be up against. And what might I be up against? Your own demons, Hades, Hermes said. It was the first time Hades had considered what being in this ring might mean for him mentally, and it hit harder when Hermes nodded toward the wall where an array of weapons hung. You only get one, he said. Choose wisely. Hades stared at them for a long time, unable to bring himself closer. There were swords and sickles, shields and axes. Taking a weapon in hand would only remind him of the weight of others, ones he had used in battle after battle. With that thought came others, memories tinged with sounds and smells. He let them move through his mind, screams of terror and groans of death, the smell of blood, metal, and sweat. There was a part of him that wished Hermes had not said anything at all, had not drawn his mind to think of those times. And yet, he was better off preparing for it if he was to face any opponent. With the echoes of past battles roaring through his mind, he reached and retrieved a shield from the wall. It carried a symbol of Hera, a panther, and as much as he hated to wield it, the shield itself was an invaluable weapon. It was fashioned from adamant, an unbreakable metal that could injure a god. Its edges were sharp, and it was heavy, a weight that seemed to increase the longer he held it and turned it over in his hand. After a few moments, he turned and found Hermes staring, looking very much stricken. It's time, he said. Hades said nothing. There was a part of him that could not believe he was even entertaining this. He felt like a puppet Hera had dressed and attached to strings, a vessel for enjoyment rather than an age-old god. Still, he followed, strung along by the hope that if he did as he was instructed, his future with Persephone would be secured. Hermes led him from the room, down the rounded corridor where it branched once more, down another concrete tunnel. Ahead, he could see light, but it was unnatural, tinged with green, and as he neared it, his body grew tense, his anxiety deepening. What would he face in this ring? When he came to the end, where the shadow met the light, he paused. The tunnel led to an oval stadium with seats that sloped gently upward. They were full, and the crowd was already hyped, laughing and shouting, cheering and howling. Their excitement to see blood burrowed into his ears, twined into his mind. He gritted his teeth against it, hating it. There was a second level, a fenced-in balcony where spectators stood, their fingers looped through metal wire, and while curious, they were far more subdued. There was no announcement, no introduction as Hermes motioned for Hades to step into the ring. As he took one step, then another, the cheering that had inspired such frustration in him died. No one had expected to see the god of the dead. Hades' grip tightened on the shield he had chosen as a weapon as he scanned the crowd. His eyes followed a ring of fire-lit pyres before settling on Hera, whose box was built into the second floor. The goddess herself sat on an iron throne. She had changed and now wore all black, trading most of her jewelry for a single diadem of gold coins that glimmered across her forehead. Even from here, she looked cold, carved from solid marble. Then his eyes shifted to someone he had not expected to see. Theseus. Theseus, demigod, son of Poseidon, sat beside Hera. There was no mistaking his nephew's aquamarine eyes or the arrogant air with which he held himself. There was a part of him that was not surprised to see the two together, given that Hera wished to overthrow Zeus. Hades had suspected for a long time that it was Theseus's wish, and the wish of Triad, a terrorist group that had organized against the Olympians, to end the reign of the gods. How long, Hades wondered, had his partnership with Hera existed? His thoughts were interrupted by a voice, Hermes' voice, as he announced Hades and his opponent. "Welcome to Fight Night," he sang. "In the ring we have a very special guest, the one and only Rich One, receiver of many, the unseen one, Lord of the Underworld, God of the Dead, Hades!" With each name, Hades' jaw grew more taut. Hermes did not even manage to announce his opponent when a set of stone doors opposite the ring burst open as two heads emerged. They were snake-like, with pointed noses and mouths. Webbed scales fanned out from the backs of their heads and down their backs. A large, clawed foot shook the ground as the creature squeezed its way out of containment, followed by another two heads. Something sour gathered in the back of Hades' throat. He knew this creature, knew that there were 3 more heads attached to its body that had yet to emerge from the darkness of the arena. It was a hydra, a 7-headed creature that was impossible to defeat. Even if he managed to decapitate one of its heads, another 2 would grow back in its place. Not to mention its venom. The tar-like saliva that dripped from its mouth even now was deadly. The creature bellowed and screamed, and as it moved into the arena, it shook its head, slinging its deadly venom carelessly about. Horrified screams erupted as onlookers were hit with acid. Hera and Theseus watched on, unfazed. Hades bolted. Perhaps the only thing on his side was speed, because even hydra venom could be deadly to gods if they sustained enough injuries. Unfortunately, the hydra's heads were just as fast, and their long necks meant its bulbous body did not have to move far to reach its victims. The ground shook as one of its heads slammed down an inch from Hades' ankles. He turned and lunged into the air, slamming his shield down on the creature's head. It remained limp, disoriented, but the other 6 heads hissed and attacked. Hades rolled away and covered himself with his shield as each of the hydra's heads rammed against the metal. Soon the shield was covered with a mix of black venom and saliva that dripped thickly off the edges and onto the ground at his feet. Hades gritted his teeth against the might of the monster. He knew that eventually he would have to move, but he needed a plan, a way to ensure the heads could not grow back. His eyes caught on one of the lit torches around the stadium. Fire. He could use fire. But first, he had to get out from under this attack. He bent his knees, hurled the shield into the air with all his might. It flipped as if it were light as a coin, distracting the Hydra's heads as he bolted for the first torch, his bare feet burning as he stepped in the Hydra's venom. The monster was not deceived long, his heavy footfalls giving his retreat away, and soon the heads slithered after him. Some nipped at his feet, while others went for his head. It was a constant game of jumping and dodging, and by the time he reached the edge of the stadium, his body was fatigued, the soles of his feet on fire. Overhead, the torches burned, a beacon that signaled an escape. Hades turned, back against the wall, and as the venomous heads raced toward him, he jumped. The heads struck, one right after the other, and he used them almost like stepping stones, diving for the torch when it was within reach. But as he grabbed it, it snapped in half, burdened by his momentum, and he continued falling to the ground, the Hydra's heads chasing after him, open-mouthed, a rain of venom pouring down around him, touching his body like drops of drizzle, burning his skin. He couldn't let the Hydra catch him on the ground, so he hurled the torch at one of the open mouths, and as it hit, it burst into flames. The creature bellowed, and all its heads flailed. The crowd screamed, and Hades knew that those who had remained after the Hydra's first attack were probably wishing they had left. With the Hydra distracted, Hades rushed for his shield, which lay discarded across the arena. Scooping it up, he then ran for another torch. This time, he managed to top the wall, which was wide enough for him to run atop. He snapped the torch from its place and ran for the next, tossing them to the ground below. When he came to the final one, the Hydra had recovered, and as it charged for him, he waited until the last second to jump from the wall. As its heads collided with the wall, Hades bore down on one of the necks with his shield. The impact was jarring, but the shield cut into the creature's flesh enough for Hades to shove a lit torch inside. A second head was on fire, but this time, as the monster reacted, it jerked, sending Hades flying across the arena. He hit the wall, but he landed on his sore feet, legs shaking from the pain. He watched as the Hydra worked to put out the fire burning through one of its necks. A few of the heads screamed at it, but the venom only seemed to make it worse, while others tried to beat at the flames with their heads. His gaze turned toward the box where Hera sat with Theseus. Neither were paying attention, each consumed in conversation with the other, and there was something about that sight that made Hades rage. He was finished with this. He turned toward the Hydra, took up his shield, but instead of using it to defend, he used it like a disc, heaving it through the air. It tore through the Hydra, and as it did, the head that had been on fire dropped into the puddle of blood and venom left behind. The entire carcass erupted in fire, filling the arena with the smell of burning flesh. The remaining heads whipped back and forth, and as each one fell to